Muted. Mic muted. Mic muted. Hello. 1, 2. That might be working now. Hello, everybody, and welcome. We had a small audio hiccup there, but hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Hearts of Iron Commanders 2025-2026. That's very peculiar that happened. I'm going to shut up for 2 moments just to make sure you can hear the music. You can indeed. Hello, my name is Midgeman. I am the host for this show and the host of the Commanders Tournament, and we have a cracking final day for all of you. It is the big one. It is the day we find out who is winning what prize. We have our bronze match, our third place playoff taking place very shortly, and our grand final, where either Rizzler or Sojourn will walk away with the title of Grand Champion and that all-important €2,500 grand prize. But let's take a look at the day, shall we? Let's take a look at the bracket and the story so far. Yes, indeed. So we have had 3 days of live streams, but 5 months of combat. It all came down to 4 quarterfinals. Rizzler versus Corsair, Bouge versus Player, Sojourn versus Daily Deister, and Segel versus Espanol. Some of those games were intense. We then had our semifinals yesterday, Rizzler versus Player. Rizzler winning 2-1, and then Sojourn winning 2-0 against Segel to go into the final. We have our bronze match coming up first with Player versus Segel, and I am excited for all of the games today. It is the really, really important day. It is the day that we find out everything. But before we get on with tonight's show, of course, I have to thank our sponsor. Thank you so much to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this broadcast and helping us out. We couldn't do it without you. They are providing the prize money, and they've provided so much support throughout the event. And it's been great coordinating with them on this project and this tournament. I can't say enough. Please go check out Hearts of Iron. If you're watching the live stream, you don't already own the game. There's so many fantastic mods that you can play to keep your journey alive. The base game is also excellent. Also, if you want the DLC, there's a subscription service that I highly recommend. You can pay a monthly fee and get all of the DLC instead of having to buy them all. You can buy it for 1 month, try all the DLCs, find out which ones you like, and then pick up the ones that you know that you need. Other than that, I think today is the time for me to call in my wonderful, wonderful first set of casters. This is going to be Mo and Leonard. We'll head right into the bronze match after this. Hello, gentlemen. Over to you.
Hi, guys.
Hello, guys.
Here we go again. Yesterday, we already saw Segel play. I mean, I guess we saw them all play. But today, we will see who gets number 3. And I think they play for around 650 is the third prize, and 450 is the second one. So basically, they're playing for a difference of $200, which I think they kind of both deserve it. We will see who performs best. Segel yesterday, he was a bit quick on the surrender button sometimes. Yeah, it was a bit sad, right? But
yes.
This happens when, like in a competitive setup, if you see that you're at a disadvantage and there's no way to recover, then you might better end it quick and not drag it out for more pain and suffering.
Yeah, we'll see how Segel bounces back and plays for the 3rd place. There are 2 really strong players, Player 199 and Segel. I've played against both of them. They're really good players, really high on APM. APM is action per minute. Basically, they have really good micro, both of them, and we'll see. It's going to be good games today.
So yesterday, I think Segel's main issue was always the air war. So there are factions in the mod that give you spawn and air. Like, for example, you get 150 fighters from the focus tree, and some factions, they get other stuff, for example, tanks instead, so they don't get fighters. And Segel always tried to go high on air production. But what happened, at least in the last game, as far as I can recall, is that he basically lost the important airfields. So he made fighters with low range that would only be good if he actually controls basically the center of the air zone. And then yeah, he got in a disadvantage. The enemy started building a lot of casts, and then he kind of, yeah, the enemy got the upper hand in the battle, and at some point he decided to call the game.
Yeah, in both games he didn't get to use his air as much, because like you said, he did not have the airfield, but he didn't try to build the airfield himself. He lost the VPs and did an early surrender, so we'll see if he can bounce back today.
So currently there has been somewhat established meta that people convert all their civilian factories to mills. Obviously, it gives you a lot of early IC, so more production for the beginning of the war. But it comes with one downside: you cannot build any airfields anymore, and you can also not build supply hubs. You cannot build the railroads. So it kind of limits
Anything,
you
basically.
at some point. Yeah, you cannot build anything. Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons they went for all-in builds, I would call them, that have like a very strong early game, but in the late game it kind of depends on what is the situation already. Yeah. And on the first map, so first of all, they played the first game they played on Desperados, which is the map in America. It's like around the Gulf of Mexico. So where you need a navy, you need a land army, and you usually need a lot of air force as well. But in that game, Segal also got like he lost a lot of victory points early on. Even though he won the naval warfare, he had the same issue again with the air. He built low range fighters, and he just couldn't contest it anymore.
Yeah. And that's the issue, right? He lost the airport. We saw Suj actually naval invading for the airport and not the port. And when he just got the airport, he controlled the air for the rest of the game.
So I think both players arrived now. Studio, should we continue? Okay, we wait a bit. I guess there. Yeah. So when you looked at the factions that they picked yesterday, so when I remember correctly, Segal went for, like, he played allies in both games, right? Actually,
Yes,
no,
he did
played
not want allies.
No, actually, he didn't play Axis. He played one Axis, one allied game.
No, in both he was allies, and he always wanted to be Axis. When Such picked Axis, he kind of like screamed a little bit. He wanted to
Yeah.
play Axis.
True. I remember, like, in the first game, he wanted to play US Marine Corps, but he couldn't do it, so he had to play. I actually cannot recall. And one of them he played Canada. I'm pretty sure it was the second one that he
and
played
the
Canada.
first game he played Commonwealth, which is Britain.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting the players now. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Alright, what's up, Seagull? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing good. Player?
That's good to hear.
Oh, we have player as well. Okay, now the highest speed seeding player will choose his coin toss. Heads or tails?
Correct. So, Segal, you have the coin toss. Would you like heads or tails?
Tails never fails.
Tails
Go with
never
it.
fails, indeed.
Oh,
It's heads.
second time, really? Okay, at this point it's just rigged. All right.
Player, map or
Yeah.
faction?
Faction.
Okay, Segal, map, please.
Let's go. Let's cross the Rhine.
Cross
Go
the
across
Rhine
Rhine.
to start, no problem. Okay,
Player,
go ahead.
you can choose the faction. Okay, player, do you want Axis or Allies?
Axis.
Axis, okay.
Whoa.
Segal, again, no access for you.
Yeah, this time it's fine.
Alright, so player's gonna be Axis, Seagull's gonna be Allies, and it's across the Rhine.
Maybe
Yeah.
Armata Depot.
What's up? You're gonna after the for me?
I don't know. Maybe I lie you.
Yeah.
Think about this.
Mental games from player.
Yeah, mental
I
games.
think about it. I keep it in mind.
Start mental games.
Okay. There we
Well,
go.
good luck. You will need it.
Okay,
Okay.
Seagull, go ahead with your ban.
Yeah. Sure. Sure. Let's ban this.
North Finland group and player.
Event US
Yusa.
5.
Okay.
Going off method today. Okay, good luck.
Good luck.
Alright, good luck, guys.
Yeah, I didn't pay enough attention. Which nations got
Yeah,
banned?
yeah. Also, so 12th Army, US 12th Army, and for the Axis, North Finland group.
Okay, I mean the North Finland group ban doesn't come surprising. It's simple because you get good rangers, and most important, you also get a snow, like what's it called? You get snow
And
attack,
150 fighters.
and since like short information about how the mod works is we have a reduced map. We have different scenarios with different locations, and it's usually always Axis versus. I mean, it's always Axis versus allies, and you basically fight over the victory points. So when the war starts in January 1st, 41. So it's a few months. It's 8 months of build-up time. Yeah. So anyways, it starts in winter, and if you have a winter faction, you have a good advantage at the beginning.
It
And
depends on the
US
map. Some maps
yeah.
are just not freezing.
Yeah, that's true. I guess, for example, the map in America, probably not freezing. Yeah, so basically, as well with the small map, there are some differences in comparison to vanilla. You have like the mills produce a bit more, you gain efficiency faster, and your focus tree is a bit streamlined, so you get a lot of stuff in a short time. So for example, our focuses are 35 or 25 days. I think it's always 25 days for the faction focuses. And you can basically choose between different factions, which will give you different bonuses. Some of them will give you tanks, some of them will give you good infantry, and so on. And I would say, Mohammed, maybe you can already see something in their builds.
Yeah, well, it's the classic. They both have the land warfare facility at the start, so they get their flame tank. Both of the players did that, and they're both converting. In this map, converting your civs to mills is not a big issue because you don't need much railways to build or airports. There's kind of enough airports and enough supply hubs around.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen. Actually, it wasn't on this one where they're lacking the airfields. No, it wasn't. I just looked at it, and they're more than enough.
Yeah, more than enough.
So we cannot see much from their build right now. They have, I think they have now 7 minutes of preparation time. Obviously, when both of them ready, we can start right away.
Yeah. Also, Seagull likes to do his 2 factories on anti-air, while a player has no anti-air.
That's what I don't really. I mean, is player just planning to win the air war? Because it seems possibly a bit risky. We have seen that since anti-air has like 2 advantages. Obviously, you get a little bit of anti-air. So if you are losing the air war, you're not getting punished that much. But you also get a lot of piercing because anti-air 2 has 60 piercing. Yeah. So you end up in a division with like how much is that? 25 piercing or something.
Yeah, really good.
It is like 26. I mean, it depends if the unit gets a bit bigger. It's probably like
it gets
24.
bigger, it gets less, but it's still really good. Pierces most tanks.
Yeah, and I guess most of the spawning tanks they max out at like 40 armor, 50 armor, or something like this. So even if you don't fully pierce them, you at least get partial piercing. Yeah, which means that you're not they don't go through you like butter anymore.
And 26 is more than enough to deal with all Space Marines.
Yeah. So basically, Space Marine is when you get your spawning tanks, and instead of using that 1 tank division, you decide to delete it, and then you put 1 battalion of tanks into a lot of infantry, and then you get like 10 divisions that are better than normal infantry. And if the enemy doesn't have anti-air, for example, you get 10 divisions that don't get pierced, and then you have a huge advantage in the field. More than you probably have with the 1 tank division. And another aspect we haven't covered of this mod is that you have victory points. On this map, we have 3 victory points: Frankfurt, Cologne or Köln, and Amsterdam. And basically, when you have the majority of the victory points, these 500 points, they start to tick down. So over time, you can either win over time by when the enemy's points reach 0, or when you just completely capture him, or if in case of Segel, presses the surrender button.
Yeah, maybe. But I want to talk about this map. So it has 3 VPs in the north and center, but you see the south as well, where there is no VPs. It can be used as a flank. So usually the south is neglected, and if one player pushes that, he can go into the other countries and basically flank, and that can like pose a really dangerous threat.
We have already seen this in one of the games where
Yes.
the Allied, it was the Allied player who I think he had a little bit less men in the field. So he had like, I think like 24 divisions and the enemy had like 35 divisions. And the enemy used that advantage to basically, like right away, he used 10 divisions to just go around because basically the Allied front line went from Frankfurt to Amsterdam. And the Axis player, like since he had a numerical advantage, he just used these divisions and then started snaking around in the south. And the Allied player had to react by sending a lot of units, and that made him, as far as I remember, lose both Amsterdam and the Cologne victory point.
And then cap, and then he got
Yeah, at some point he kept.
Yeah, but also
So-
like honestly, holding VPs can also be like a negative, not only a positive, because you also have to man them, right? There's something that the enemy does not have to do. You usually put like 3 to 4 divisions to make sure that the enemy
Yeah.
does not hold.
And-
So
and-
let's say even you hold all 3 VPs and you're getting snaked in the south, you could die. You could get
So
capped.
I give you an example of a victory point that is hard to. I mean, Cologne, for example, for the Axis. If you just have this one pile across the river, then the enemy will start attacking you from multiple directions, and at some point just cycle you out, and then it can be unfavorable to hold that victory point because you constantly have to reinforce, and basically you don't have time to entrench while the enemy still gets planning bonus. And then
Yes.
sometimes it can, even though let's say you're leading with two victory points, holding that victory point will drain your resources so much that in the end you might still lose before you get the enemy down to 0 points. Because if you have at least one victory point, I think the time it takes to actually lose via the points is something like 300 days.
Yeah, 350.
Okay, 350 days. So nearly a year. And if you have
Plenty of time.
if you have 0 points, that's where the biggest issue comes from. Is you have like 150 days, and that can be a very short time. But anyways, if you turn it around one day before you reach the 0, you can still drain the enemy from like you don't
can
have any
win.
passive loss. Yeah, you can just completely turn it around, and then the points don't matter that much. But what we have seen in the past is that it puts people in a lot of pressure, and then they have to do like last minute actions, and if they're not planned properly, they can as well go wrong.
Yeah, if we were to tag into the allies and see, he has already researched his air.
Yeah, and
His air
he's
module,
actually
well, the
selected the
Axis not.
first. He selected his pick. He was going for the Chinese United Front, so he has 2 options: the Communist Forces or the National Army. And I don't know if you see already something on the Axis.
And
Oh
the
yeah,
Axis, Italy.
That's what I like when both of them pick their focus at the same time. I'm always wondering, isn't it worth it? Wouldn't it be worth it to like wait one more focus and then because there's a trick, we have to wait until their focus is complete. But you basically can look at the enemy and at their navy, because both players at the beginning are heavily investing into their agency, so they get some information about what the enemy is doing, and also obviously it's for the combat bonus that you get from having intel on the enemy.
Intel, yeah.
Now, is it already over? Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, now you have some intel. You can see some of their ships, and these players they know if a nation has heavy cruisers and battleships, for example, it can only be this and this nation.
Actually, both players can't view. They don't have enough intel so far.
I mean, they can still see what ship types they have, and I'm pretty sure there are factions. For example, I'm not sure if Japan gets the carriers right away. But that would be, for example, a way if you see the enemy has carriers, then it has to be
They don't,
this and
but
this.
they get a bigger navy, so you can kind of gauge and like get an idea of what faction possibly it could be.
Okay, I'm a bit confused now why they decided to pick the first. It's because it gives you the designs? Or why would you go for the faction focus?
Yes. Gives you designs that you could use as well, but you could also use it as leeway because you can't rush the mills, right? You see, the mill focuses are capped on time. So you can't trust them. So just in the
Yeah.
meantime, you do your faction pick.
Yeah. And we have air research on the Axis player, and I'm pretty sure we see the same on the other player. No? So far, no air research.
Yes, while you see the Axis going for extensive conscription, which is the usual play, the Seagull on the Allies greeded and went for silent workhorse, which gives him more political power, and then he went extensive. Kind of a greedy play, but locked communist forces from Seagull.
Okay, I'm still not really convinced with this advisor pick with the silent workhorse.
Yeah, it takes
It's
time to pay off.
15% gain, so the base gain is 2. So you get 0.3 a day. What is 50 divided by 0.3?
Let me see.
Something like 160 days or something.
166.
Yeah. So it takes 160 days for the advisor to basically pay for itself, and then another 160 until you can buy another advisor with it. So it's like a year investment.
And the issue is that he delayed his extensive conscription, which means he's not going to be recruiting as fast as the Axis. The Axis already started recruiting before him.
I mean, I think it's still fine for both of them with the timing of their extensive conscription.
Yeah, it's just a slight change in build.
The last time we had the allied player to go, I think he went extensive conscription in November or something like this. So quite late.
Yeah.
Also interesting to see. No, it's still the same. Never mind. No air advisor on the Axis player though.
Yes, but he got his flamethrower tank, and also you see the Axis player did not choose his faction. He went actually for an industrial focus, prioritizing production adaptability, which gives him more base and growth, which will be good since he's gonna start his air production soon.
Okay, so the Axis allied player Sego, he went for the same air design again with a long range. So let's really hope that he gets enough coverage this time. I mean, I don't understand why player. I think he already did this in the game that I watched before. He doesn't put all the guns on the fighter. He starts to build empty fighters first, even though he has the techs. He has all the techs. Is there any logic behind it?
He does not have XP, Lana. He's waiting for the XP from the focus.
Because he doesn't go for the air advisor. He takes it from the faction focus, and it's first army. First army is on air. It's a pretty strong one because you get
-10 IC on fighters, which is huge.
There it is. Yeah, -10 IC, and most important, you also get 150 fighter spawn-ins. So you kind of get both production and the thing, and you get ace generation chance. Even though I've never paid attention if they actually get aces on their fighters.
Yeah, it's a little bit of clicking, but it also gives them 10% air superiority bonus in combat, which is huge, and 10% agility. That's good. That makes you trade better.
But it's 10% on the bonus that you already get, right? So if you get the 2% bonus, it would be another 0.2%.
So we see a mass assault build from the allies, and he chose the communist forces. And he's gonna have the flying tigers, which is 100 fighters. You see Seagull now rushing for the air.
Does he also get the production bonus?
I don't think so. Let me check.
Okay.
No, he does not. No.
What else is strong on China? I think it's you get a lot of infantry.
Yes.
You get mountaineers. Might not be that useful here, but you can convert them to rangers. You get some infantry stats.
And breakthrough.
And breakthrough very important on infantry. Yeah. Some stability.
And you see the People's Tiger. He gives them amazing buffs. 15 division speed. Entrenchment is not that good, but damage reduction against cast plus 20. That's amazing.
Okay, he went for train production line, and he just put 1 mil on trains, and then he pressed the decision once. So does he end up on? I mean, he ends up on pretty high stability.
We have 20 days into war, 25 days into war.
And we're already on 3 speed, yeah.
Yes. We have 35 divisions from the allies, and the Axis has 35.
Did you already spot the medium tank production of the allied player? He has 2 medium tanks, and I already forgot. Wait, China doesn't get medium tank spawn-ins, right?
No, it does not. No, it doesn't.
Okay, so he just makes them for some space marines, I guess?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Because for a whole tank division, this is not enough production.
Yeah, this is probably Space Marines. Yeah. So a Space Marine is basically where you put one tank battalion and an infantry division that gives you enough armor to not get pierced by infantry, right? But if that infantry has anti-air, as we see here, it gives them enough piercing to pierce that Space Marine. So that's what a Space Marine is. It just you put one tank battalion to give you enough armor to not get pierced, which actually will work in this case since the Axis player doesn't have anti-air or anti-tank.
Even though in this case I think it's not supposed to be the armor boost. I'm actually not sure because like I put the tank division in and I see armor goes up to 5.8.
Which is good
Which-
enough. The Axis can
Is
pierce.
it?
Yes.
Doesn't he have artillery in his divisions?
Actually, yeah. Let me see.
He has 11
20,
piercing. He
actually,
has 11 piercing.
Because of
Yeah.
the light tank as well. Yeah.
So what do you think is his plan with this?
It also gives him a lot of breakthrough. If you see the tank,
Yeah, the design is actually maxed out on breakthrough. I mean,
gives
not
him a
maxed
lot
out,
of
but
breakthrough. Also
good to be
decent stats. But yeah, usually you do it for the armor, and it's not gonna be enough here. The Axis has 20 piercing actually.
We will see. He probably has some thought behind it that is
Yeah.
not obvious to us. He also decided to put anti-air in his infantry. Not sure if
Also,
he can.
he
fulfill
switched
it.
all the mills on
Actually
gun
can.
2s from the allies, while the Axis still producing gun 1s. Just to switch now.
So there's a focus. Oh, war.
Alright, the war starts.
Yeah, we don't see any invasion on Amsterdam. So whoever arrives there first, I guess they're both doing.
But
a
they're
cavalry
rushing with
sneak.
cavalry. Siegel has the division speed advisor. He might reach it sooner. Yes, but he did not go for Köln, which is
Okay,
not a
that's
big
actually
deal.
interesting that you do the division speed advisor at the beginning to rush in because
Yeah,
it costs you
this is
50 pp, right? And you're gonna replace it with the army offense guy anyways. That is
Yeah.
usually
But it could be
That's
a big deal
proven to be
to,
the strongest one.
reach Amsterdam first.
Yeah.
That could be a big deal.
okay because now he got Cologne and Amsterdam, and it looks like he's also holding both of that at least for now.
Yes.
The
And he's
Axis
gonna
player
take Utrecht.
is also a bit under-equipped. He's minus 6k on guns. Not that great.
Yes.
Utrecht, I think Utrecht is also one of the important tiles because it's a forest tile, and behind that it's only plain tiles. So if the enemy is like, if you're trying to attack from a plain tile, it's way harder because you can just get clicked out and no, you don't get any defense bonuses.
Siegel is pushing it to Frankfurt, Leonard, as well. He crossed the river.
Okay, I think he's trying to learn from his opponent yesterday by showing the early dominance. Let's hope this works.
Yes.
And I mean, for now, it looks like he's winning the battle.
Yeah, it looks like he is pushing it to Frankfurt. The Axis is pushing from the west flank.
Okay. Yeah, he now gave up with the attack on Frankfurt. Let's see if he's gonna restart this one. He's trying to go around.
But
though.
he's still pushing it to the south. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
still using the southern flank we talked about.
He probably wants to push across the river first and not attack across the river into a city town.
Also, you see the Axis is actually, as you said, minus 5,000 on guns, while the Allies is chilling on guns. That's one of the advantages of China.
Yeah.
You basically get a lot of guns.
Can he do it?
And
Can
he's-
he do it?
It's actually multiple. There was like multiple combats on Frankfurt.
I don't
now
understand
he
why
has-
he's like multiple combating out of Frankfurt. I think that's a misclick.
Yeah. And you see that he is pushing Frankfurt.
Yeah. He
And
needs to
it's
send more
probably gonna fall.
reinforcements there.
There's only two divisions now. They're very low org. Okay, they get reinforced. They might get memed. Yeah, they got memed.
Yeah, they're gonna
But
be
one division more gets in, and Frankfurt looks like it will fall, and it will.
safely taken with 7 divisions.
Yes. Now the Allies has 3 VPs, and has only the Axis has 180 days to win, or retake a VP.
I mean, one thing that the Axis player currently doesn't have is doesn't have his air up, because I guess he's waiting for the focus to complete, which gives him. No, he's now going for the fleet. Okay, that actually
He's going for
surprises
the
me.
fleet.
Is it probably because of the generals he gets below that one? Okay,
Yeah,
he-
they are actually good generals there.
He got his air spawners. So in theory, he has more planes right now that he could use, and he also started to build CAS. So he has a good chance of pushing back. Because I think
But yeah.
the Allied player is currently not producing any CAS now. Yeah, but he has 18
The
fighters.
Allies
That
is going
insane.
into civs, and he looks like to
Yeah.
have a better, bigger economy. and he's training more divisions.
Also, what's very important is that the Axis player has 9 factories on fighters, and the enemy has just 18. I know he gets a minus 10% production advantage here, but it's still
That's not
it's
enough.
double the amount of
He
factories.
has double, yeah.
Yeah. And then the question
more
is,
close.
what is he gonna do with his Cass if he doesn't have enough fighters?
Yeah, if you lose the air war, your cast is not going to be that useful.
And especially with the time pressure now with these 3 VPs gone, it's 164 days.
Seagull's
I'm
just
just-
content on sitting on the 3 VPs and just holding them for now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. I mean, I don't know how hard it is to push across this river on the whole front. But the thing is, if he would actually push across the river, we could probably take the airfields that are remaining in the air, like, in the air zone.
And you see
and then
Seagull
we-
just spawned in 7 more units. He could push the south with these guys if he were to go there. The Axis has no response.
But the defense is also insane on the allied unit here.
Yeah.
I
And
saw
you see the losses
1,300
are
in the
double.
battle.
Look at the losses. The Axis lost double because of the defense of the allied units.
Yeah.
So in the battle, the allies don't get crit, while the Axis get crits, which basically they take more damage.
So he also put down his air now to train them.
Yeah, so it's basically no one is contesting air. It's just
Okay, it kind of looks like Stagel has the advantage here.
oh, you see the allies put up his air actually with Cass, so he could push now.
I mean, the Axis, yeah.
Yeah, the Axis, sorry. And he is pushing with Cass.
Okay, I didn't understand why he pushed that forest tower.
Yeah, he's going for Frankfurt now. But you
Yeah.
see the allied divisions with 1k defense. It's gonna be really hard to push.
And he has reinforcement issues. And now the air is contested, and we can see that the Axis player has more air.
Let's see the trades. The allies does look to trade a little bit better.
It's too early to say, it's like 2 versus 2.
Yeah. On this day.
There we go. Somebody wondering if it looks like this.
Yeah.
We had Fog of War on. Which we don't need as casters.
Yeah, not useful as a caster for sure.
Okay, he has nearly full coverage, but I guess he cannot go on higher because he doesn't have command power and he needs it for last end. I didn't even notice that he last ended that much. Because the Axis player is sitting on 150 command power, now he spent 20 on this, on the ground cruise.
And they're both trading in the air.
Why is it flickering so much? Is it because of the rain and no detection? Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Like you see this air detection here, it's heavily affected by the weather.
And this is gonna be an air war.
Yeah.
And the allies are not producing Cass, it's only the Axis that is producing Cass.
Well, at least, I mean, okay, now he went actually up to 15 planes, and you see the issue is that he doesn't have victory points. He doesn't have enough aluminium.
He doesn't have resources. That's
Yeah.
tough. Yeah.
Because now the allied player should be, okay, he's still going up on planes. I don't know if 28 is actually target
what
he
you
will
could
reach.
what you
Yeah.
could do is that you could go to the fighter design, and there is the minus aluminium, the non-strategic material usage. It gives you -2 aluminium, but it kills your air defense a little bit. But this is what you could do to produce cheaper.
Yeah,
fighters.
are you talking about the policies? And we
No,
have
the
a
fighter
naval battle
design.
going on.
Also the policies. But a naval battle looks like the Axis is winning, which it should. It's
I mean,
Italian
he
versus
he
Chinese.
really needs the victories here.
Yes.
So what can he do if he actually wins the navy? I mean, he could threaten him with naval invasions, I guess.
Yes, he could.
I mean, the shore bombardment will probably not help him that much in Amsterdam because it's not.
He's
connected
caught
to the
again,
ocean.
and yeah, everything is just sinking.
Yeah.
The battleship is strong. Pride of the fleet. That's war. That's less war support. That could
Actually, I didn't
affect-
notice. If you look at the allied player, he is sitting on 59% stability and 47% war support.
Well, the
Not
Axis is
critical.
81.
But if you look at the factor output, he gets 3.7% output, and the Axis player should be pretty much high. Yeah, he's like 10% higher on the factory output from stability, which he really needs since he needs to build the planes.
These assaults from the Axis into Frankfurt is just making him lose a lot of men, because these battles are he's attacking into a city.
He needs to take it though.
Yeah.
And he also decided to go even higher on Cass now. Now he's 9 on cats and 15 on fighters. Which yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. Because now he gets minus 40% lack of resources on his
On the fighter
production.
line,
Yeah.
yeah.
So basically, I mean, nearly half of them are now not producing anything, basically.
You know that's terrible because if he loses the air war, his cast won't fly.
Yeah.
If it stays like that, he's gonna lose the air war. Because they're trading evenly. They both like have similar design, so they're trading
Yeah.
evenly. It's just a numbers game now. And it looks like the Axe is going to lose it.
And the
Another
LS player
assault on
is pulling
Frankfurt.
higher numbers, yeah. Like, he's really lacking breakthrough here. Or just stats in general.
Yep. I would say just wait, maybe build up your strength, build up your fighters, and then try and assault. But these continuous assaults are just gonna kill your infantry equipment and...
Yeah. I mean, he has quite some stuff in stockpile, but like the air is the biggest issue here. Like having minus 40% on your production line. Yeah.
And you see, the Axis is not training anything more. That's his army. While you see Seagull is training 9 units, with 4 of them being rangers.
So the Axis player is building 1.5 fighters a day, and the Allied player is building 3.3.
Okay, an attack north of Köln, but the Allies' defense is so good.
I think it's mostly the air that is the issue here.
Yeah.
And I mean, in general, China has very good divisions to defend. Usually it is, you go in, then you start defending, but you're not really good at attacking. And then you're basically playing, yeah, a defense game.
Yeah, playing defense, which he is actually. He has 3 VPs. Another assault on Frankfurt. Into 1,000 defense units.
Yeah, but I mean, he has a lot of reinforcements, but the issue is he doesn't reinforce.
Yeah, and you see these Frankfurt battles,
He needs
the
to
Axis
cycle.
lost 5,000 per assault. Like it's
What
really
you do
costly.
then is basically, what I would do is...
Another one.
You always take the combat with, and then you attack, and you attack again. Like you have to cycle
Yes.
your units. Or you get more reinforce rate.
It's actually looking good. This battle is actually looking better. He has full planning.
Yeah. But there's still a last stand possibility.
Force attack from the
I think
Allies.
we just saw it, yeah. Because now he pressed force attack, and I don't know where we can see it, their commander skill, plus 28% from the force attack. Actually, no, that's not all of it, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure force attack is one of the is in the commander skill, but it should be like 20% that you get positive stats from force attack. Yeah, this offense 20%.
Alright, Seagull pushed him out of the forest, but he's just gonna retake it. And
The air war.
you know, not having the VPs, not having any VPs, just killing his aluminium and that's gonna
Yeah.
lead him to lose the air war.
I mean, you would have had 40% more fighter production here.
Yes. With Italy having cheaper air, that could be really useful.
But he's also going for Rangers now. I mean, Rangers 2. Does he already have some Rangers in the field? He does not, but he has a template for it. I mean,
The Allies
probably the
have
spawn
actually.
template.
The Allies have 4 ranges. Oh, Frankfurt fell.
Oh! How did I miss that one? I was literally looking at it.
I think that was a reinforcement.
And okay, actually, he's not stopping. He's trying to cut them off, but that didn't
He's
work.
trying to cut off,
Yeah.
but Seagull retreats.
Okay, but now he has yeah, now he has resources again.
Oh, Stuttgart is open.
Stuttgart? Me trying to find
Yeah.
Stuttgart? Ah, there we go.
By the way, the Axis is still losing points, and he only has 190 points.
But now you see, like before, this was his total time from the start, and now he still has 120 days left.
Yeah.
In the
Seagull
end,
is doing the cavalry. Oh, 4 divisions circled by the Axis,
oh,
and he hit them. They're gonna die. Last stand. And they
I mean, I
might
don't
be
need to mention
freed.
that this is not very good, but yeah, I think he can actually free them. You can
Cavalry
probably
Snake,
see-
by the way, by the Allies. He took Leipzig, and he's going into Berlin. Berlin is it empty? Yes, it is.
Oh.
But
I mean,
one
he has
division-
he responded with that unit. That unit wasn't there before.
Yeah.
I think it was sitting on Hamburg.
Yeah.
So he might
But
actually be able
he
to.
did take
Yeah.
Dresden. Dresden is a lot of factories, and that
Yeah.
refreshes the efficiency.
I'm not sure about the snake that the Axis player is doing here in next to Stuttgart.
Yeah,
Because
next
there's
to
only
Stuttgart.
one unit to gain.
Gets
and
encircled.
way more to lose. and he needs to pin on Berlin because he's going to lose
The
his capital,
Allies-
and the capital
The
is
allies took Berlin.
it is like 17 mills and 2 civs. And the worst part about this is when you lose factories. Actually, no, we're looking at the other player.
It
Is that
refreshes the efficiency.
it takes the factories. It doesn't refresh that much, but the issue is it takes the factories from the bottom, and then when you gain them again, it puts them at the top. Like it fills them from the top. So basically, his gun line will be
he has
filled,
0.
but his fighter line will not be filled.
0 on fighters, yeah.
Okay, I think he just lost a division here in the south.
Yeah, the south, they're kind of encircling each other. The Axis lost 1 division.
And now he's going back to Frankfurt because the allied
Yeah.
player tried to just take it in a sneaky way.
Assaulted, yeah. The
Okay,
Axis
the
did
snake-
retake Berlin.
The snake is dealt with, and now he has like 100 days. Oh, fuel! I didn't notice that. The Axis player is out of fuel, and that's why the air is flickering like this.
Yeah. The
So his
Navy
daily
is
consumption
drinking
is
it.
2.6. He needs to put down the navy.
Yes.
And but the issue is when you have so much to do, you have to micro everywhere, you have to do your research, you have to do your focus at the same time, and then you don't
Build the
notice something
snake.
like this. Yeah.
1 division is killed in the south for the Axis.
Like the
Yeah.
amount of APM required, and that you basically have to see everything. It's always easy from a caster's perspective to see the mistakes, but you don't see what they are doing like all the time in the background.
The Allies have 45 divisions, while the Axis has 33. So the Allies have a 12 division advantage.
Yeah. But I honestly advise him to just save his units in the south, and then try to retreat and go for the other victory points like Cologne.
Yeah, Cologne now has 4 divisions.
But he
And the
really
snake-
needs to notice the fuel, because one of the bad things with fuel is that your fighters will trade worse. Like
Yeah,
you see
your
this
your fighters-
modify your lack of fuel 62%. You just get less stats in the air battle.
Yeah, fighters without fuel is not the best.
It's like if there would be.
But he is trading
going
better
slower.
though, Leonard.
No,
Look,
he,
he's trading
he actually
good.
crossed in Cologne in Dortmund, which is bad because there's a supply hub and he really needs a supply hub.
Yeah, he's gonna get pushed back though. But Leonard,
Yeah.
the Axis is trading better.
Why?
I don't know. But
Did
he's
he get
trading
an
like
ace?
1
Oh,
to 4.
he got an ace. Okay, there we go. He has another ace and it's unassigned. If he would
The
put another
aces.
ace, he would get another 10%
Dude,
agility.
he's
6%
slaughtering
air
the
attack.
allies in the air. He's winning the air war, dude.
So the reason is why he gets aces here more. I mean, you obviously have a normal chance to gain it, but he also gets 50% ace generation chance. And that is probably, I mean, he got a bit unlucky that his ace, basically the air wing that, he has an ace on, got another ace. Okay, he assigned it. Okay, I would have never, like, if I would be playing this, I would have never looked at this.
Yeah. He also got his spawn in Montigny's, which he could use in the south or convert into ranges.
So the equations for how like the air tech and airspeed plays in, it's a bit more tricky. You cannot say it directly, but 6% air tech means you cause 6% more damage, like more losses to the enemy. So he has at least 6% advantage, unless the other player also got lucky with the air wings. I mean, he got 1 ace, but the ace is not that good. You see, it only gives 3%.
There's
It
an
only
assault on
gives, like half the
Stockholm
stats.
from the Axis.
Yeah. Currently,
Looks
it's
like
still
it's
looking
fair.
like he's winning, but he can probably cycle it. No, he decided not to. He needs more units, and he
Only
still hasn't
100 points left for the Axis. He is on time.
64 days.
Yeah, 64 days. While the Axis really needs to put down the navy though.
And now he is actually conserving his planes. He put them down. He has 400 planes, like 400
He's
fighters.
training them.
And the
He needs to
Axis
realize
player
the
has...
fuel. The fuel
Yeah,
is
the
0.
fuel is the biggest issue.
You see the Allies actually going back into the Rhine. He gave up on the south and did the defensive line in the south.
Like if you would just put down the navy, you can see that the navy consumes
He would win air.
2.3 thousand. Yeah, and you see it doesn't receive any fuel right now. Actually, it's the army that doesn't receive any fuel. I mean, because it doesn't need fuel. Anyways, now
Attack
he's
to
okay.
Utrecht.
He decided Cologne is not worth it. Let's try Utrecht, but that didn't go well.
He
I mean-
he has a notification top out of fuel.
Yeah, but you have like 15 notifications.
Yeah, he has a lot of them. He needs to notice. Only how many days? 50 days, 52 days left. Okay, he.
Oh, he put down
found
the Navy? Oh, actually, I think it was just moving to another zone because he's patrolling both. Now it's down. Now it's down. Okay.
Nice. Now he's actually gaining fuel.
So I'm
And
wondering
he put up his air.
because he's down like 100 fighters in comparison to the Axis player. But he has Kes
The
up.
Axis needs to click more ground crews. That gives him more efficiency.
He's trading so much better. Like it's 200 fighters versus
Yeah,
260
imagine if he
fighters.
clicked more ground crews.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean,
free efficiency.
he couldn't afford it before because of how's it called? Force attack
Command.
reasons. Like you need
Yeah.
command power for this.
But he has now.
Okay, I think this is like a distraction maneuver in Cologne. Which
Yeah.
also, if you have like 100 Kes, which is kind of enough to fill one battle, I guess.
But not two.
Two? You sure?
Not two.
Yeah, okay. I
No.
see like 100 Kes in the battle, so it's all going into one battle. So if you start multiple battles, the Kes will like be diverted to that battle as
Depleted.
well. Yeah. Like so, basically, you can negate the Kes advantage a bit by just forcing it into battles that don't really matter.
And this is game knowledge from Siegel, that he knows that the cast is like separated across all the battles, you know?
Yeah.
So he starts multiple battles to spread the cast. And he's pushing out of Köln.
I mean, he's probably looking at the timer and he knows 30 days. I just need to, hold these victory points for 30 days. And one way to ensure is to just put pressure on the enemy, put him a bit away from the front lines. Like, for example, you see in Cologne, by taking this tile here, and he actually put four tank divisions, but I don't think they're
Yeah.
real tank division.
They're
it's
ranger
rangers with
tanks.
Okay, now I see the plan here.
They're
They
really
don't
good.
have much armor, but I mean 19 armor, which the enemy should be piercing because he has like 24 piercing or something.
Yes, yeah.
Still,
He's
you
attacking
get a lot of
into Essen.
stats. He actually cannot fully pierce them. He gets a 65% damage
That's really good.
reduction. I mean, he receives 65% damage. And now if he actually takes Essen, like the Cologne victory point is even further away. And now it's just 24 days.
Yeah, only 23 days now for the access to get a VP.
Even though now he's winning both the air war, I mean, he's winning the air war and the fuel, is what I wanted to say. The CAS is still working, but you see a lot of disruption here because the enemy still has 430 fighters in comparison to his 300 fighters.
The access attack into Köln. It's a green bubble
And
for
it's
now.
Green Bubble Gaming. But it's the multiple combat,
Yeah,
and
he stops.
now he has to select a few divisions and continue to attack. He needs to get these tanks away. It's still a long shot because when he tries to push from Essen, he can be pinned by these 7 allied divisions. And they can hold him up
It
for a
looks
long
like
time.
like it's pulling away, and Axis.
Yeah.
I mean, the Seagull is gonna get game 1.
He has 14 days left, 13 days left now, and now he's trying everywhere. Better give it a try, I guess, than not trying.
Yeah.
Or not.
10 days left. The air is just gonna be yellow.
Yeah.
Does not have
it's
enough time
a bit
to
sad
take
because, in my opinion, it was probably a bit decided here by these 2 blunders. With one of the fuel, it's something that just happens when you put your navy up at the beginning to be safe against naval invasions, and you don't really have time to look at every single of the 50 stats you have. Yeah. I think if you look at the air map mode and see the air flickering from red to green all the time, it's usually fuel.
Yep.
And then the other thing that didn't go as planned probably for him is that he had 0 victory points at the beginning, which
didn't have as much
really
time.
impacted it really impacted his air production because he was sitting on minus 40% lack of resources on his 20 factory line, which means that 8 mills are effectively doing
And
nothing.
GG.
And there we go.
First game goes to Seagull.
Yes. We're doing a best of 3, so both players can still lose and win.
Yes, but a beautiful game from Seagull. He goes up 1-0. He starts having the 3 VPs, and then he loses Frankfurt. He still has 2 VPs and just bleeds the Axis.
I mean, I think it's a very common play on this map. I mean,
Yes, especially using the China faction.
yeah. I mean, it's just so strong when it comes down to defense, and
Yeah.
I think since the enemy was already struggling with air, and he decided to do not build any CAS, to just build fighters to basically stop the enemy air. I think he did it in a very beautiful way.
Yeah.
So,
we'll play to Seagull.
I guess we can get the players up and ask them a bit. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
That
Exciting
was an
game.
interesting first game, yeah.
Yeah.
So, to the Axis player, actually his name is Player. Would you say, from the caster's perspective, it looked like the air was the biggest issue? We noticed that you had your navy up, and that you probably were lacking a bit of fuel, but I guess you didn't notice it until very close to the end. Okay, I'm not sure if he's currently here. Okay.
Good input for.
Then we
Okay.
ask Segel. We ask Segel instead.
Seagull.
I think
So-
you did this in a very beautiful way here with China pick and basically taking the stuff in the early game, especially with the division speed advisor. I was actually surprised by this, that you invested so much BP into this, but you got the victory points first, and then you basically played the defense game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what what they say about the person that takes the VPs first, right? Like they always win. So I took the VPs first, entrenched.
They
and,
don't
then-
always win, Seagull. We saw that yesterday.
Okay.
But we'll play to you. You want?
I'm not taking any feedback right now. I'm not asking for any comments. Okay?
Yeah, we'll play to you.
Okay.
Now play. Yes, Midra.
Yes, I was going to say, so we have the map open, so casters also please connect. And also, hello, player, it is your map pick. What map would you like?
Sonnenbloom.
Sonnenbloom. Okay, and what faction would you like, Segel?
I would like to have allies. By the way, I noticed this yesterday as well. Like you guys are not following your own rules, because like he lost the game. Like he shouldn't be asked for a map pick. Like he should be asked like whether he wants map or faction pick.
Oh,
for the rules. Like,
in
he
the
can choose
rule-
what he wants.
In the rules, it says map.
Source? I don't think that's true. I mean, well, whatever. I'm fine with it. I'll go allies. Good luck.
Okay. No problem. Just wait now for Mohammed to connect, and we will get in for the band.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
Nice. Wish me luck.
Alright. So the bands carry over, guys. It's Luftwaffe and US 12.
Yeah. Whoa, combined?
Oh, sorry. No, last game it was not Luftwaffe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It
click on
was
reset,
not
click
Finland
reset.
group.
So
Sorry,
yeah,
reset.
both press the reset button and then it will
Yeah,
reset.
it was not Finland group.
Reset.
Getting sabotaged
My
by the
bad.
caster.
One
You're
of
playing,
these
you gotta
will-
click reset.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, players, please start with the original bands.
Yes. And
Oh.
okay, that's good, guys.
Nice.
Okay, I actually didn't see the bands again. You guys are
Yeah,
pressing the
so
buttons too
Please,
fast.
please
Yeah,
wait
they-
for
they
us
do
to
it too
call the
fast.
bands. Thank you.
Oops,
Okay.
my bad.
Anyway, good luck with your next 5 minutes. There's 5 minutes. Start now.
Okay, they do the bands really fast.
So,
so-
so I know US Army is banned.
It's
and the
Combined
other one?
Operations HQ, US 12th
And-
Army. It was. You can see
Imperial
if you
Japanese Navy.
Imperial Japanese
Yeah,
Navy
I'm-
and North Finland group. You can check
And
on
North
the.
Finland group,
I,
yeah.
I was checking in the focus tree which one was good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have a good casting. Over to you both.
Okay, so Imperial Japanese Navy is a classic ban for this map. It's
Yeah.
the strongest path on the axis, gives you carriers and the Yamato battleship, which screens the carriers. So it gives you a really strong navy. The
I
strongest
think
that the
it's
axis
the
can get.
strongest navy, right?
Yes, on the axis side.
I mean, besides the US Marine Corps, I think it's even stronger.
yeah, it's kind of close. It's kind of close with the US Marine
Which
Corps.
US Marine Corps is not banned. So I would not be
That's not.
surprised if I see that one.
Yes, from
The
the
Combined
Allies.
Operations Headquarter ban is probably because of the paratroopers, right?
Yeah, because
Because
it gives special forces attack.
because this map is the navy, the naval gameplay or like the island gameplay is just as important as the land gameplay. We have 2 victory points on the islands. It's Crete and Malta. And we have 3 victory points on land, which is Benghazi, Vadan, and Gabes. Usually, how it plays out, since their starting positions, it is that Axis gets Gabes and Allies gets Benghazi first. Sometimes we see some naval invasions that makes it possible that the Axis player, for example, goes into Benghazi right away and basically tries to spawn block the Allied player. When it comes to the islands, it is, I mean, it's usually both players will attempt a naval invasion, but sometimes if you put up navy, you, for example, can basically stop the naval invasion from happening. And then it kind of depends on who gets supremacy first or who has paratroopers. Because what you can do is you can parrot up to Malta, right away, or do you need to parrot up for some
You
of the
need to go into
airfields in Tunisia
Algeria and
first?
then Malta.
Okay. And then for Malta, you can parrot up Crete, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, from Malta you can go into Crete or you go to Eligela. We saw people going from Malta to Eligela as well.
Yeah, and these plays require a lot of you
APM.
have to be very fast because basically
yeah.
you have to parrot up, then move the transfer planes, create a new order, execute the order, and then do that again. And at the same time, you still have to move your normal army around.
Okay, so if we were to look at the Allies' perspective, we were to tag into the Allies, we see that he's not converting mills, he's actually building. That means he will have enough civilian factories to actually build railways. That's from the Allies' perspective. And if we were to go to attack the Axis, it does look like it's a motorized build, which has not been banned. It's the Italian Armata del Po, which we have seen before on this map.
Yep.
It basically just rushes the Allies player and kills him.
Which I really like.
Yeah, it's a new
Like the
style
motorized
to
one.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely ignore the navy, completely just go for the motorized and go for the
Because
kill.
you go around with 12 kilometers an hour units, and the enemy is going around with 4 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and if you have the division advisor plus 20, you go even faster.
Yeah.
And you stack the modifiers, and then you have a motorized going on desert with 14 kilometers, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, it doesn't exactly mean that you're like 3 times as fast, because you still run out of, like, whenever you move into a tile, you lose some orc, so you cannot just go, like, you will probably not go all the way to Vardan, like, that fast, right? But you still get a huge advantage there. And when you later on fight,
Yeah.
and you're about to get encircled, guess what? The motorized divisions is out so much faster than the normal infantry. And you 1 second of not looking, and you're encircled with your normal infantry. But
And
it comes down at the very important thing. It is expensive. The motorized cost a lot.
Yes, it is.
So you have less army. And also, if you run out of fuel, if you run out of low supply, your units become, I guess they become slower than normal infantry, right? When they're out of fuel.
Yes. They move at 1 kilometer per hour, but this faction Armata del Po gives minus 40% IC for the trucks, or cost for the trucks, so it makes your trucks really cheaper. And your fighters, if you're gonna do an air build.
So player on the Axis already ready, so now we are waiting for Segel to either write it, or if the 5-minute timer runs out, we can just start.
Usually players finish before the 5 minutes. Yeah.
I was a bit confused because the Allied player has 3 factories currently used, but it's because of the agency.
Yes.
Which means that the Allied Axis player is not forming an agency.
He does it later. Player always does it later.
Ah, okay. Well,
I don't know
what
what's
is
the
the thought
thinking.
behind that one?
I don't know.
Is it sufficient to do it later?
I guess, but it
Because-
gives you build the first mill faster.
Yeah, I mean, I get that one, but how much faster? So it's 44 days for him now, and I have to be fast because the time is moving. And I'm I'm the opposite of fast right now. It's 125 days. So
Took you some time then.
so basically, by the time the Allied players finished the agency, he has already in the mill plus
Yes.
15 days.
And you see, the Axis is basically I'm almost sure that it's Armata del Po, because if you look at his production, it's very simple. Just guns and motorized. Nothing else. No air research so far, it's just gonna be...
I mean, there's no way the Axis player the Allied player can currently see it. Because
Yes, no.
even if he basically has enough intel, he will still see that all the mills are on infantry equipment stuff, which is kind of normal because usually you will build something like
Yeah.
trains and guns and maybe some support artillery or something.
It would be bad if he only realizes when war starts. That would be really bad, because then it's too late, you know. If you realize only when the war starts and the motorized are rushing in, that's not enough time to react.
And Segel seems really to favor the anti-air. Like he always puts 1 mil on anti-air.
He
He's
always
done that
does
in
it.
every single game.
Always does it.
While, I mean, I would say it's more diverse for the other players. They don't really all do that, so it's not something that you would call a meta. But for Segel,
Yeah.
it seems to be.
Well, Siegel is doing a dockyard focus, which if he knew that it's a motorized build, he would not do that.
Yeah.
But
I'm
he
not
has
sure
no means
because-
of knowing so far.
Because the motorized like army of the I mean, we hope it's army of the poor, right?
Yeah.
At least that's what we expect. He gets still a decent fleet, right? He gets
Yeah, he gets the breakout
battleships,
fleet. Yeah.
and I think the starting Italian fleet already has 1 battleship.
So it does have a decent fleet.
So what faction would you say is a good counter for this build?
Armata del Po, I would say
Yeah.
US 12th, but it's already banned.
Yeah.
Just a good army, yeah. Commonwealth is good actually.
Commonwealth.
I'll say Commonwealth 8th army is good.
Yeah. You get some fighter spawners, which are very good, I guess. I don't think you get. You don't get Marines, right? But you get Rangers, which you can easily convert.
Yeah, what's good is the spawners that you get, because you need these stats to stop the motorized.
I don't think you need the Toad anti-tank for this, right? Because
No,
I don't
you
have
don't,
any
no.
armor. But yeah, having this, the mod
You know,
of
actually,
get-
a good counter to the motorized probably would be Communist China or a Chinese faction.
and we already have the Italian
Also-
army lock-in.
And US. Oh, he cancelled. Oh, so Siegel wanted to go US 12, but he did more Navy. He did more dockyards. We're probably gonna see a US Marine Corps
Ooh.
from the Allies. And the Axis, did he lock in Italy? Yes, it's gonna be Armata del Po probably.
I really hope that we don't see the other player going all in Navy, while the Axis doesn't build any Navy, and then it's just the Navy.
It's gonna be the motorized rush, baby.
Feel very lonely in the central map, while
Yeah.
he's getting rushed with the motorized. But also on this map, if you have naval dominance, since basically everything here is coastline, the allied player could just invade, cut off, and then basically you start raiding. None of the supply hubs are connected by default, so you need to build railways.
Yeah, and it takes time. A lot of time.
First of all, it takes time, and still, for example, let's say you would invade Gabes. You need to take 2 tiles, and the whole Axis army, if he like rushes in with the motorized, would be cut off. And there's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 40 tiles of opportunity.
But I think with the motorized build, everything just goes fast, super fast.
Yeah.
Like you probably don't have time. To
Which
do that.
means if you actually get invaded, you can see the invasion notification. Maybe you also have some submarines to delay them a bit. Or
Yeah,
your
a submarine would be
Navy.
good with
And then
Armata
your
del Po.
motorized is already waiting on the beaches.
And just click that infantry out. Though it's not confirmed, I'm probably yeah, Armata del Po. I was almost certain. Armata del Po.
And now it's US forces again. Okay, so since 12 army is banned, it's US Marine Corps. Which are also kind of strong in the early game, no? Because you get some spawners.
Spawners. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good. Well, the amphibious is, but I'm pretty sure the amphibious tank is gonna go into Crete or somewhere. It's not gonna be
Yeah.
on land facing the motorized, and
Yeah.
that makes me concerned for Siegel.
I mean, I'm not sure if you should use that amphibious division at the beginning. Because at the beginning, obviously, the islands are empty. And he has the advantage, like if you look at the distance it takes from Axis to Crete, and in comparison to from allies, like he will be faster anyways. So the only thing that can happen is that he gets raided and loses in amphibious tanks to, for example, submarines.
To submarines, yeah.
So I would just go with normal infantry and
But
then maybe
honestly,
reinforce it later.
Like Siegel should expect this. Player even said it in game 1 that he's gonna do Armata del Po. He was trolling, but he said it.
No.
And in this map, Armata del Po is really popular, and Siegel knows that it's not banned.
I mean, to be fair, he said it in the game on Across the Rhine.
Yeah, last game.
Yeah. The mind games.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, but-
Siegel went all dockyard focuses. He did the 3 of them. which is he'll probably be uncontested in the Navy anyway.
I find it interesting that, like, how they have so different builds, right? Like, Siegel always goes for the air experience advisor first, like, so he can design his planes a bit earlier. And the Axis player, like your player,
Doesn't, yeah.
I find it difficult because I always say Axis player and then his name is also player. Yeah.
Yeah, player 199.
He waits for the faction focus, which gives you air XP, army XP, and navy XP, which you can design basically everything you want. But you have to wait until you do this focus. And now he decides to go for fast corps first. I mean, he wants to have an army out but motorized. Can we already see his template? Yeah, we can. It's 36 worth of just motorized with
Oh
one
my
support
god,
battalion.
36 with.
Yeah. And look at these,
That's-
they have 12 kilometers of speed. They have decent soft attack. And if you compare that to the Axis, I forgot to look at the cost, which is
Expensive.
one of the most important ones. Be blind, yeah, 2,300 per division. And I don't know if Segel has a division that is that big. I mean, it's not 36, but it's 30 with. And we can see the cost is like half. So yeah, it should still be around half for the whole division. And he has anti-air, and they're not even cheap, right? They have engineer companies and anti-air.
Yeah, but the Axis divisions are gonna get cheaper with the next focus that he's gonna do, Alpha Romeo. So it makes his trucks 40% cheaper. That's gonna lower the IC by a lot.
One thing we have to actually look at is, does the Axis player build trains? Because motorized needs a lot more supply.
Sure, and he does not have
If
a
I'm
mill
not-
of
if
trains.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Supply use 1.3 in comparison to Segel's units. It's and with the game paused.
Are the game paused?
Yes.
Why?
I hope we
By
figure it
player.
out. So okay, supply usage is not that different, I guess, because of the amount of support companies he has here.
Yeah, but Siegel is also, you know, I don't know if he knows about the. Yeah, he should know. Look, if you were to hover from the Allied perspective into the Axis, the fast call,
Yeah.
he should see it. He should know that it's motorized. Play a
Yeah.
pause the game.
So basically, we have the reason for the pause now. We see 2 screenshots. I think it's something about factories being spawned in, and he is not happy with the amount of spawn in. Maybe there's like a bug or something. We have to investigate. So it says that he gets 8 mills in Spanish Africa, which should be here. And he has 7 of them he has 7 of them built. So one of the issues could be that he queued up too many factories, and basically he had all the construction slots filled. I don't think though it's an actual issue,
Yeah, because it adds building slots.
because I'm
But
pretty
they
sure if you
came
don't
though.
have if you don't have building slots there, we'll just add them somewhere else. So since both players just built mills the entire time, maybe we can just compare. So he has 25 factories right now.
While Siegel has 28. Siegel has 3 more.
Just 3 more. Did they do the same amount of focuses? I think they both did.
Yep.
Maybe we can get some information from the studio what we should do in this case. Because in my opinion, it's either the issue doesn't exist at all, or it's a skill issue because he queued up too many factories in the state. Not sure if yeah.
Hello, I will be audible now to the audience. Yes, Leonard, would you mind going and confirming, as you are a modder and also have a better understanding of the game, plus I can't leave this room, would you mind going and explaining to player what's occurred there?
I cannot see him on the Discord though.
Oh, you can't see
Let's see.
player one's
No.
room? Okay, I'll throw you up there. There you go.
Well,
Hello, Mohammed.
hello.
So,
That's
yeah.
strange.
It seems like a small technical issue. It's a valid pause from our player with this technical issue, but like Leonard says, it does seem to be more of a quirk of the mod issue interacting with player knowledge rather than anything else. It seems like there was already too much industry there. perhaps.
Yeah, and he's building in that state as well.
Yeah. So it's down to the build slots. I'm from what I can understand. Again, minute details like this. This is actually more Leonard's wheelhouse, so that's why Leonard's going to go
Yeah.
deal with it. But yeah, how do you feel about these two builds? I mean, we saw Army of the Poe the other day, and it's absolute success. How do you feel like Segel's going to counter it? Because as far as I'm aware as well, Army of the Poe went against USMC in the previous matchup. So, and it won. I mean, it was tight. It was a close game. It came down to the absolute final moments. But yeah, give me your assessment, Mo.
I don't know if Siegel is aware of the Armata del Po or when he became aware, because he's not really changing the build that much. He does have a good amount of infantry, but as we see, Armata del Po is dangerous and it goes really fast. Like, you can't just react. You can't. Oh, now he's doing motorized when the war starts. That's kind of late. But it's a very dangerous path. He could just rush you down.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that extreme amount of speed, it's very hard to break against an Army of the Poe. But at the same time, it's quite a high risk, high reward faction.
Yeah,
because one, your troops are costing more, and two, if you run out of fuel, you can get encircled as well.
It's kind of the path that you either just win or lose. Like, you kind of know it very fast. Like in the first 2 months, you either just overrun him or you just slowly lose. But yeah, you see the allies are doing US Marine Corps, a very heavily naval path, so he probably gets Crete and Malta, while Armata del Po tries to Russian land. As we try to see the issue with the Axis factories.
Hey,
Welcome back, Leonard.
so I didn't really learn anything new.
Okay.
So basically, he thinks he should have 3 more mills right now than he currently has, which makes sense because they both did the same production. And it's possible that because he queued too many factories in the state, that he didn't get all the focus factories.
So, how long ago did this industry line complete? Do we know?
Like 1 to 2 months, I think. 2 months.
So what he suggested is that save game and we just give him 3 factories.
Okay. Would you be able to take a save and then host that then? Because
No.
I can't. I don't know how to add factories, my dude. Like, that's-
I'm missing a cosmetic DLC and I cannot do this.
Which DLC are you missing?
It's faster when you do it.
okay, I mean, I can make the save. I don't know how to make the edit.
I can guide you through. It's faster than if I, try to get the
Okay,
DLC now.
so everybody watching, we are going to throw to an ad break here with a technical pause as we get this sorted. And we will be back shortly.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight. Because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?
Hello everybody, welcome back to the broadcast. We've just got the rehost sorted and we'll be jumping back into the game shortly. So please, I will now return you to our wonderful duo, Mohammed and Leonard, for the rest of this match.
Oh, what's
Okay.
up, guys?
We fixed the technical issues, and now it's just 2 more months until war.
Yeah, a month
Yeah.
and a half only.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to see how they react now.
Yeah.
They had a small breather at least, that's a good thing.
Yeah, so the issue was that the mills did not spawn in from the factory, from the military focus that he did. So we just gave him the mills that he should have had from the focus.
Yep. So now it should be balanced and fair again.
Yes.
And if you go 3 speed, we can actually unpause.
I don't think that's the issue that they were talking about. It's still like it should be done December.
Actually, we do 3 speed in December. You're right.
Yeah, December, no now.
Yeah.
It's a bit early. And this map is very time intensive. Like you gotta do the invasions, you gotta do
Yes.
paratroopers, you gotta fix your army, etc.
Okay, currently the Axis player has 12 motorized divisions, and he's still lacking 6,000 trucks, which takes him 300 days to complete. But now he did the focus, and now it's just 150 days, which is still way more than he has left until war.
Yeah, I don't know if he
He-
tried
He's,
this
he's doing
before.
more. Actually, he got more focuses to do, right? So he gets one more focus that gives him 1,000 trucks, and another one below
It
that
gives him
another
spawn-ins,
round about
Leonard.
1,000
It
trucks.
gives him spawn-ins.
Yeah, but
not
he can
actual-
delete them. He can delete them, and then he would basically half his deficit, and then he has like a 60-day deficit. What concerns me is that if these units are under-equipped, they will
Slower.
move very slow.
Hmm?
I mean, I'm not sure, currently not sure if I see the correct number because he's also training. I think I see the correct number. This is the most equipped unit, and it has 6.5 kilometers because of lack of equipment. And the lowest one is sitting at 4, which is the normal infantry speed, which you
Okay,
get
it's
when your
3
motorized
speed,
doesn't have
it's in
supply.
December.
Yeah. So we
And
only
more-
see one naval invasion.
Apologies.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's training his navy though. So one battleship and 3 light cruisers is what he has. He can still go for the breakout fleet, which gives him 3 more battleships.
And yeah. And
But-
two
but-
little
yeah.
raiders. Look what it gives.
But you see how he's only building convoys? I guess he just wants to have some convoys at the beginning, so if he gets raided, he doesn't lose supply immediately. He has... Okay, now he's doing the agency, right?
Yeah.
Because I was wondering why he only has 3 civs left.
Okay.
It will take him quite some time to build the railways with 3 civs though. Or 8.
Yeah, unless he does a
Yeah.
civ focus, he's not gonna.
That is true. He still can do safe focus. I think both players can do it, and then they get 4 civs. Yeah, they can get way more civs. But usually, what happens if once you unlock the faction focus tree, you try to go to progress in there as well, because you get all the stats, you get a lot of spawn and equipment here, and you really want it early on. And now we can see that the allied player is going for these air zones, and you can see in comparison he has this navy split up, and I think both of his task forces are still stronger than the entire Italian navy.
Yeah, because the Axis player did not do the breakout fleet, which is most of the fleet. And his fleet is still training 7 days into war. He needs to stop that.
And he's kind of attritioning on the front line here. It's not the biggest issue because the moment you take Tobruk, you have supply again.
The issue is that the trucks are not equipped, Leonard, still.
Well,
That's
it's
bad.
too bad. If
That's-
you build the speed and you don't have speed.
You're lacking equipment. I don't know if he test builded the build before, because you're missing 2,000 motorized. Honestly, the elite too.
I mean, they're still faster than infantry now at 6.5 kilometers. But yeah, if he would just delete 2, he would be
You would
better
have
off.
amazing. You can rush. Okay, and war started.
Okay.
You see,
Naval
the
invasion going as
Axis,
planned.
yeah, the Allies did their naval invasion to create easy. There's nothing in the navy. He could even go to Malta easily. While the Axis is rushing down with the motorized, though they are actually they're decent speed. They're 10 kilometers.
They don't have supply. So now they're like, for example, the Allied motorized is on 1 kilometer an hour.
Though he's not really rushing in. Okay, now he is. But he wasted a couple of days. He could have already been
Yeah.
in Benghazi or Eligela at least.
I think he will still get Vadaan first.
Yeah, Wadam for sure, but Eligela is where it is. If he does not
mean-
get Eligela,
The biggest issue I see for him is that he needs to build the railroad all the way to this mountain slab here on Vadaan. Sadly, I cannot ping it, but I mean, I can if I go to the Allied, but I think you already saw it. If
I
he
mean,
gets
that's
this
if he
port
gets
here now,
raided, but the Allies
good
are
thing-
not raiding.
Yeah, the good thing about ports is they give supply immediately, you see?
Yeah.
Immediate supply. But if you have a supply hub,
He
it
lost
needs to
Eligela,
activate
man.
first.
He needs
If they're-
Eligela for the supply.
Oh, is he going to cut him off? By the way?
Yeah.
Oh
he
yeah, there
cuts
we
him
go.
off.
Okay, he has
He
4 units
needs to-
attacking.
Attack it.
Oh, he actually held it. because the enemy has no supply.
Alright, now he should get Alagela, and he
Ooh,
should kill
this-
that cavalry.
This can become very dangerous for the other player.
And for the Axis if he runs out of fuel.
That is true. Currently he has no supply connected, and is basically... Where
The
does he
Motorized
get
was
the
so
supply
fast.
from?
Probably from, he has supply grace. He has
Yeah,
amazing
okay.
supply grace from the Fox tree, I think.
Yeah.
Let me check. He has army field consumption minus 50. And
Okay,
he
now he
does
got
get
the fort.
Alagela. You know, that was tight, actually. That was close.
Yeah,
he
that
was
was-
running out of fuel.
Yeah.
But now we can see the overrun.
I mean, now the allied player at least got the Benghazi port. Oh, I just saw a unit getting overrun. I'm not sure which one it was.
Yeah, he got overrun with 1 infantry in the south, and he killed the
allied player?
cav. The
Yeah,
allied,
okay,
yeah, the allied
yeah.
got overrun. And this is looking tight, man. This is looking dangerous. 5 divisions on the
The
coast.
5 divisions on the coast, and there are the motorized that can cut them off. They are moving in the next...
Alright, he
okay,
retreats.
he got it out in time.
Tobruk is empty. That's bad.
Boy, you need to start raiding.
Yeah, he needs to start raiding because all the supply, you know, the Axis supply is all coming for Eligela.
Yeah.
If he raids, then the motorized are just dead.
I mean, he started to build the railroads, but it's like with 3 civs. it takes quite some
Siegel is
time.
not raiding. If he raided with the Navy, this could change the game.
Okay, the allied player got into Tobruk, and it's a mountain town, so it should be somewhat easy to defend against the motorized. But he needs to make pressure here.
You know, if the Allied player holds this front and starts raiding, the Axis player kinda gets screwed.
Yeah. How's it going with the trains for him? I mean, currently he probably... Actually, he blocked off the naval zones. Now he started raiding. He lost the convoy and his efficiency died. So now the supply... Oh my god. Hey, look from the...
He's
Allied
out of
Axis
fuel. He's
perspective.
out of fuel
He's
on
out
so
of fuel
many...
everywhere. First motorized down.
First motorized down.
And now his motorized would probably be slower than the normal infantry.
That's because Siegel is raiding with the main Navy.
Yeah. He's finally playing his cards.
A big player from Siegel.
Yeah. So what I also find dangerous that he's like pinning from Elagelia here, which means these units will
Yeah.
be low orc. I mean, he has to get more reinforcements in because it's just 1 division and he cannot be attacked with that. But now he's making
Well, another
the pressure,
motorized got overrun.
and they're both controlling the same amount of victory points. So currently there's no progress when it comes to the points.
He could
but-
get Malta. The
Yeah, he
Allies.
could kind of get it for free because he has the navy advantage, and yeah, it's not garrisoned. There's nothing on it. No one is controlling it. And now he
Fighting
got
over
these...
the supply hub.
I mean, they already got the supply up here, but the allied player needs to connect it. Needs to build
Yeah,
a railroad.
and he
he's currently not
can,
doing
since
that.
he has a lot of civs, he could
Yeah.
easily just connect.
I mean,
it,
you can
and it
see
won't
that he has
even
like
take that much.
2% supply in these units on this tile, and he's also out of manpower.
Did the Axis block the C zone? No, he did not. But the Axis player though needs to start building the railways, which he kind of is.
Yeah.
But it's still not fully connected.
He's not going for the connection to Vadan on land. Like he's only... Okay, that's something I don't understand. I would have built the railroad basically on the border to the desert.
Okay, he start doing that. He needs though to go all the way back to like Gabez,
Yeah.
so to stop the raiding from affecting it completely.
Okay, he currently needs... I'm wondering how many trains he needs, because he has only 33 in stockpile and he doesn't
He
build
needs
any.
11 only so far, basically nothing.
I have not looked at the air war at all. So the Axis player is not building any air? And the allied
Yeah,
player?
no. The other player's building some air,
He has 4 on fighters.
but no caps.
Yeah. That's interesting. I think like in every game before, we have seen super high on air builds, like, I don't know, half the factories on air basically. And here we see the complete opposite. One side not building any air at all.
Yeah,
now he's
and this
building
map-
this...
oh, they're getting overrun. Still
Okay,
no
now-
divisions got overrun, but the front is...
Yeah, now we have the opposite situation again. Now the Axis is pushing again.
Yeah, but you see, he goes a little bit and then he runs out of fuel. He can't really
Yeah.
go crazy. Because he
Now,
does
now
not
you
have the
see, now,
railway.
now everything is going red again.
Yeah, and you're gonna see the allied player actually pushing.
Can we see how the raiding is affecting him?
The motorized that he's trying to snake with is out of fuel. It
Yeah.
does not go very fast. But it's
And
still...
still, the Axis player needs to make some pressure here again.
Which he is. Is Tobruk empty? No, it has 3 strong infantry divisions. Oh, 3
Yeah.
divisions circled for the allies. Killed.
Okay, one of them is last ended.
2 died, one of them on last hand.
He might
was
be
a-
able to make one back here if he pushes the one... Oh, he's not attacking it. Now he's attacking
That's
it again.
you know why the Axis have better supply? Because the Allies stopped raiding with the main fleet. It's on patrol now. He needs to go back and
Okay,
maybe even split the fleet.
Because he's about to invade Malta.
Yeah, but even if you're raiding, by the way, that still gives you supremacy.
Yeah. I mean, what my analysis would be that he lost this supply here. Like he already took this, but since it was not connected, he did not have any supply on these units.
Siegel needs to split the navy in two and then start raiding. That would really destroy the
Maybe he
Axis
doesn't.
convoys.
I mean, he knows that the Axis fleet still exists, and maybe he doesn't know how strong it is.
It's just one battle.
We can see it's weak, but if Italy actually goes for the focus that gives him the 3 fleets, and also he's going for the submarines.
He could actually kill. Yeah.
Yeah, like the submarines. The issue is that the allied player currently also has no railroad connection. He's completely relying on the naval routes, and the submarines they take some time to kill. So his supply might also go south if he puts out these submarines.
Mhm.
And please
Is
build
the
this
Axis
railroad.
player building the railway? Yeah, he's trying to connect it across. Yeah, he is. It's almost done. And now he has all the way connected from his capital. That's amazing.
I don't know if you saw it, but Segel on the allies here moved a lot of his units back. I know they were like super under-equipped, and he doesn't have manpower currently, but he's gaining it. Like he switched to extensive conscription, and now the Axis player is going for a move again, and his units are not there.
He's going to Tobruk. But you see, the Axis now does not even care about raiding. He has full railways all the way back to Morocco.
Yeah.
He is fine.
I'm more worried about the allied player here with the raiding.
Yeah,
Like if these submarines show up and he doesn't have any land connection, his supply could become very bad, and then the Axis might actually be able to take these mountain tides here. He has a very strong defense line, like mountain, and all these both of these. I mean, if he would cut them in 2 parts, they would still both be supplied via navy. And now he's
See the
snaking
motorized
aggressively
snaking,
into
cutting
Matru.
Tobruk.
I mean, there was no supply connection, so he should be somewhat fine.
Yeah, it should not
Still,
matter.
the amount of units.
Matra is 4 mils. If he takes Matra city, that's 4 mils, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's aware. I think he's slowly taking it.
But you need the city to
Yeah.
take the states. And then it's lost. And the Axis then has a huge factory advantage.
Mhm. He's currently just going for more infantry as focus tree, while Segel goes for the civs.
For the civs, yeah.
I mean, he is currently he has a point advantage, right? He has 3 points versus 1 point. But if he just loses one of these, I would even go so far, if he loses Tobruk, he will probably also lose Benghazi, right? So he needs to hold both of it.
And the Axis is doing an infantry focus that will actually help him guard the ports. He would guard all his ports.
Because that's
That would
one of
be-
his weak spots here. He has to spend a lot of units guarding all these ports behind because he lost. I mean, he's not winning the navy anytime soon or ever.
Yeah.
And he tried to attack the mountain, but completely bounced on it.
Yeah, this defensive line is really strong. They're all sitting on mountain tiles. Though he's pushing on the west. South
I noticed. Okay, Segel actually started building forts. Another issue he has.
But in his
he doesn't
country,
have-
not
Yeah.
Benghazi.
What?
But he's building the forts in his country.
That's funny.
That's funny, yeah.
I mean, it's obviously like it's his weak spot, probably, right?
Yeah. But
Because
also,
these mountain tides are good to defend, especially against motorized. But if he just gets snaked into his mainland, he has a big
and
issue.
die, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
now I see red bubble.
Matruh is Axis. Matruh is Axis, by the way. That's 4 mils going to the Axis. Now the Axis have 5 more mils because he took Matruh. And the Battle of Tobruk goes on, and it's actually the Axis is not doing that bad.
No, it's looking not that
Another
bright
thing that
for
the
him.
Axis can do is School of Advanced Warfare in the industry tree, and that could give him adaptable. That's really good in these mountain
Yeah.
tiles. And you see, the Axis is moving to the Axis can choose wherever he goes. If he wants to go in any front, the Allies kind of needs to hold Benghazi.
And now he's actually moving his infantry up to the front line. I think he just wants to check if it's guarded properly.
It's
imagine-
weakly guarded, by the way.
Like imagine like he moves away from Tobruk, and then he just moves all his motorized to the mainland, and then he can push there with I don't know, 20 motorized units, and when the allied player tries to counter this, he's already probably back because his motorized is just so unbelievable fast.
Okay, the cheap infantry is on the front line, and there's. This is really fun, actually. This looks like.
Yeah. Oh, he just lost an important tile next to Tobruk.
Yeah, now he can
huge.
attack Tobruk from 3
Yeah.
tiles, which he is.
Yeah. What the allied player could also do is he could use his navy for shore bombardment.
Dude, the Axis can attack El Alamein. Look at El Alamein.
The good news is he just killed 11 submarines. So there should be, if it didn't miss
Yeah,
the battle,
this-
there should be 4 submarines left, but it kind of means that he's safe when it comes to the supply routes. He just needs to, improve his defense on Tobruk.
And El Alamein looks weak. It's
He also
not
gave
the
up 2
strongest.
mountain tiles next to Benghazi, which I find interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Probably the Axis should take it.
If he notices it, because he doesn't have any units on the front line there, so he doesn't
Also,
even see it.
The Axis is green on
Actually, he sees it.
everything. He could recruit more divisions. Both can.
The supply fulfillment for the allied player is also not that great. It doesn't really affect him on the front line because there his units getting supplied by ships only, like by convoys.
Yeah.
But yeah, in his mainland it does.
the counter. If you see, the Allies are building 4 casts now, while the Axis started actually building fighters with 10 mils on it. And he did adaptable. With his adaptable general, he can actually push.
And now he assigned adaptable to the general. Oh,
Yeah,
however
and
it
now
works.
his general is much stronger.
Ah, yeah,
now.
you press a decision where you decide which general takes it.
Yeah, and he has now plus 20 penalty reduction on all terrain.
Okay, now we have the M-track. Okay, I'm wondering if he moves now the tank into Tobruk. He has a tank division that has 70% hardness. And the
And
armor is
19
not that
armor.
great, but it's mostly the hardness. And he actually decides to put it on the front line in El Alamein. I'm not too sure about that one. But if you look at the units here in El Alamein, right? They look way weaker than the mountain defense they have in Tobruk.
They're the-
I know he has
yeah, but
forts,
they're
level 3
facing
forts.
the Libyan
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's motorized, right? They can move any second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the raiding game, the Axis lost all their submarines. The raiding game is basically that they still have their main fleet, which is very small. He can do the focus and get the breakout fleet and actually use it to threaten the Allied fleet.
At least the
But
allied
for
player has
now,
now enough manpower again, and it looks like all his units are now
Yeah.
equipped, at least with the essential stuff. He's still missing some support equipment, but whatever. That's not that important in comparison to missing guns or manpower.
You know, if he decides to start pushing an Al Alamein, he probably could.
I'm just
This,
confused with the
Amtrak
with the
probably
trains.
kills everything.
He's not building any trains. He should have noticed by now. Is it just do you just give up on the trains and be like, I take the penalty? Because
No,
it's
that's
just
bad. The penalty is bad. He needs to
I mean-
put honestly 3 mils as the attack starts south of El Alamein.
yeah. He just moved the motorized there because he noticed that he cannot. I mean, probably it's not worth it to crack the crack the mountains, and if you can just
Forwards,
you know
yeah.
go for the El Alamein here.
After these forts are done, by the way, he just should start building forts into Brook first, I would say, and then Benghazi.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that the forts already got damaged by 1 level. I don't
Yeah,
know if he
this
has a
feels
fortress
like the
buster.
Africa
If he has a,
campaign.
does he have a fortress buster?
No, he does not still. He
This
can
one
do
doesn't.
that. The School of Siege Warfare.
Oh, yeah, true.
And the
Yeah.
economic tree.
Yeah.
And that gives him engineer, fort buster.
Engineer.
Attack on El Alamein.
If he has slots left on the general, of course. Which
Looks
he
like a
currently
good
does
attack
not.
actually on El Alamein. Looks like El Alamein will fall.
Green bubble. Yeah.
Look at the breakthrough of these motorized divisions. Amazing breakthrough.
I mean, he still has the tank division there, which doesn't seem to lose any. I mean, because he's last standing. Oh my god, he's last standing his division away. 90% strength. He put a
Yeah.
marine division in. That's good
That's gonna be
defense
good.
though.
That's amazing defense now. This is basically the Africa campaign. This is Rommel
Yeah.
with his limited motorized divisions versus the Allies.
I mean, he needs to hold this for 200 more days. The Allied player.
That's tough.
Then he's fine. Yeah.
200 days is a long time.
I mean, the Allied player is leading 1 game, so even if he loses this one, he still has another one. And the Axis player, he has to win this one. in order
Yeah,
to
if he does
you
not
know,
win, he's out.
to stay in the race for place 3 in this tournament, which gives him $650. And if he loses, it's only 450. Still a good amount, but
good.
you know you want that extra 200, I guess.
Yeah. But you see, the allies are getting more spawners, while the Axis, no, he used all his spawners.
And he has a lot of civs. Like he actually went for the civs bonus to build this fort line, which gives him, if you look at the combat, it's minus 30% from the fort on stats.
That's good. He would have broken without that 30 with.
He also has now fighters up, which are doing, I guess, 40 on Cass, and we should see some Cass damage rolling in here.
Yes, there is.
I'm still surprised that these motorized divisions have such good stats.
It's 36 widths, remember? So
Yeah.
their breakthrough is insane.
And if I were him, I would probably move some of the infantry off the Delta. Did he move some units away again? I have to look at the Axis perspective.
I mean,
No?
all his ports are guarded. He looks fine.
Yeah. And he's good in stockpile, the Axis player.
So as the allies looks good. He's just missing some support equipment for the engineer company and his infantry. But otherwise, he's fine. Dude, the breakthrough is so good. 600 breakthroughs, amazing.
I'm not sure if he can afford to move the Marine division away, but I think he wants to do something sneaky probably with it.
You know, that's risky, because once El Alamein breaks, it's over. There is
And
nothing behind that.
He kind of needs to repair the fort instead of on El Alamein. It's now damaged.
If El Alamein breaks, Alexandria is empty. Cairo only has like 10 widths or 12 widths.
I mean, if it
It's
breaks,
over.
I think it's his only defense line, so it cannot break.
Yeah, if it breaks,
It
it's
must
over.
not break.
Okay, where did he send the Marine? That's very important. The Marine is in Benghazi. And it's elite Marines. He could actually push out of Benghazi now. And I would like to see that from the allies. Push out of Benghazi, put some pressure on the Axis.
Yeah.
As he
I mean,
starts ramming his face into El Alamein.
His units don't seem that strong, right? Around. Like, I
Yeah.
cannot ping it, but like in Cyrenaica, for example, below Benghazi. And
Yeah,
he
below
kind of
Benghazi.
needs this distraction. Because
El
also, if
Alamein.
he... Yeah. I see a fast attack.
Close. Yeah, he
This
first
time
attacked one
on
of
the
the
infantry.
Marines.
Yeah.
One of the Marines.
He won this battle for
fails
now.
again.
But for example, if he puts pressure there from Benghazi, it's possible that he just cuts off the railroad. Like he just needs to push, in every direction, street halts. And then basically he has to retreat everything again, build up everything again, and would just delay him by a couple. I would even go that far, would delay him by a month if he makes decent progress there.
El Alamein
That's
did
right.
look so tight. He's moving more troops into Benghazi, but El Alamein is breaking. He needs to come back.
Because right now it's like Benghazi, Alamein breaks, and he's gone. And now
El Alamein broke.
talking about is broke. Okay, now he's attacking from the
Let's
other
see what the
direction.
Axis does. Inputs are really important now. Okay,
Yeah.
he goes north and south. He goes into Alexandria, is pinned, and he pins the allies. He could encircle the entire ally down.
Yeah. And now the issue with taking Alexandria is the supply is immediately connected, and I always keep clicking on the I nation.
If I was the Axis, I would just leave Benghazi and Tobruk, go everything into the allied mainland.
I mean, we can see it, but Manchu is empty, and if you would invade Manchu, it would make a big difference. And you also lost
Yeah.
Tobruk now.
Oh, yeah, Tobruk fell.
This is not looking great for the Allied. He still needs to hold for 150 days. And with this army in his mainland, also remember that he loses a lot of factories by this. Like Alexandria is full of factories.
Two
as well.
divisions encircled in the north.
Yeah.
It's kind of when El Alamein breaks, it's kind of beginning of the end. He's trying to encircle Alexandria by going for a desert tile, but he's just getting counter-clicked.
Yeah.
As
Now he
the
needs
Brook
to
fell,
show. He's moving more army in his mainland. He's still holding Benghazi, which is the more important victory point.
the only saving grace.
No. And he's now trying to get Alexandria back here on the front. At the top. I mean, there's still hope in it. Like, he just needs to take a few tiles back.
Yeah. Also, the allies can free one of his divisions that is left from Tobruk. He needs to reconnect it to the front line.
Now he got the airfield back, and he should move his air back. He gets a small bonus from air, though. The Axis units, I mean, it looks kind of weak when it comes down to amount of units per tile. So it's definitely still possible to push it back, and I think the tank has decent stats. Yeah. It
Yeah,
also
for
like
sure.
some of the the infantry doesn't have any piercing like the regular infantry, so and that's like
And
half
he
of his
attacks
army here.
the desert
Yeah.
west of Alexandria, but does not look. The motorized have good defense as well.
Okay, he also put all his island garrisons because I don't think he expects um, any invasions from that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and now the battle of like, by the way, if he takes Cairo, Egypt caps. Cairo and one more city and it's over. He needs Cairo and like Port Said.
Then maybe because he has so many mills now, he also started building some air now. Like the other
Yeah,
Axis player
he's
also can on
rich. He
air.
has the mills
Yeah,
also from
he
Alexandria.
switched. And I think another issue is that the manpower that you have in Alexandria, right? There's a population of 2 million. I mean, every
Yeah.
state is the same in this mod.
The allies are out of manpower
yeah,
because of
yeah.
that as well.
So really need to try to take this back. Because holding 126 days with this can be quite tricky.
With Alexandria, you have a chance, but
Yeah.
without it, it's tough. As he's losing the hill with a fort on it. That hill is important because it kind of does not allow for the front line to expand. Alexandria is actually takeable since
Yeah.
there is no
I mean,
motorized on it.
he's taking it right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to take over to the Axis player because I'm probably not fast enough. But he might be, yeah, he's reinforcing.
Oh, it's so close. He
Also,
almost
this
took
tile next to
Alexandria.
Alexandria, if he would click it. Nah, I would have.
Giza fell
Yeah.
as he starts pushing south. Looks like he will encircle one infantry that's gonna
Yeah.
die on the hill.
I mean, we have seen games where people control the victory points, but getting
3
getting
divisions
pushed in the
encircled.
mainland at the same time.
Yeah,
And they still
they're gonna
managed
die.
to hold it until the last second.
3
And got-
divisions in southern Egypt dying. He could last
He
time
doesn't.
them,
He doesn't.
but-
No, he doesn't have manpower. He has 9 manpower left. Command power left.
He needs to hold for another 100 days as the motorized
Well,
snakes.
on the
into
bright side, a lot of his front line is now behind the river.
He got the nuke!
Oh! Okay, what can he actually do with his nuke now? He has the planes for it, right?
Let me see. Yeah, he does have green
Yeah.
air. He could nuke. Oh, now it turned. Oh my god, he just put off his air. What unlucky timing. He could nuke the front line and remove 2 motorized. That could relieve some pressure.
Yeah. I mean, now there's a tile with 5 of them. But he would also be nuking his own territory.
That's
which
okay.
would destroy the factory
It's
fire.
scorched
But
earth.
looking at this desperate situation here, I think it's fine.
Yeah. As Cairo looks like it will fall. Yeah. He has 2
And now,
nukes.
okay, now it looks like he has 2,000 points, but it's actually the nuke below it.
Yeah, yeah.
So don't get confused by that one.
And yeah, I mean, he still needs to hold for 100 days, and it looks harder and harder as he snakes
Yeah.
into Luxor in the south, and Cairo looks like it's on the brink.
Yeah, this really doesn't look good for him, to be honest. This
Yeah.
means, with a very high chance, we're going into game 3.
I mean, you see the Axis mainland is kind of empty as well. If he does maybe an invasion, he could cap him as well, but he could
Well-
just move the motorized back.
We can still try to be realistic here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Cairo defense looks somewhat strong, but it's like, it is pretty
90
much
days.
surrounded already. Yeah,
90
so
days is a
90 days.
long time.
Yeah. I'm
And
gonna
he just
say
needs to take Cairo.
if he has more command power, he could probably hold this long enough. But it's also
maybe.
in these 90 days, the Axis player could also just decide to go for Benghazi instead.
Yeah, but I mean, if he just takes Cairo and he's doing the planning, oh no.
Yeah.
The Axis player is getting full
Yeah, I want
planning.
to look from the Axis perspective.
He's getting 12 planning a day. He's probably gonna go in like 5 days and just click Cairo out. And we're gonna go into game 3.
I mean, this kind of shows that both players are pretty strong. Like on the first match, we saw Segel going. He was I mean, he does show a way stronger performance than player on the first map.
Oh, look at the
And now it's
motorized.
the opposite.
The motorized had 1k soft attack, dude.
Only he got reinforced memed.
Yeah.
And he's now encircling Port Said.
And-
I'm just,
Oof.
you know, I'm just happy that we saw this motorized build. I think it's one of the most fun builds.
Yeah, it's amazing. And
Because
it
it's-
did not get banned. I was surprised.
Because it's just so different from everything else. Like usually
That's
it's an infantry spam or a build with heavy on air, and in this case it's just boom boom motorized.
Yeah. And it's 70 days. It looks like
Yeah.
Seagull can't hold that long.
Yeah.
As Cairo is surrounded, dude.
You cannot cap without Cairo, right? No.
Yeah, he needs Cairo.
But I think he's now currently just waiting for the last stand to end, and then he will try to go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, 70 days to destroy. I mean, to take an.
I think just taking
So-
Cairo, it's
So for the
over.
surrender progress, only the states count that you start at the beginning with. So only his main territory. Even though these victory points have like 50 points each, they don't count to it because it's just occupied territory. It's like it's not as it's
Dude,
not
the
as score.
motorized are so amazing. If you look in battle, look at their stats.
Yeah.
1000 breakthrough,
1000 soft
1000
attack.
soft. It's amazing.
Did he add anything to it?
No,
No, it's just motorized.
No.
I guess it's the modifiers you get from.
He attacks Cairo, by the way.
Yeah.
Cairo's dying.
It doesn't come to as a surprise to me though. Yeah.
Only last division. The tank is holding,
Okay.
but not for long.
It was just 60 days more.
no,
Ugh.
it's not gonna hold to 60.
I mean, he got kind of unlucky there with Elamain. Like if Elamain would have held a bit longer, then this match could have
Yeah,
ended
I mean,
way
he
different.
moved more divisions to Benghazi, which was not necessary. You just needed to
Yeah.
hold the Alamein.
And if only he had enough last stand and enough units on Elamain. I mean, he could still. I mean, he doesn't do it because he doesn't have manpower for it. But if he had the manpower, he could deploy more units on Cairo and actually maybe hold all long enough.
Yeah, he's taking Cairo
But
now.
now,
It's over.
now it's a somewhat safe end.
Now
and now we should
GG.
see the surrender.
Should
There
see
we
the
go.
cap, yeah.
Yeah.
And game 2 for player, 1-1. Going to game 3.
Yep.
Really strong build from player. Motorized, just took his time, broke him in Al Alamein, and yeah, showed really
Yeah.
strong game 2.
So I guess we can continue right away.
Yeah.
Get the next lobby up. Get the players draft, like their map picks and their
And we're
faction
going
picks.
to game 3.
Yeah.
What do you think, Leonard, about game 2? And player
was-
performance?
It was exciting.
Yeah, that was a good game.
I mean, I would say both players performed pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It was just that in the end, the motorized. I mean, he noticed that, like, first of all, the allied build was to take the islands and then hold the victory point Benghazi in conjunction with Tobruk. However, the allied Axis player decided, if I can't take these mountain tiles in Benghazi, I could just go to the home country, right, to the homeland, and cap him that way. And then Segel, yeah, we got information from studio. What is going on?
Yeah, we're gonna interview the players soon as we go into game 3. And it's 1-1 so far. Anyone can win the third game.
Yeah. And from
Okay,
what
hello,
we've seen so
guys.
far, they both deserve to win.
Yeah, they both do.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, we go to game 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so the loser was Seagull. Seagull, you can choose what do you want, map or faction.
It's-
Faction. Well,
it's-
okay, yeah, I guess I can choose map then. I'll choose.
Okay.
And if I have to, I'm not sure if like do we really say I have to or
So,
not?
for the entire competition, we've been doing map for the loser.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't think
so
that's what rule says, is it? I mean,
Either way, we've been for the entire live competition, we've been doing map for the loser. So it is map for the loser.
yeah, very cool. Yeah, I guess then let's go Baltic Blitz.
Baltic Blitz.
Okay, Baltic Blitz. And player, what faction?
Axe.
Access, okay.
Okay. We will be setting that up right now, if you don't mind. Baltic Blitz, got there. Oh, look at that new nice map UI. Okay, so map 3. Once everybody is ready, we will do the bans in game.
And this game, since it's number 3, we have 3 bans,
Yes.
and the 2 from the last 2 each will continue to be banned. So basically, it's 1 additional ban. And if everyone is ready, yeah, we are going in game now. And please don't click away the ban so fast, because I'm not fast enough to see it then. And
Okay, if we can please set up.
Look through the focus tree.
If we can please set up the earlier bans. Okay.
So North Finland and IGN. And for the Allies, combined operations headquarters and US 12.
Segel, you are to ban first.
Well, he already banned.
I guess I've been Luftwaffe.
Okay,
Luftwaffe, okay.
no problem. Thank you very much. And with communist forces going in for the Allies, your 5 minutes of setup starts now.
Good luck, guys. Okay, Communist ban and Luftwaffe ban. Classic bans. They're both really strong factions.
No. I'm surprised because in the days before, it looked like Luftwaffe was always banned. And today it wasn't banned and it also wasn't picked. Maybe it's map specific that, I mean, obviously on Sonnenblumen. Would you say that on Sonnenblumen, Luftwaffe would be bad? Because I'm pretty not sure about it.
There is better factions. There is Imperial Japanese Navy and motorized build.
I mean, we can definitely agree that the motorized is the most fun one. And I'm so glad that he picked that one.
Yeah.
So-
Luftwaffe is not bad per se, but it's just there is better options. You know?
So on this map in comparison to Sonnenblumen, obviously Navy is a little bit less important. There's still a victory point on the island Gotland. But 4 of the victory points are on land. And in comparison to Sonnenblumen, you also have more industry. I think on Sonnenblumen you start with 8 military factory, and here you start with 13. I'm not sure about the civs, but I'm also sure that I'm pretty sure you'd get more industry here. Because on Sonnenblumen it's one of the challenges to get along with the low industry.
Yeah,
So-
that's why they did not start building air. They started building air way later. But here you have more factories to basically do that.
So my first pick on the axis would always be North Finland group on this map, but since it's banned, you have to do something else. What would you advise him to do?
Luftwaffe is also banned, right? We see another popular pick is next to Luftwaffe is the 9th Army Wehrmacht. It's a mass assault Germany path that also gets motorized rocket artillery, which is really strong.
And he
So
gets a
that's
lot of
strong
infantry, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of infantry spawners.
Some infantry equipment minus cost. It's also very nice. And on the allies,
On the Allies, we see communist forces, but it's banned. Probably the other China's not that much worse, honestly. The National Army.
I'm pretty sure it also has a lot of manpower. And you get transport planes, which you can use for paratroopers.
Paratroopers for Gotland, yeah. It fits this map.
Yep. I mean, you still need, I think on this, you need to research the paratroopers yourself.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but at least you get the transfer planes and, yeah, a sufficient amount. And then I guess it's similar to what Segel did in the first game, if he would decide to go for the nationalist China pick. Because like it's again, you go in first, try to secure as many victory points as possible, and then just try to hold them because you get a lot of defense bonuses here.
Yeah. And as you see, they're both kind of doing a similar setup. With the Axis actually doing a land warfare facility for the flame tank, converting the mills, while the Allies is actually not doing a warfare facility. He's just converting mills day one. So he's not.
I mean,
gonna
that's
get
also
the flame
something.
tank.
They always build the land warfare facility, but they do not always build flame tanks. Why are
That's
they
the
building
thing. We usually
facility?
don't. I don't know. Usually
It's like
we
I would
just
say
forget.
less than half of them build the flame tanks, but they always
true.
build this land warfare facility.
The thing is, you can research it way later on, and
Yeah.
to put it into design while the war is going on is kind of hard.
Yeah.
So some people just forget
I mean,
about it.
you need the flame tanks to be able to push in forest, right? It just gives you a major, like a significant advantage.
Yeah.
But if you only defend, then you don't need them. Unless you lose the tiles, and then you have to take them back, and then you have a problem.
Yeah, you you kind of need to
Yeah.
also, right? You can't just always be on the defensive. But it also gives for urban amazing buffs for urban, amazing buffs for river, so it's really good.
I mean, it's still an investment that you have to take.
Land OFA facility you need to build, yeah.
But maybe he's doing a build where he really doesn't need it. What other options do you think exist on this? I mean, a lot of these factions are viable, right? They're not.
Yeah, and a lot
Yeah.
of them we have not seen as much, you know.
Obviously, they're always stronger and weaker ones, especially map dependent, and also in general. But whenever we see that a nation is never played, we try to improve it. So they should be at least somewhat viable.
You know, Panzer Group West has been forgotten, and it's really strong. With the heavy tank that you get, the Tiger, that's basically unpierceable.
So would you advise players to take this Tiger tank and use it as one division, or would you? Does it have so much armor that you can put it in multiple infantry divisions, like the Space
I'd
Marines that we
say
have seen before?
just use it as it is. It's really strong and it's unpierceable. And also, people we have not seen it as much. If you go to the Germany path, OKW, look at the surface raiders.
Sorry,
These
but
are two battleships. That's
where do you get that tank?
for the Panzer Group West, the 10th
Oh.
Panzer Division.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, there's two. I forgot that there are two Germany focus trees.
Yeah,
Now we
there's-
have 4th Army and
Okay.
Panzer Group West. And you also get the fighter spawners, which can come in handy.
Lots of the Luftwaffe, yeah. But 4th Army is really good as well. 4th Army is amazing.
I'm not sure if it was Segel's. Yeah, I think it was also Segel when he played this map that he built perfect planes for the air zone if you have an airfield in the air zone. But then at some point I think he lost it, and then
He
he
lost
had
it,
big
yeah.
problems with air.
Yeah. And he just couldn't use his air. He just had
Yeah.
dead air.
And he had so
Even though
good
he
air
had more
production.
fighters.
Yeah.
He had more air fighters. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was. But you see, Siegel having to produce a lot of things. He has to produce anti-air, artillery, whatever,
Yeah.
support equipment. While you see player build much more simple, you know,
Yeah.
more efficient, just infantry and 1 or 2 civilian trains.
I mean, this gives him. I mean, this gives the other player a bit more quality. But at some point, if you have if the enemy has so many more divisions, like the quantity can be more important than this.
Yeah.
Because usually when you build multiple equipments, you don't build them in a perfect balanced way, right? You might build too much support equipment or too much of that, and then it's like wasted IC. And if you just build guns, you just build one type of equipment and it will be fully used.
And you're gonna have more units, and you
Yeah.
can maybe overrun your enemy, right? Depending. on
And
the
then
build.
again, even though you can have higher quality, if you're fighting with 2 quality divisions against 3 less quality divisions, the 3 divisions might end up being stronger just because you get more stats for the IC basically.
Yeah.
It's a bit situational because not always. For example, if you have Marshals here, they have low combat width, and if you have small divisions that are better, then you will probably still hold on against a lot of I don't know, a large amount of worse units.
Yeah, it was also Siegel that kept getting reinforced memed on the American map
Yeah.
because he did not adapt to the Marsh tiles. He had 30 widths. Meanwhile, Marshes have 50 combat widths. So you would only have 1 in the battle that kept getting reinforced memed.
Yeah, I mean he researched the radio tech, which gives him 2% more reinforce rate. Another thing you can do is on your field marshal. I don't know if we don't have any, but you can upgrade. There's a thing for the reinforce rate which gives you 5%
I
reinforce
know,
rate
sure.
flat, which is it's like doubling your reinforce rate, and then the chance of getting reinforced memed, is way lower. Because it can happen that you have 10 units on one tile and only 1 is in the combat, and then the one unit in the combat one's out of org, and your whole 10 unit stack just retreats out of the tile. And we see a
And the
naval
Allies
invasion plan.
chose Red Army, by the way.
Red Army, okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Usually we see third shock army because of the paratroopers, the VDV.
Yeah. I mean, you could
On
also
the
go for the heavy
Axis,
tanks. and
Royal
Fifth Guard
Italian Army from the Axis.
And I'm pretty sure one of the Italian... No, they're both still available. I mean, it would be funny if he goes for Armata del Po again. And he goes again with the motorized...
No, he's probably using First Army. Because that's the same matchup that we had yesterday in the
Yeah.
semifinals.
No. I mean, obviously, the last time he built a lot of trucks at the beginning, and now he's not building the trucks. So I would also agree with you that he's probably going for First Army. Which gives him a good amount of air and some light tanks. And I would not be surprised if he...
And a good
No,
navy.
he currently does not build the light tanks yet. But he usually... I'm pretty sure it was him who always went for the light tank support company in conjunction with the flame tanks.
The player? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this
always
is
like
like the
that.
combination he takes for this.
And it gives decent piercing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't need piercing if you're right. I mean, I would also say that Fifth Guard tank army could be a bit expensive here because you get heavy tanks. You don't get many of them, but the ones you get have very good stats. But it can be a bit difficult if your enemy does a build that spams a lot of infantry. He can probably just go around you, and yeah, here we see the shock army lock in. I think you also get minus IC on fighters on this one. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You do?
It's over red
Oh,
pilots.
red pilots. Yeah, I was just for some reason I was just looking at the air range 10%, which
it
can
gives you
come in
more
handy.
range, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Gives you more range. So that's good for Seagull. Also, third
Yeah.
shock army is the more common pick. And as we go to the Axis, he's actually doing First Army. So yeah, not Armata
Yeah.
del Po is doing First Army Italy.
So both of them get. Do they get fighters bonus? I think you get only Cass on. Yeah, you get Cass on the shock army.
But they both have cheaper fighters.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see a strong air war.
The only issue is I can see is that does Cass also give superiority? I'm currently not sure. Like if you have 150 Cass on, because Cass only flies if you have superiority. It works a bit weird when you have low amount of air count, because then the air detection's not that high and you don't interrupt the enemy that much. Yeah.
I'm not sure, Leonard, but I think Cass flies when there's a battle happening. So when there's a battle happening as well, it could give superiority.
I mean,
I'm
we
not sure.
we will find out.
Yeah, we'll see.
But it could also be that from the air mission it already gets superiority. Anyways, with the invasion lined up on Kotlan, and I would suspect that he will use the paratrooper to go on that island, and that means
Yeah.
he will probably land first, unless something goes wrong or he doesn't click fast enough, and then the Axis player will have a tough time to actually take that victory point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always like the good thing about Gotland is the moment you have it, it is very easy to defend, and it will guarantee you enough resources for your build. Unless you're doing something very extreme, which currently none of the players is doing.
Leonard, you say that, but it's both plane tiles. If someone makes good marines or like amphibious, you could take it.
Who gets a stronger navy, actually? Italy gets a strong navy?
Italy.
Also,
Yeah. Breakout fleet as well.
Yeah. And I don't know if the Soviets, they probably don't get a good navy.
Wait, look. The Axis player is doing tankettes for the cheaper light tanks.
So it means he's probably, he's building light tanks. He has 1 mil on it already. I mean, 1 assigned. The design is currently looking unfinished.
Yeah, but a player always does that. He like produces with the old.
It's also with the planes, right? He puts in planes that have no. I mean, now they have. He actually went for the extra fuel tanks on the fighters. That's a new one. And now he's also starting to build Cass.
Yeah, that's
But the extra fuel tanks kind of surprised me a bit. Or did he just change that? Okay, he just changed it. I might have looked at the wrong design.
He doesn't have range modules in his fighters, So if he loses the airport, he's not gonna get air.
Okay, neither does Segel. But he has
So
like
does Sigil, yeah.
he has like I mean they both have 750 base range, and Segel gets that 10% extra range from his focus. I mean, I would say that range is not that critical on this map if you get at least some victory points, right? And both players should kind of get that. Like
The
if
Axe
you look
player
at the
is doing yeah.
if you look at the window victory point, for example, it's obviously easier for the allied player to reach. Now we see the 2 paratroopers, and I'm pretty sure you get 100 transport wings, which is enough for both at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. If you tag into the Axis, you see that he is actually going for the German generals, which are really good. And he went for the breakout fleet as well. And you see the combat width for the allies. He's doing the similar division, 36 widths with support artillery, support light tanks, and he's gonna add a flame tank here. While the allies are doing 30 widths actually with engineer, anti-air, and artillery.
And what the flame tanks give you is like they give you these modifiers flat, so you get 10% river attack, 10% fort attack, 5% forest attack, I think, and 10% Orban is also very important. So you get a lot of flat stats on top of it, and it basically boosts the entire division. And you
have
also
this
get some
small flame tank that burns the river.
Yes. Water cannot withstand.
Yes. War is in 20 days.
Yeah. And we are down on 3 speed, so they can do their last preparations. And if you look at the army sizes they have, we have 29 divisions on the allied player. I don't know if he has anything left in... No, he doesn't have anything left in training. And we have 31 divisions on the Axis. So the Axis has a slight advantage here with the numbers. And, I mean, you know, he has these light tank weekends. And in comparison, the allies player, I think he has engineers.
Engineers, yeah.
Engineers and anti-air.
Yeah.
Engineers give you a lot of defense stats in comparison to the
difference
flame
is
tanks. Yeah.
Sigil is already so high on fighters. He has 10 on fighters, and he's only going higher. And while player has only 5 with 3 on CAS.
And he gets 150 CAS spawn.
Yes, Sigil's producing more air.
I mean, he still has the Aces of the Sands, which gives you 100 fighters flat, where you can basically turn the air war for quite some time. But in the end, since the spawn fighters, they have the same air superiority, but they don't, because the design is more historical, they trade way worse.
Okay, the Axis player did get the German generals, and he is using them. He got a ranger as well, a German ranger. So, that's really good generals.
We're trying to find the German ranger general.
It's Ettore, but he might be Italian.
Well,
But
it's pretty obvious that he's Italian, yeah.
But it's from the German focus tree, integrated Axis.
That could be, I'm not sure about this.
It's actually integrated Axis command, so not only German.
No. Are you sure he doesn't start with a general?
No, he doesn't. He just spawned
Okay.
in. And war started.
Yeah.
Naval battle.
Oh. That happened fast. And it looks like the Axis is
Allies.
clearly winning.
Yeah. But the Allies got Gotland with a paratroop.
Yeah.
I guess
And
you
now
could say
he's-
they
he's
got
not above
land.
the invasion.
Yeah, they got the Gotland.
What a
And
nice
they're
job.
pushing Wilno and Bimmel. You know, I think the Allies sacrificed his navy to get Gotland. Maybe he thought like he maybe has some carriers or something,
Yeah.
and he needs to stop.
I think it was just up because it had to be up and then it got caught. No need to overthink. Okay, looks like he's somewhat holding Mammal for now. I'm wondering
now,
why. Like, does he already have the CAS? No.
Let me see the air. It's just not.
He
it's not really
completed the CAS focus. So the allied player, he could put up all this air. You know, and actually contest the air zone. But for some reason he's focusing on the
Italian
on the ocean.
player still does not have his advisor, his infantry advisor, and his attack advisor. He's missing on so many stats.
And Segel on the allies went for the division speed again. That's probably how we got.
Yeah, and
numbers
he has
so
the
fast, yeah.
infantry advisor, which is critical.
Yeah.
The Axis still does not have it. That's
You
interesting.
know, he actually put up his air over the air zone. He still hasn't put
the
up his
Axis,
CAS
the
though.
Allies.
It's possible. I don't know. Would you? No, is refitting the cast is not worth it, right? It's cheaper to build new ones because of the
Yeah,
conversion
probably
cost.
build new ones.
And
But
you
dude,
probably
look at
also
the
want it at the
axis.
beginning.
No advisors, no infantry advisor. There's 15 attack, 20 defense.
Yeah.
That's big, dude. He could do that. He could. Oh, he chose it now. Nice.
Okay,
And he
that's
should go for the
15% stats.
attack.
Okay.
VPs are 3-2 in favor of the allies.
And he's also holding very far away from Vilno in the good march starts.
Yeah, but Memelo's on the front line.
Yeah.
And you see Seagull already going for the civilian focus trees, civilian factories. He's looking for the late game, while the Axis is getting the cheaper fighters and doing national focuses.
He's also building another airfield here. Or is he just upgrading one? Okay, he's just upgrading Vilno. If
Yeah.
you don't start with one? Yeah, you start with one. But he's already planning for having more than 500 fighters, I guess.
Yeah, he's...
And now the cast is up and you see 5 cast damage a day.
Look Wilno though. Wilno has no cast on it. I mean Memo, sorry.
Me trying to look at the modifier, but the battles end too fast.
Yeah, it hit too fast.
And
At
then almost on the wrong
12% on
side.
air support. Huge.
That is huge,
12%.
yeah.
Now it's 4.
Because you not only get the damage directly from the planes, like the orc and the strength damage, but you also make your units stronger. And
Yeah, a
usually the
stat
enemy,
buff.
and on top, the enemy gets a buff, a debuff for having, for not having air superiority. It is not that great in comparison. I mean, it becomes really great the moment the numbers go even higher. Like if you have 1,000 planes, for example.
And Seagull is now pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit dangerous for me. He's already retreating.
Yeah.
But he probably learned from his opponents a bit. That if you have the advantage, you should really play it out and just keep pushing. And don't just wait for the enemy. I think we have seen that in the entire
One
tournament
axis
so far,
division
that
encircled
people
and free.
don't wait, they try to play aggressive.
Yep. To just put pressure on the enemy so he doesn't have 400 days of just preparing divisions and then just pushing you.
Okay, now the other player has actually red air.
Yeah,
Why is this
see?
happening? It's just because
the-
of those planes, the opponents.
Yeah,
When
the
we-
Italian spawners are coming, but they're trading horribly.
Okay, I'm looking, it's he builds 1.5 fighters a day with 10 mils, and the Axis player does 5 per week or something. With 6
yeah.
mils.
Yeah, it's because he's also building cast, so that he's not gonna
That's
have
like-
long-term air.
Like half? It's
Yeah,
like half of the
no,
production, yeah.
not
He
the
still
best.
has the advantage from the amount of spawn and planes he got, but you already see that the air superiority is like 40%.
But these allied planes, as they are killing the Axis spawners, they're getting more experienced,
Yeah.
and it's gonna make it worse and worse for the Axis player.
I mean, they're not trained. The allied player didn't have time to train his planes.
So they're gonna
Which
become
you can
trained.
see, it's a huge debuff. It's like minus 13% stats. But if both sides have it, then it doesn't matter. Oh, he's actually gaining the experience. But you see, in comparison to, he has like 13% more stats on his fighters. And now
Another
Memo
push
is
into Memo. The allied
cast-
player looks like he's holding with the cast. the
yeah,
cast
air
is
support
there.
like 6%.
The Axis player does not have anti-air, dude. That's why he's getting cast like that.
Well, Segel has anti-air, but he has air superiority as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's now building medium tanks again. He has like 1 mil on medium tank. Last time he put rangers, and then he mixed the rangers with medium tanks. So, I'm pretty confident to see the same again. And he is researching the rangers, so, wow, I'm just so smart. Someone had to say it. Light tanks coming in from the Axis though. So soon he should be able to push the forest tiles a bit better. So how many?
yeah.
Is he already full in with them?
Well,
Okay,
he, got
yes,
the
it's
two,
like-
he got the 2 spawners,
Yeah.
and he put them into his divisions. So he didn't actually
I mean,
have the units to
He actually has the flame tanks in all units already. It's just minus 7 days on until he's full of stockpile.
Mhm.
And he now increases air production to 12 factories. And I would not be surprised to see that the allied player also... No, he did not increase it. But he still has a small advantage from just having them assigned for a longer time.
Are they same in design? Let me take a
So
look.
what I'm wondering now is the Axis player is training his air, which gives him a lot of more stats, and the allied player just has his air up.
Yeah, he is
But
actually
talking
training
about
now.
it's like the moment you
He
start
just, like-
talking about it, they
they
change
notice.
it.
They
Yeah.
notice. But what is it called? Yeah. So now it's kind of actually Seagull went up more. He's 2.5 now. Seagull went up. On
He
air.
actually doubled it to 20.
Damn.
Where did he take these mills from? I guess the guns.
The guns, yeah.
But looking at the gun deficit, he has
Which can be
9,000
risky.
gun
He's
deficit.
minus 9,000. You know.
I mean, it's just 30 days, and he's training more units. So in field, he should be fine.
And you know the issue is that the Axis has no anti-air. So look at the cast in the memo battle. It's just
But
dealing a lot
what
of
he
damage.
should have probably done is, I'm currently not sure if his units will have higher priority. Like if the new guns that he builds will go into his units in the field, because they're on high priority, but at the same time the deployment line is not. Like it's not on low.
Actually, what he could do is that the Axis player, since he has no anti-air, he could go into School of Covered Warfare in the Industry tab, and that gives him minus 50% reduction against CAS from the Commando traits. So over here.
But you can only use it on one general though, which
Yeah.
covers most of his army, I guess. 24 out of. Let me sum it up. Out of.
He could
Seven-
put it on the
seven
Field
wouldn't be.
Marshal.
So it's
He could put
31
it
divisions.
on the Field Marshal and gives half stats for everything.
Yeah.
It's like a new approach.
No, I would probably put it on the one general 24 units.
Yeah, yeah.
Now he went for adaptable first though.
But yeah, Seagull went way higher on the air.
Also, something we probably haven't covered so far is that he has his internet work, and it's like 97% strength. So if we would look on the allied view, and then we check his planning, we can see that. Okay, he still has 58% planning. Does the front line is not getting reached?
The Battle of Memel is looking kind of good for the Axis.
Yeah.
He has sharp bombardment as well. It's just the CAS is really carrying the
Yeah.
allies.
I would say it looks better for the allies though.
Yeah. It's because it was force attack, to be fair.
Yeah.
He force attacks. Which is still good. He's draining so much guns, which the allies don't have. That's good. You should keep doing it.
I'm not sure if he's actually draining the guns though, because if you look at the casualties, it's clearly the Axis losing.
The
Because
Axis
the-
losing more, actually.
So for the losses, it really depends how much breakthrough and how much defense the enemy has. So,
So even when he's force attacking, the Axis is actually losing more.
yeah, and also it's the nationalist China. I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. It's not nationalist China, but nationalist
it's
China
the
has
Chuck
like I
army.
looked at it earlier. Yeah, I know it's but they get how's it called, equipment capture rate China, not Valorant
Yeah.
here though. Wrong faction. It's
Yeah,
trying it
Memo
again.
he's still doing it, and casualties are actually worse for the Axis.
And like he has he deployed a lot of more units. So even like if these 5 units, I mean, I would probably at some point move some of them out because they're low strength from all the last
Yeah.
standing. But once these units behind the front line in Palanga and Lipe, whatever, are trained, he can move them in and then cycle the others out.
Yeah.
He should, yeah, I mean, he's still minus 6,000 on guns, but it's just a 50-day deficit.
And
Yeah.
Air War looks like better for Seagull, but they're trading 1-to-1 kind of. After
Yeah,
the
but-
spawn and dies.
What is a bit problematic for the allied player is the amount of training in the planes. Like he still has high penalties from training, and I'm pretty sure we saw the Axis player train them all. And he also got aces, 2 aces. So that's a lot of stats here.
The allies have none.
Yeah. And from his focus tree, he doesn't get aces, right, on this? No, he does not.
Yeah, he doesn't.
So he got kind of lucky there. There's always a little bit of RNG in there. Did he gain this tile next to counters? No, he already had it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not move.
No.
But you see, the Axis actually don't have it motorized. Their supply is actually not motorized. He could motorize it and, you know, not have supply issues.
He actually has 1,000 trucks in stockpile.
Yeah, he could just motorize it and not have supply issues.
Yeah.
And also his German Ranger or Italian Ranger General now has adaptable and engineer as well. So plus 5% river attack.
I sometimes wonder if it would be like how big the difference would be if every player would have a coach as well that would basically just watch them and give them advice, because they're like, if you're playing, there are things you don't see and they're like very obvious to the viewer. Like for example, if you see that fuel is missing, but as a player you're focused on microing your units, you're doing so much stuff that you don't see these things.
It
So if
probably
we call-
makes a factor.
Yeah.
It's probably,
So if you call something out, it's obvious to us, but it's not obvious when you're actually playing.
Yeah.
And he's also, I mean, he hasn't given up on the naval invasion, but it's not it's a, what is that?
It's
12
a bad
volt.
division.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad division.
So it will never land. Maybe, does it give at least the alert to the alert there? No.
If he has high intel, but
No.
he doesn't have, I guess.
So it's
high
probably
enough.
just a leftover from the start.
Yeah.
So with the current victory point settings, it takes 200 more days until the other player wins. So the Axis player has all, I mean, not all time in the world, but very close to that one. And when we go on the air production again, he's building cast and he has 15 on fighters with 2.5 a day. And the allies, we have 4 a day.
You know, Siegel is building more and more forts on Memo. But they're all destroyed.
Okay. Okay, I'm just surprised by this air production.
From
Having
who?
28 on, like he will not, like he will have the air secured. So I'm
Yeah,
already
yeah.
wondering, shouldn't he build more cast then?
Yeah, probably like 2 to 3 factories on cast won't hurt. But he already has the cast spawn in, to be fair. He probably thinks that's enough.
And I see stuff getting blown up by resistance everywhere as well. But since
Yeah.
there are no factories, it's probably just less relevant things.
I mean,
like
the spawned in
infrastructure.
cast is actually not the worst. It's kind of decent. It's not the best, but
Yeah.
it's decent.
And most important, it's available right away.
Yeah, the resistance could come into play if VPs change hands.
Yeah.
And we go into
No.
a late game, and that could really affect the game and how the game goes.
I'm wondering why Segel is still using the Navy. Like why is he not just blocking off the supply? Gotland with being a 50 victory point, it should have enough supply, no?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay, I think we should take a look into their late game focuses. So what is very good for Segel is when he goes for Chainbreaker, he gets a railway gun, which gives him, yeah, quite some sets. And the rest is just some trains, some supply range, some supply consumption, some handy stuff.
And if you were to look at the axis, canned rations gives them supply range. So even if he did not motorize, he
Yeah.
gets it from there. But the big thing is by blood alone, which gives you plus 10 division attack, 25 ground support, so your cast becomes way
Well,
better.
He will not have air superiority, but
Yeah.
the other stuff is still very great.
Yeah. And Angel of
Angel of-
Conquest just gives you resistance, so to actually fix the resistance.
And it gives you some less consumer goods.
Yeah,
So even after converting everything down, you can still build some
have
stuff.
something going.
The Special Force attack, I'm also wondering, because we saw that he was researching Rangers, and I think these are very important for his push later on. And he started a naval invasion for Riga.
Riga, Leonard.
With
And
8
Riga
units.
is empty. And Riga is empty.
And he has the navy superiority. Okay, that's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be fun, yeah. And yeah, Siegel just has nothing. He has no submarines, no nothing.
So how many days do we have to wait for this naval invasion?
Probably not a lot.
I currently cannot see because he's exercising the units, but the planning
know,
will still build up.
Siegel doesn't have a big army, you know? He has everything on air.
Wait, I wanted to see if the internet works properly work. Okay, so he gets minus 30% planning from the internet work. So it actually reaches the front line.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. But it's
And,
like,
you know-
yeah, you see, for example, in the south, the Novogrodek state, like the state below Vilno, since it's access
Yeah.
controlled, the internet work doesn't apply here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
The Axis keep attacking Memo. and it's actually somewhat successful.
Okay, now he actually has his 2 Katyusha divisions.
Yeah, and
So
he just
these
blocked
are-
them in memo.
These are motorized units with mechanized, which will mean, this means they have a 35% hardness. And how hardness works is that, so basically 35% of the damage has to come from heart attack. I mean, how do I explain this properly? If you're getting attacked with heart attack, you take 35% of the heart attack damage. And for soft attack, it's like
For soft attack, yeah, it
65.
just doesn't deal damage. So
Yeah.
basically, these are better against infantry. These guys have 35% damage reduction against infantry.
Yeah, and if
Because
you look at the
infantry
infantry,
has very low heart attack.
if you look at the infantry, the enemy infantry has 230 soft attack and 29% heart attack. 29 heart attack. So you get a decent bonus.
Yeah.
But I guess most important are the stats you get from
Well,
the Katyushas.
the rebels burned Kaunas, and they have sabotaged the resources in Wilno. So it's actually hurting Seagull, because he's missing aluminium.
Yeah, actually -6 aluminium.
The rebels are...
I mean, did he go for anything regarding resistance control?
No, he's just ignoring it.
Occupied
So is the
territories, he has no garrisons, yeah.
Yeah, so was the Axis, though.
So you could fix it by putting a occupation law, but this also requires you to put equipment into
Tough
the
guns,
garrisons.
yeah, and he's missing
And also
guns.
manpower.
I mean,
And if you look at the manpower, yeah,
if they, yeah.
he's already very low. He's like on 28,000 manpower.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, let's say the allies hold Memo and he just drains the Axis, resistance is not going to be an issue. It's just if the game keeps going, resistance gets to 80%, then you can't railway and you have attrition and it becomes like hell.
Okay, also, Segel moved units to Riga. I mean, he has them next to it. I don't think it's a planned thing. So if the timing is correct, like I'm pretty sure he will move them to the front end at some point.
Oh yeah, he's, oh my god, he does not know, he does not know.
Okay, now he's moving them away, and oh my god, this would have been sad for the Axis player if he, plans this invasion, and then out of sheer luck, it's just that there are 6 units sitting on next to the board.
And if he lands in Riga and makes it to Dog Vibbles, you see in the east, it cuts off everything. And since he has naval superiority, he could just raid.
No, okay. I'm just waiting for this invasion. I want to see it.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Sigil actually moved away from Riga.
Yeah. But Segel has these rangers.
So how many
and
days? 117 days. Yeah, Rangers. Oh my god, Rangers are really good. 800 soft attack. Did you see that?
I mean, they still have to be equipped and trained, so it will probably take quite some time.
But the
Yeah,
Axis have their own ranges, and they
Yeah.
almost pushed.
I mean, the breakthrough on them is pretty high. 300 breakthrough. For infantry, that's very good.
Yeah. And he took the tile.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if his goal is now Vilno. Ah, okay. Gaunas?
No, the cavalry is at Riga. What? There's a cavalry division in Riga,
Yeah.
but it's not as strong. It's 10 wits.
It's 10 with, yeah. But the issue with like one unit can already be enough, because if you see it in time, you just press last on it, and then yeah, you can reinforce with other units. Okay, now he's moving in the railway gun to support Vilno, I guess. Yeah. I mean, not Vilno, Memel. And the enemy is deciding to attack Memel, so maybe you should move the railway gun a bit. You might even be able to put it in the middle and cover both towns.
Memel attack.
And now we can see railway gun bombardment -7% stats for the attacker.
Yeah. The air war is not looking
Just
good.
100 more days for Segel to go and to actually win this game then.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the game, but the best of 3. Because whoever wins this one is number
Would
3
be
in the
third
tournament.
place.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the other player got an ace. Yeah. Not that it matters at this point. He has 500 planes. And the Axis player, I wonder if he's still building planes. He has 300 planes. He's still building. He also went up to 21 on air.
I wonder if that's a good investment. It's kind
I
of
mean,
already
the thing
low.
is, when the Axis player is forced to put that much in air, he cannot build other stuff. Like he cannot build more
Yes.
rangers, for example. So it's probably a smart play from Segel here to force him to build the air.
to go that high, yeah. And Seagull has the bigger army, by the way. He has more divisions.
He needs to come up with a new strategy because his member push.
It's
I'm not
not
sure if it's working. I mean, he gets, you know, the Weber gun is for the ally player, and at the same time, the Axis
Axis.
player gets the shore bombardment.
Shore bombardment, yeah.
Yeah. So we
And
see
the
red bubble.
you see, the allies though are suffering from low supply.
How?
That's probably because I'm not really sure.
Because he has like these 3 ports, like Memel and the 2 turrets above. Are you sure? Like, I mean, I see full supply on these units.
Well, they were attritioning. Look at the battle of Memo. Oh, now they are full, but they used to attrition. But anyway, the Rangers are pushing into Wilno. The Axis Rangers, they're really good.
And it's just
Cass
one
is
division
hurting.
currently in the battle. It's
He
30
needs
combat.
anti-air. He needs anti-air badly, man. At least
mean,
some
just-
Rangers.
The other player is not building any cast, so it's just this 100 cast.
Yeah, if you have anti-air, you shoot down a few casts and
But
then
this
it's
whole
over.
game, he started with 150 cast at the beginning, and since the enemy doesn't have anti-air and he doesn't have an air force, I mean, like one that can compete, he's not losing any of this cast. So he will stay with 100, which is enough for one battle. So in order for the Axis player to actually kind of ignore the air, he needs to attack on multiple fronts. So the cast
Okay.
goes in all the battles.
The Axis player gave up on the Riga naval invasion and just has all his troops on the front.
Yeah.
And he's
I mean,
probably waiting for by blood alone to just do the final push.
So
Last-
since he has ships up in the zone, like he has 3 things on convoy rating, he can see these units from time to time. And I think we just saw there that the Axis player can, for example, see
Yeah.
Tallinn and Riga. But now he's trying Vilno again, and this looks good. He got this battle.
This looks amazing. If he has a lot of soft attack.
Because in this 60 days he has left, he just needs to take one of the victory points, and he's currently winning battles on Memeles. No, he actually cancelled it again.
And he took
But-
Kaunas. He's gonna take Kaunas. That's really good. That's good supply.
It's Kaunas, yes, Kaunas is the supply hub.
He just needs
Which
more
mean-
divisions to cover all this ground.
Yeah.
Maybe Memel has a lot. Memel is actually getting pushed, but he's
I think he just needs to keep up the pressure right now. Because
Yeah, he
Segel
needs-
is also out of, like, the other players also out of command power.
He made the push in the center. He just needs to exploit it with more troops.
Yeah. That he lost his forest tile is a bit unlucky.
By blood
Because
alone
it's-
is in 10 days.
Which gives him... I'm looking
10.
on the wrong faction.
Yeah, let me say. It gives him 10 attack, 25% ground support. Does he have any cast? No, he does not.
And also makes sure that he has enough manpower.
I mean, he
at
has
the end of the
200
game.
cast, but he does not have it on missions. I would say just put them on missions, man.
Yeah, just shoot ambitions, and, you know, because you have, like, 50 days left. But he's probably busy doing other stuff.
Yeah.
And he also
Well-
just unlocked another doctrine. But these 10% stats, they will really... They will be
Memo,
really important.
Memo.
With Memel, because you have to remember, Memel, he's trying to reinforce it, but he cannot press last anymore. He doesn't have manpower for command power for that. I guess 8 command power. I'm not sure if it's enough for one division.
Yeah, and he's pushing Kaunas.
But what kind of confuses me is that he always stops this battle on Memel.
He needs to keep it going.
No,
And he is. How many days till by blood alone?
47. I
One
mean,
day, basically.
One day, but alone we can see is 700 soft attack right now on the day.
Yeah.
I want to see. Come on, give him one more day.
He's getting memed, man.
Yeah. It's getting weak for
Kaunas is
him.
falling. That's bad. He needs Kaunas.
Yeah, he needs to stop attacking from there.
And
The last stand
possibly
would be
last stand.
probably good. Would be pretty good.
And also his cast is not up. He only has fighters. If he had cast, his cast would actually fly.
He just needs more time. Or,
He's getting encircled.
or do it in the time. Nah, I don't think he's gonna get encircled.
No, he's fine. He's
But
fine.
he's playing it safe, yeah.
Yeah. Another attacker to Memo.
It's so sad because the battle on Memel is always green, but it's like the reinforced right here. Even though he has 2 radio attacks.
But now it looks good. Everything is in.
No,
Oh,
like the
he
issue
needs
is
to
like
stop
attack. He needs to cycle.
Oh, look Kaunas front. He needs to micro it. Good.
Just 30 more days.
Just 30 more days.
He's getting a marsh tile in the south, which can turn out to be really important because it's connected to a plain tile, and the marsh tile is a good river crossing that he can hold, where he could move his rangers in.
Yeah, he took Grodno, which is a supply hub. The Allied did the decryption. 30 more days. Memel again.
I hate. Okay, actually now he is not attacking with all the units. He's keeping 4 on the back, so he could just once the battle ends, he could use the others one. But you need to cycle. You need to cycle.
Seagull is gonna get his buff of no step back in 15 days.
It gives him recovery rate, like the division attack and the division attack obviously, but
division
the
attack is
recovery
good.
rate is also important.
Yeah. And actually, something really sneaky is the organization loss when below 25, minus 25. That's gonna help him not get reinforcement actually.
Yeah. He really needs to. He really needs
He
to
needs
take
a
this
VP.
tile now.
He needs a
Yes,
VP.
yes, 20 more days.
Honestly, I would say go Winlow. Winlow doesn't look that good.
I mean, I think if he would have just put all the units on Vilno, because there are so many tiles, and like he's always trying to take Memel, attacking with a lot of units. In the end, he's always getting reinforcement. I think maybe he should just try last force attack move here.
Did he put up his cast? Yes, he did. Nice. Finally, he put up his cast. The Axis player. But I don't know if it's gonna
But
fly.
now he has 13 days left.
He's getting full planning for everything. And the last hurrah.
Yeah. Yeah.
10 days. He
10
goes
days.
for Memo.
This might be the final battle.
He keeps.
You see, he struggles to get the unit into the battle.
Yeah. And he needs to push it to Winlow though, not only Memo.
I mean, he just needs Memel to turn around the victory points. Then he has 3. And the enemy has 2. But now it's just 6 days.
Yeah. Even now it's gonna be tough to get Memo.
Yeah.
5 more days. And Seagull looks like he's gonna win. 3rd
Yeah.
place. And the bronze match. Seagull actually puts up and
He
his
even
navy.
put up the navy to deny the shop bombardment.
Or just for his, which is
That's a very smart play, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel a bit sorry for the Axis player, because I feel like he just needed a bit more time.
Yeah, he was getting his things on, but GG.
But that was
We'll play-
Seagull's build, you know, to make him
we'll
run
play
out
to
of time.
Seagull.
Nice.
That was a really good build from Seagull.
Yeah.
He held basically a plain tile for 500 points.
I find interesting that the game before we basically saw no air production on one side and then like very little.
And
on
now
the
we
other
see
side.
full on
And now,
air.
Yeah, now we see like, I mean, I don't know how much it was in the end, but at some point I saw 28 factories.
Yep. He still has 28, while the
Yeah.
Axis has
25.
25.
Yeah.
That was a close
Nice.
game though.
Yep.
Let's talk to the players.
Hey guys.
GG's guys.
Okay. Whew.
Sega
No.
with the win in the end. It looked very
Uh,
close at the end.
No. I mean, I was getting tired in the middle of it. Oh, no.
Sure. Yeah, you showed a good defense. In the end, it looked like his units were way stronger. But you still had like he got reinforced memed on Memel all the time.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was just holding back for content. I could have went in
Sure,
anytime.
buddy. Sure, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk to player. A nice try, player. Will play. You won one of the games. You won game 2. So I would like to tell you, will play. And for Seagull, congrats, man.
Nice. Thank you. Very nice.
Yes, congratulations, Segal, for winning this bronze match. You have secured 3rd place and the prize of 650 euros. Congratulations. And casters, also thank you to you. Thank you to Mohammed and Leonard. We will see you shortly. And everybody, we're going to a small break.
Bye bye.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight. Because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearts of Iron World's Grand Final. It's here, the World Championship 25-26 Grand Final. I am your host, Midgeman. And before we get on with today, let us take a look at the day so far and what we've got coming right up. Let's send us to the bracket. So. It's here. It's finally here. Rizla versus Sojourn. After Player and Segel fall off in the bronze match, with Segel taking the third place victory. It's now a best of 5 to find out who our winner is, our grand champion. It's been a long time coming. 5 months of gameplay, and now one of these two players will gain the title of world champion. And of course, walk away with €2,500. It's a big one. It's a massive, massive end to this competition. And I'm going to need some solid support if I'm to carry through this best of 5. So I welcome back to the show my good friend and co-caster for this grand final, PDX Fraser. Hey, bud. How you doing?
Hello there. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm looking forward to this one. I was able to cast one of the matches yesterday. I believe it was Buge versus Player. And, well, neither of those two people are in on this grand final. Instead, as you mentioned, we've got Sojourn coming in, as well as Rizzler. So I'm very excited about this. I can't wait to see what I have missed out on so far in this tournament.
I mean, I think you've missed out quite a lot, just in general. Did you manage to catch either of Sojourn or Rizzler's games in the past, or are they both completely
Both of them.
fresh?
So I've watched both of them. However, I think one of the most important things, especially when we look at the Commanders mod, it completely revamps the way that Hearts of Iron plays. So I come in from this as obviously I work for Paradox Interactive. I work for the community team on Hearts of Iron. But Commanders mod, it completely changes everything on it. So I'm looking forward to being able to sit down with you, discuss some of the more intricate details of it, and really see what is going to be different on this game versus what I might have been seeing before.
Yeah, so I've been saving this sort of accidental joke for you. So not only have I just accidentally dressed like Soviet propaganda today, I've also dressed like my room. I've got green walls
I've
and brown
noticed that,
wall,
and the
I'm
brown-
wearing green. I'm camouflaging. That's what it is.
I love that.
Yeah, I love it. I'm just trying not to be hit by enemy casts. That's how it's going.
Yeah.
I'm very
Meanwhile,
excited for this.
me with the boats.
Yep.
I've got a bit of a naval theme going on.
You rep that navy again. So there is an element that I want to talk about with this final that I think is going to come heavily into play, and it's something that I often focus on as a caster because it's an element that often gets missed by analysts, and that is tiredness, fatigue, and also the meta behind the map selection. Because this final is going to be a best of 5. We could go to 5 maps today. That could be upwards, if every map goes to its full extreme, 5 more hours of Hearts of Iron. That is a full playthrough of a standard Hearts of Iron game if you're running at speed 5. And that's 5 matchups, 5 different production builds, 5 different sets of micro, 5 different play styles and maps that are going to be tested. That could be 5 bans on each faction side. We could lose 5 different commanders to each of these players. It could come down to the end. It might not, but that takes so much mental attunement to be able to go through, not only remembering your builds, remembering every click each time, but okay, how does this commander play? Okay, how does this commander play? Okay, how does this map play? How does this map play? And we've already seen it in this leg of the competition, in this grand final. There's been a lot of reliance on the older maps. Well, I don't think we can fill off roster with only old maps. I think we're going to have to see some new ones. And I think if a player wants a quick win, playing something that maybe someone else hasn't, maybe the map that only came out 2 weeks ago, and bringing out Festung, something like that, and then playing some of the older maps, could be a way to win it purely on the map pick alone.
See, it's really interesting you bring that up. Before I started working with Paradox Interactive, I used to work with Ubisoft in the esports scene on Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. So I've actually had the pleasure not only of casting best of threes and best of fives for a number of years. I've also competed in them
Mhm.
as an analyst, as a coach, standing behind my players at events. And you are absolutely right. It is no different if you are sitting at home
Mhm.
in a comfortable environment. That is ultimately it's your environment. It's something that you're familiar with, but you're playing for 7, 8, 9 hours. It takes a lot out of you. So looking at something like a best of three, you're looking about 4 to 5 hours worth of time that you are sitting there concentrating. You're stressed. You are investing a lot of mental energy into, and that fatigue can really set in. But for a best of five, it's an order of magnitude in difference, because
Yep.
not only is it the 5 hours of playtime, it's also waiting around, waiting for lobbies, prepping beforehand, and also trying to figure out what you're going to do in the midst of all of that. So I'm very excited about this, but I would definitely imagine it's going to be a long slog throughout it, especially once we start getting into the second map and the third map.
Yep. And speaking of, let's not extend that slog for them any longer. Let's bring up Rizla, let's bring up Sojourn, and let's go into the very first map select of the grand final. Hello, 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 hello. How are we doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Doing great?
I'm excited.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you two are going to be bringing up in on this. I've seen, across the Rhine, Son and Bloom, plenty of times so far. I'm going to be looking at this to see, are we going to be seeing more of this, or are we going to be bringing out some brand new maps?
Well, let's find out. Rizla, you are the highest seed. Please, heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails?
It's always tails.
The
isn't
result
it?
is tails. So, would you
Okay.
like map or faction for this very first pick?
Faction.
You would like faction. Okay, Sojourn, what map would you like to see as locked in as map 1?
I'm gonna tempt fate and pick Desperado again.
Damn!
Ooh.
Desperado. Okay. So, Desperado is locked in. Rizla, what faction would you like on Desperado?
Axis.
Axis for Desperado. Okay, let me get the game set up and got the bands going in. Fraser, take over. Query our players
Okay.
as I get some things set up here.
So I have not been able to watch Desperado as of yet. Most of the maps I've been seeing across the Rhine, Sean and Bloom, as I mentioned. What is Desperado, and what should I expect out of this, you guys?
I think you should
Yeah.
expect the big naval battle over the Cuba,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. What
Yeah.
about you, Sojourn?
Yeah, no, it's because it's kind of got two fronts. It's
Yeah.
got the land front and the more amphibious stuff in the east. So I think it's a cool map with a lot of going on.
Okay. Now, you two have both been playing Commanders for quite a significant amount of time. How familiar are you both with Desperado? Is this a new map, or is it an older map?
It's a newer map, but not that new. I think it came out
Okay.
like I'm not sure exactly when it came out, but I think me and Rizla both played here like a number of times,
Yeah.
so we're
Okay.
pretty familiar with it.
Okay, so would you say this map is a surprise for either of you?
Nah,
Nah, you're looking forward to it?
I mean Desperado played the Desperado. He picked Desperado against Daily Disters, so I'm kind of prepared for that.
Did you watch that game fully?
Yes.
Okay. See, something that Midge and I were both talking about earlier on is the idea of like kind of counter-stratting, and when you're looking to see what the opponent does, what they might have done in that last game, what they might do in this game, what might have changed. So that's going to be quite interesting then.
Okay, so we're ready on my end to go into the picks and bans. Hopefully, I've set this up correctly. I'm going to double check myself now because I don't want to look like a fool on the internet. Okay, we are going into the first picks and bans of this grand final.
Okay. Now, as we go into this, can you also quickly explain to us why are we doing picks and bans? What's the importance of this, Midge?
Why we're doing faction bans? Well, it's one of those things of it's just an extra competitive element. Being able to eliminate a commander from each side. It diversifies the gameplay. It's another element that the players have to think about. And speaking of, Rizzler, please make the first ban.
Should I ban USMC or the combined? I'm gonna ban USMC.
USMC, okay. And Sojourn, who would you like to ban?
Let's go with that.
Imperial Japanese Navy.
Ooh.
Okay, both of you ready up? Your 5 minutes will start now.
Okay, so I want to just go into those faction bans right there. One of the things we were talking about earlier on, when we asked them, they're talking, this is a Navy map. You've got a lot of focus going on around the Gulf of Mexico. So the USMC or combined operations were the two for the Allied bans. They were the two that they were kind of debating for a wee bit there, both of whom specialize Special Forces and also Navy. So I'm kind of liking that ban there. An Imperial Japanese Navy, we saw that on Sod and Bloom, especially that the IGN is quite a powerful pick. Big Navy, big power. Getting that off the board, I think this is going to be quite a spicy game, Midge.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The Imperial Japanese Navy is the strongest navy in the entire game. You get the super heavy battleship, the Yamato. You get a lot of heavy carriers, heavy cruisers, and not only that, it's complemented well. Gosh, where's the placement of it? It's up here now. So you get great harmony, but you also get carriers through the strait, which gives you 3 aircraft carriers. So not only do you have the super heavy battleship, you have 3 aircraft carriers. You get enough screening for them both. You get naval bombers, and you get marines. You get 2 elite divisions here, and you get 2 elite here. Both of them are quite low combat width now compared to the current meta. Actually, something I have on my whiteboard here of Commanders mod bugs and balance changes for next season. Which I've been writing whilst watching today. But you get so much in the way of Navy, and also because you get Special Forces cap, you get quite a lot of coordination there. It's basically an unpenetrable Navy. And then the same, we've seen it with the Allies multiple times. USMC, it's a lot of flexibility. It's a lot of Navy. You get strap bombers, you get a lot of air, you get that amphibious tank division, which I will point out as well on this map in particular, and I'll go over what this map is in just a moment. It's a huge river map as well. There's the naval element, sure, but the rivers, the jungles, and Marines get bonuses to river crossings. And actually, with certain factions in this mod, you can find actually that attacking and defending into rivers will be a net positive more so than you attacking into, say, plains tiles. Like, the stats are that in favor. So I think both of those are very valid bans. But the other thing you need to remember now, both of those bans are done for the series. They're gone for the entire series. So if we get another naval map and we end up with more naval factions getting banned, we're going to see some really interesting stats. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Hello and welcome to the Commanders Grand Final. We're here after 5 long months, and this is the first map. This is Desperado. This is a 5VP map styled in Central and South North America. Riddle me that one.
North America.
South North America. It's the American South. It is a 5VP map where the VPs are Dallas, New Orleans, Miami, Merida, and Havana. It is the Yucatan Peninsula, the Florida Key. It is Cuba, and it is it's Texas, Louisiana region. And it's one of our most interesting single-player maps, purely because this is one of the only maps where from the bases, what I call the bases, the starting region for the Allies and Axis, there is automatically a 2-front to progress from. Most it's just like left, right, left, right. This is a map up where it is a circular map. The design is circling around a sort of the Gulf, the Western and Eastern Gulf of Mexico, with all the VPs around it, with only 1 inland VP. 4 of the 5 VPs can be completely threatened navally. I always try to look at the jungle of the map. The jungle in this map, weirdly, is through the center. It is that Gulf of Mexico. So naval dominance is going to be important, or you've got to dominate on land. You've got to make sure that your ports are guarded 100%, and these VPs can be kind of forgotten about, or you put pressure here. But if you have naval dominance, you can never leave your sort of open flank open, because I've seen games where it looks really rough on land and then bang, you see Miami fall. It's a very, very left-right uneven map. And yeah, Is there anything that you're noticing off the bat here, Fraser?
Well, first and foremost, I am looking both the two factions. Their main armies are being directed straight up into the north, straight across towards Dallas. And again, I think this makes a lot of sense when you consider the moment that war kicks off, they're going to be looking at, okay, where's the immediate point of contact? It's going to be up north, looking over towards, like you're mentioning, you Houston, Dallas, New Orleans. So it makes a lot of sense that they're focusing on that. If you look over towards the axis, you've got Merida down to the south. They don't need to worry about taking that straight away because there's no access or no immediate access outside of a naval invasion. So I think that makes a lot.
Sorry, no. Continue with that line of thought because I want to counter-argue you right away.
Okay, well, we already saw USMC was banned out, so that means if they want to go for, immediate kind of landings for the Allies, maybe they might go down the route of combined operations. However, I would imagine they probably want to focus on just trying to land grab as much as they can up in the north, and then later on down the line, they could just chuck like a division or two down to the south, and we can see they've already done that. They put a cavalry division down south for Merida, and I think what that's implying to be, they're saying, hey, you know what, fuck it, let's just send one guy down, again, Dora the Explorer, go on down, she'll take Merida, and then the rest of the units can be focused up north on that main kind of axis of advance. The Allies, probably, I imagine they're going to do a similar thing.
So here's where I'm going to get it. One, the timer is rolling. Both players actually readied up with that early time rather than using the first 5 minutes. I always think that's a little weird, honestly. I always think, and this is what I was going to see. We've only ever seen Sojourn on the axis of this map, and he is what I would call currently in the meta the king of this map. This is his map. His axis meta normally is to land a naval invasion not in New Orleans, but to these marsh tiles to the left, specifically these two here. And you want to know the reason why? One of these tiles has the airbase, and it's a level 5 airbase, and securing that airbase secures this air zone. And being marsh tiles, they're really hard to push off. Now, as allies, he's under a different threat, and I was wondering if we were going to see it. Players, I want to say, in the season where this originally came out, and also to answer the question of when this map came out, it came out alongside Trials of Allegiance. It was one of our Trials of Allegiance based maps. I would like to see players instantaneously, and this used to happen quite a lot, if you had naval dominance, to threaten the opponent's VP that is on their land. And I think we're going to see that from the Allies here. I'm going to say we're probably going to see a Commonwealth 8th Army picked, so we get a strong naval ally, and we're going to see them try to attack Havana and try and lock the Axis player out of Merida and secure Miami and kind of forego pushing past the New Orleans, because that, I think, is what the Axis player is going to expect. We aren't seeing a naval invasion set up for those air tiles, which is, again, that Sojourn's move. Instead of going for the VP of New Orleans and trying to threaten that, you go for the marsh tiles and hold that in. That's not being set up right now. So I think we're going to see a pretty standard, I'm going to try and go for the land build for the Axis, and then the Allies are just going to go, no, I'm going to take map control and dominate early.
And that by itself is what makes this so fascinating. Me coming out of this as a more mundane, conventional Hearts of Iron 4, I'm going to sit down and play 9 hours as, a continental power, and I'm going to play the long game. Versus Commander's mod, where you're generally looking at a much more symmetrical, 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3 experience, and you have a lot more opportunities for things like that. You are able to go for things that are a little bit more out of pocket that you might not necessarily expect, such as a naval, amphibious landing onto New Mexico.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Mexico, and if I quickly bring it up on my end as well, a lot of the supply lines are kind of coastal over here. So if anything, if you get cut off from your capital, if you land, say, in this San Luis Potosi area, that wouldn't be I put too much Italian inflection on that. But you can essentially cut that across the edge of the map, and as long as if you cut off Mexico City, all supply radiates from a capital. So if you cut the supply from the capital, all of this front line out of supply except for naval, and if you have naval dominance, you're going to start having raids, you're going to start losing supply, and you could... honestly, this map control could be excellent. This could be something bought out of the bag. Really, I'm here for it. I'm so here for it.
Now, let's talk a little bit about Commander's mod.
We're seeing. Oh,
What
sorry,
is
sorry. We're seeing Commonwealth pick in. The Commonwealth has gone in, which means it's either going to be Canadian First Army for the Allies or Commonwealth 8th Army for the.
And you said.
Yeah, which I
you
think
were
is what
you were
we're gonna
saying
see.
8th.
I think
Commonwealth
we're going to see 8th because you get the Mediterranean Fleet, which is a fleet of 2 battleships and an aircraft carrier. So it is a decently strong navy. It's like upper mid-tier navy. The best navy on the Allies is gone. You want to go for one of the secondary naval factions. This is one of them, and you get some pretty good special forces. You get planes as well. It's not as meta. Commonwealth 8th Army used to be the pick for this map. That being said, there are 2 aircraft carriers on Canada as well, but you get them so much later. And that's the thing. It's a difference of an extra 25 days down that path, but we'll have to see there. So you are asking, what is Commander's mod? Correct? You want that in general?
Yes.
Oh, Commander's mod is the ultimate cut-down competitive experience for Hearts of Iron. Who do you take me for? Like, it is the it's the best version of Hearts of Iron for this cut-down gameplay. And I won't be hearing anything else. I know Oak exists. I know all those fantastic mods exist, but we're the best. I'm sorry. That's how it has to work. It has to work. I'm sorry. And yeah, we try to continue development. Most of our development revolves around tournament gameplay. And keeping it competitive and updating for major tournaments. And on that note, if you are a tournament organizer and you're running a Commanders event, 1, get involved with Hearts of Iron Frontlines if you haven't already. But 2, make sure you contact us on the mod team because we want to be able to give you technical support, whether that's making sure that the mod is completely up to date for whatever build of Hearts of Irons come out, if we're doing any balancing, and we try to focus our time around that because mainly our modders are also heavily involved with other mods. We can't give it it's not a regular update thing. We tend to do it on time. And it's Commonwealth 8th Army pick going in. I absolutely called it. Okay, so for the first time in this tournament, let me break down the Commonwealth 8th Army tree. So Commonwealth 8th Army is based on the Army of North Africa that was run, that had very various generals in its history, including Bernard Montgomery. It's the classic army that won the North Africa campaign. So for that, you get the 150 fighters of the Desert Air Corps. You have tank hunters, which is a lot of towed anti-tank, as well as extra piercing for your troops. You get the Mediterranean Fleet, which again, a British Mediterranean fleet with 2 battleships and an aircraft carrier. You get the Cairo branch, which is an extra operative and agency slot that's named after the special. A lot of special service happened out of Cairo in the war. A lot of the that happening. I'm just also trying to make sure I keep an eye on the time because I'm about to turn the speed down. And then you get 2 infantry divisions, which are kind of okay, but also you get the Indian Gurkha divisions, which are 2 ranger divisions. Those are going to be super good in those forest tiles. It ends with the Spartan Planner, which is, again, this is a grand battle plan doctrine tree. So you get more planning and a lot of other things. Sorry, I'm just making sure that I slow the game speed. I'm going to do it a little early so I can continue talking. You get max entrenchment, hot acclimatization factor, which is a factor on this map, and also supply efficiency. The end cap for this is Rule Britannia, naval speed, consumer good factories down, naval max range, war support, production efficiency growth, maximum command power, so more flicks of last stand, more flicks of forced attack, and naval invasion planning. It's really interesting. Then you've got the combined tree of Dig for Victory, which is more that's resource efficiency, game consumer goods, and production efficiency. You get some division attack bonuses here from Mad Minute Training and Bletchley Park, which again, more operative slots. So there's going to be a lot of going on with the intelligence agency. It's the strongest intelligence faction in the game as well.
I have a question. I'm gonna break up what you're saying. I think there's a slight error with that because it says Mediterranean Fleet, you get 2 battleships and an aircraft carrier. I'm going to be a nerd here and say actually it would have been 3 because it should have been Warspite, Barham, and Malaya. But anyway, the focus, let me finish. The Mediterranean Fleet, it says it has 2 and an aircraft carrier, but when I'm actually looking at it in game, it's actually given 1 aircraft carrier and 3 battleships.
So that is because the Allies start with a battleship.
Ooh,
See,
I
there
like
is
that. Okay.
I believe there is a starting navy on certain maps where there is a battleship. That's why
Okay.
you're seeing the extra battleship there.
Interesting.
That or the tooltip is wrong, and I will add it to my whiteboard.
I'm just
it
sitting there
could be the
like,
case.
I mean,
Legitimately, it could be-
if you think about it, 3 battleships, you know, aircraft carrier, you got Glorious.
Yep.
Had Glorious.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. We are now just
yeah.
9 days away from the war. We got these
Okay.
naval invasions that are going to be planned. I'm
And
very,
also-
very excited to see what happens here.
We did see Royal Italian First Army being
Yes, we
brought
did.
out. I like that, especially because you do get the breakout fleet, which is quite nice. And they're also now currently going down for integrated access command. We spoke about the Italian First Army before. They're really nice all-rounders. You had actually said yesterday that you believed that the First Italian Army was one of the best general all-rounders for the Allied for the Axis faction, not the Allies. We're not at that point of the war yet.
I would honestly say it is the most above average across the board. It is. It has
Okay.
a decent navy. It has pretty decent air, and it has pretty decent infantry, and then it also has the ability to flip into those SPGs and those light tanks again. But we are at war, and the war has been declared. Now, the thing to look out for are these naval invasions. I love it.
Yep.
Oh my god, it's 7 cavalry divisions just going to be going across the Axis heartland. And the thing is, those were semi-defended right now because the naval invasions have stalled into Havana. We're seeing advances now towards the VPs on all fronts. Houston is going to be attacked. Also, Dallas probably going to be falling to the Axis, with New Orleans now going to the Allies. The VP bleed will begin in that front. And, we've
Naval
got
battle.
Naval battle. It's a big one. The Axis fleet is being hammered. 1 light cruiser and 7 destroyers down to 1 submarine. 2 light cruisers. This is big. There's a lot of damage going out. That aircraft carrier, those battleships are hammering. Now, I will say the battleships on the Italian side of things are going to be pounding quite hard because, again, there are 4 of them to the 3 of them. But this is a very well-screened fleet. And, wow, we've got cavalry coming. The cavalry is coming at all times. And we've actually seen our player... the Axis player Rizzler has moved his entire army back from the front line now to defend against this. He heard the boop of a naval invasion and he stopped himself dead in those tracks.
Can we go on the Axis player perspective, please? Because something we've been speaking about quite a lot. Even if these naval invasions don't fully work out, it's APM that is spent. Oh, fuck me, look at that. All right, let's go back to us.
The naming... The naming are actually flipped, and also I believe one of those perspectives is has gone dead. I need to look into that currently, so I'm going to put it over to you, and I'm going to see what I can do.
Long story short, we're looking at this naval invasion. It landed. It brought a lot of the attention from the Axis back onto that landing. It's forced a lot of those APMs back onto this general area, and it means that they're not necessarily able to micro up in the north as much as they might have wanted. So far, has this been a success? Depends on what you determine as being a success. It's wasting time, resources. It's forcing the Axis player to micro on both of those. Up in the north, we can see again the time has been firmly in favor of the Allies. They've done a really good job at advancing all the way up, even just outside of Houston. However, it has stagnated there. We can see the attack as well going on. The Italians not really able to hold on to that position just yet, so they should lose Dallas in a wee second, I would imagine. Just going to wait and see whether that happens here. And again, really nice divisions for the Italians, but again, they just don't really have that much hard attack. So against infantry, that's fine. But if they were to then go up against tanks later on, might be something a bit more of a concern.
I'm going to quickly pause. Could you quickly jump down and tell Sojourn to reconnect his POV?
Yeah.
Now, of course, us pausing like this for a technical moment, this is a brief respite for the other player, for Rizzler, to be actually put in some inputs. It's a little bit of a calm moment, but we need this POV connected. Even though they're not great to view for like an audience perspective, I need these for being able to judge them. The way that I have my monitors set up, I can flick between them and double check things, keep ahead on the rules, make sure that things are going fairly, that nobody's like having extra inputs from all sorts of things. So yeah, that's just getting refreshed now, and we should have confirmation on that in a moment. But I hope you're all enjoying, and remember, if you haven't already, check out the sponsor of this tournament, Hearts of Iron. This is the game that this mod is built off of. Hearts of Iron is a fantastic World War II sandbox game.
Should be back up
And
now.
it is indeed. So I'm going to unpause and we'll go back into the combat as we see it. So now that I've finished dealing with those things, can you tell me, can you analyze this? Like, how do you think this is going for the players?
I think for the Axis, it's fucked up north. To the south, I think they're doing a much better job, but you can see, again, the front line focusing firmly towards Dallas right there. They're trying to break that line, push across. If we look over towards the supply as well, for the Allies, they've got a really strong position. Axis, on the other hand, not too sure. Let's have a wee look-see. Very strong position. As long as they can basically just hold that line across from Houston to Dallas, I think they're fine. But again, you're looking at how many of those victory points are in the favor of the Allies. I believe it's currently 2 for 2.
It's 2 for 2, so there's the life bleed
Yeah.
is like completely stagnated. But I will also say
Yeah.
those cavalry divisions that caused all of that disruption in the Axis territory, those were just simple 10-width divisions, not a huge investment. Probably consider it was about 7. We're looking at let me see if I can see. If I can see the manpower requirements. So
26 versus 25.
So those are
for now.
5,000 manpower each. So what? We're looking at 35k troops. That's not a huge... I mean, it's an investment, but it's not a huge one.
It's
and
not
look
a
at
big
the
one.
look at the ground it gained you. It not only gained you a really good footing over New Orleans, but it's already got you pressuring on Dallas. You have control of Miami, and also because you have that naval dominance, he's about to get Havana, and that's about to start bleeding.
I will say, I'm looking at some of the overall organization for these units all the way up north. I believe they're just
Dallas
basic
just
infantry.
fell as well. Oh, it flicks back in as well. This is going to be really, really tight for the Axis player. A lot of pressure now because we've seen it in previous days. As soon as you start getting a bleed, it's bad. So 313 days on a 3-2. If this goes to a 4-1, that's going to cut down to 200 days. But you're not just losing game time. You're losing resources. Each VP is chock-a-blocked full of awesome resources for you to be able to secure your victory or for you to lose out on. And I think we've got a snake of cavalry coming around the back here for the Allies. It's up in
Oh
the
my
north.
lord!
It's
Yeah, I
coming
see them.
from West Texas through the Alamo. We have a cavalry unit heading to Chihuahua, and they are heading down to Monterey. I will also point out now, the capital of the Axis is in the north. It's in Monterey. It's as close to the line as it possibly can be. It's not Mexico City
Italian
anymore.
tankettes. They do have 2
Oh.
Italian tankettes pushing in through Texas, just north of San Antonio. I would be looking at this and saying, okay, at this point, crush this down, stop them from being able to push any further. I think if they were to try and use it with the infantry, iffy. Use the infantry, block it off, use the tankettes. They are relatively small, little wee tanks. But again, a tank versus a horse.
The horse is gone.
Yeah.
The horse. I believe that horse
off
is
to
now
Tesco.
called. Yeah. I was about to say it's named Tesco now. It's part of the meal deal.
Tesco.
And we're seeing actually a little bit of a line retreat now from the Allies. The supply here got a bit too untenable. I don't know if some focus was lost or no, it's the air game, I think. I believe the air just... No, it's Allied favored air. So I'm not sure what happened there, but those... Oh, it's the tankettes. I think it's the tankettes putting enough pressure in.
Now, the Allies do have one other trick up their sleeve. The fact that they have 47 ships in their navy. They still have 1 carrier, 3 battleships, and a bunch of other mini ships. Overall, really good. They came out of that initial naval battle intact. If you quickly swap over to my screen for a wee second. The long story short, Cunningham, he went fucking ham. Looking over towards this, he did really well. The Italians are down to about 10 ships. Realistically, those 10 ships are not going to be able to deny any further naval actions over here. I think the main benefit that the Italians would have at this point would be primarily convoy raiding. Try and deny some of the supply as best they can. But realistically, I think the Allies, as long as they hold on to that advantage, they are always going to be able to threaten that back line.
Well, that's the thing right now. I think right now we're seeing the Allies lose a lot of their advantage here in the mainland, especially if they start to lose these marsh tiles, the really easy defendable tiles. Because if you didn't know, marshes have the exact same defense stats as mountain tiles. So these are really, really hard to push out. And right now there's supply issues in so many places. Just these Italian divisions, the tankettes are doing a lot, but even just like the infantry divisions are going toe-to-toe and winning. There's a really, really bad supply issue on this front line. The Allies are a little overextended right now, but all the time that the Axis can keep up the pressure before they can entrench properly, this is going to be dangerous. We could see this flip back in the Axis favor, and again, it's going to be a reliance on those naval invasions again. But I don't know, has Sojourn overinvested? I mean, we're now 185k losses to 71k. That 30k from that initial landing, that's been blown out of proportion by other losses now.
Do me a favor, pop onto my screen for a second. So a couple of things we can see. So the Allies, they have broken the enemy cipher, so they are getting bonuses, not just towards their air, but overall in their ground. So they're still struggling right now, and that's concerning. What I am noticing, the Allies, they have air supremacy.
It's air supremacy, but only for seconds here because the airbase is open, and due to a retreat, it's been encircled. Okay, we've got a small encirclement of 5 divisions. They're not going to be able to break those out. They are last standing. There's going to have to be pressure, and that right there, you see, that's the issue.
I think that's
the supply hub,
going to be
Shreveport. And this means the air has gone down. It means the defense has gone down. It was just one, and New Orleans is open. The VP is also open. We're about to see the VP flip as well. Oh, okay, it got in there just in time, and we've got a pinning action coming on in. But that is so many troops lost. Sojourn is in a really weak spot. I want to see what their micro is doing right now, if I can.
There is also a naval invasion being prepped by the Axis, dropping off a cavalry boyo over to Havana. One guy just to take that VP. The main issue I see right now is the Mediterranean fleet. They're sitting there saying, not fucking happening. I don't think they're going to be able to pull off that naval invasion anytime soon, but they've got that there just in case.
Yeah, and that's those 5 divisions that were encircled completely dead now. And also New Orleans is under threat. There is a last stand in there. Remember, last stand in this mod is so much more damage. And even speaking of damage, look at those kill stats. 300k allied losses to only 84 Axis. This is looking really, really bad for our allied player. And the Little Rock is now being pushed out. The supply hub that was supplying this entire front line through the river, that's now been lost. If we look at the supply map mode, the supply weight is going to be a little too much. You see there, New Orleans shut off for a moment. And again, troops have been put out of New Orleans. I think we're seeing Sojourn panic. We're seeing some panic because a lot of these troops are just auto-reinforcing in places where the line keeps shifting so hard. They're being sent all the way up north, and he's lost control of his own troops to the AI. I think I know he's getting planning bonus from this. Oh, we might see an overrun if we're not careful. This is going to be really tight here. These light tankettes, even though they're going through the forest, this is really bad. The Allies are in a really, really bad position right now.
So right now, the only thing that is stopping the Axis basically the only thing that's stopping them from having that naval invasion onto Havana, taking a 4th victory point right now, is the Mediterranean Navy, or the Mediterranean fleet. So right now, that's the only thing that's stopping that from going on. But I don't think it really matters all too much when you're looking up at the north and you're seeing that front line just pushing ever closer towards Birmingham. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to go to Birmingham, just assuming it's the same as what it is in the UK. But again,
no! So Baton Rouge and New Orleans have now been cut off. They are in supply though because of the Louisiana port, but it's going to be stressing. And okay, the Allies have naval superiority, so this is going to be fine. But they can, if Baton Rouge falls, you're going to be able to take New Orleans from three directions. That's going to be really hard to hold, even within supply. You might just get retreat clicked out, and even so, the supply line is falling. Birmingham is gone.
Oh. And Axis also just got 3 Mountaineer divisions, 24 width.
Oh, okay. Again, this is the Allies might have overinvested in some of those naval invasions and some of those naval plans, and I think it's come back to bite them. They didn't secure their supply line. I think they spent too much time microing those cavalry divisions, whilst they didn't have the full security of a fully fledged front line. And these Italian divisions are just punching so hard. That is 5 divisions encircled there as well near Birmingham. They've now been broken out by the Baton Rouge defenders, and they're going to be re-encircled again. We're going to see encirclement on into encirclement. They might be able to get out if Birmingham's open. No, it's been pushed out. Oh gosh. Okay, no, Nashville hasn't been cut off yet, but that is also the airbase been cut off again. The airbase, all air is going to be down. Sojourn's going to be just out APM'd right now. This is awesome play from Rizzler. This is really, really, really clean micro. This is defeat in detail. It's just not letting him keep a front line. And now, as we see, Atlanta, the Allied headquarters in Atlanta is already under threat.
Yeah, right now I think it's really just going to be coming down for Axis, just trying to apply that pressure, establish that front line, and just keep applying more pressure. On the other hand, for the Allies, I really don't know how they're planning on recovering this right now, because they don't have enough troops to cover that front line anymore. You can see the units snaking up and across to the north on Nashville, and also it does look like
throwing
there
in the
is
towel for that game
surrender.
1. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense at this point. I think it is a GG go next. I think that was a really, like, I think from Sojourn's point of view, it was better for him to save face at this point and go next. He recognized that he was in a indefendable position. It was only a matter of time on New Orleans. He had no troops on his front line. Just to go over those stats again, 400k losses to almost 100k Axis losses. Like, it was... There's a 300,000 loss difference, and that is too much. 30k was fine. 300k is not a number you can sustain that early in a matchup. Yeah. Especially as your industry started to get put offline, that kind of thing.
I mean, I think one of the most important things to recognize here as well, like we've said, it's a best of 5. First game, fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know, it's a warm-up game. That's what I would be saying to myself if I was in the position of Sojourn, because at the end of the day, you still have other matches coming up. You don't want to focus too heavily on the result of this one game. You've still got to win the next game. I think this makes sense. I wouldn't necessarily look at it as being surrendering as anything more than just, okay, GG, go next.
Yeah, it's a GG go next. It is a reset. It's a reset. It's like making sure that you're not wasting too much of your energy. That's the other thing. Like, it can be said to hold the map for as long as possible in order to, try and tire out your opponent a little bit. However, I think in this case, it was better to just go next. I think it's an early in the match. I feel like it's good to get a reset, try something different. Also, the bans are going to be very, very different as well.
Yeah, and again, there could be a number of reasons why you end a match quickly. I mean, just one of them off the top of my head is, hey, maybe you want to order, takeaway food, and the takeaway restaurant closes at a certain time. So yeah, you go through, you smash it out, you do your best, and you recognize, okay, this game, the war has not gone favorably, or according to our plans.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Let's go on to the next one. Let's try something different. We keep the momentum going, and we try and deny the other player, the opponent, in this case being Rizzler, we try and deny them from taking too much of that initiative.
Yep. And speaking of, let's get our players back up here and move on to the next map select. Hey guys, welcome in.
Yo.
So, Sojourn, as you lost that match, it is your map pick.
Okay. Let's play Powder Keg.
Powder Keg. Okay.
Whoa.
I like it.
I've not heard of that map. What is this map? What is Powder Keg?
It's Hungary. It's the Balkans.
Okay. What should I be expecting a review to?
Probably
Again,
a
I know
lot,
you're not going to tell me what you're actually going to do,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
what should I expect?
probably a lot of calf snakes, you know.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Just whilst we have a second, that was quite an intense game. You guys have been playing this, this kind of game mode for ages at this point. What is it like actually competing against each other though? Because I imagine you both know each other.
I mean, probably I have against Sojourn probably 50% win ratio on practice games. So
Yeah. Okay. And how about you, Sojourn?
Yeah, no, it's fun to kind of just play the same game but under a bit more pressure.
Yeah, I got you.
Speaking of pressure, I'm going to ask each of you now. I'm starting with Rizla. Winning the grand final prize of 2,500 euros, how game-changing would that be for you? What would you spend it on? What are you going to spend it on?
on the new PC for sure.
On a new PC, hell yeah. So with that money, you're only buying like RAM, though. Isn't that currently how it is? Okay. Sojourn, what about you? If you take away that 2,500 grand prize, what are you going to do with it? Is there something in mind?
Probably something boring, like save it. I'm sorry.
No,
Nah, you
hey,
gotta be.
You gotta
Don't
have
worry.
a head on your shoulders right now. I think right now saving is a very, very, very valid option. Okay, everybody's in. I'm gonna set the map to Powder Keg. I'm gonna make sure that we are set to the 2 bans on this system, and when everybody is readied up,
I am ready.
we shall. Oh no, wait! I've got to ask. What faction would you like, Rizla?
Let's play Axis.
Axis. Okay.
Yeah.
Then, with that in mind, once everybody's readied up, let us get in game for the next faction ban. Okay. Please lock in the previous bans of USMC and Imperial Japanese Navy. Not sure either of those would ever get played on this map, so I don't think the
You
map is
never
too
know.
much. Okay.
Yeah, you never know.
Sojourn, it's your ban first.
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it's going.
That's fair. That makes a lot of sense.
Rizla, your ban.
Wait. Yeah.
Communist China. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody ready up? Your 5 minutes begins now. Okay. So
I'm liking that.
I am too. Let me just fix the overlays. I'm going to send it to you.
Yep.
And
so
you take a look around and try and verbalize what you think, and then I'll correct you.
okay, well, I'm glad you kicked things off like that. Thank you. My confidence at an all-time low at this point.
Carry up.
Looking over at Powder Keg, as I mentioned, it's a Balkans map. I had to make sure I said Balkans, not Baltic. They're two very different things. You would think somebody who works for Paradox would be familiar with maps, but honestly, I just kind of wing it half the time. I'm liking the look of this map, especially with the amount of hills, the mountains, the rivers. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, well, logically, infantry focus here. You've got the Adriatics. Realistically, Navy's not really going to be a thing. Technically, I guess the Axis could use Navy. I don't know whether that is an option. I guess technically they could. I don't know about I don't know how that would work with the Allies, but anyway. What I'm looking at here, again, just mostly the terrain. It is very hilly, very mountainy. I would be thinking you'd be going quite heavy with Rangers, Mountaineers. What is the supply like, though, I wonder? Ooh, okay. So Budapest, Oradea, Sarajevo, Belgrade. Yeah, so... Belgrade. I would imagine you're probably mostly going to be focusing an axis of advance onto Belgrade and I guess maybe Budapest are on that side.
Okay, shall I cut in?
Yes, please do.
Let me take this dance. Okay, so welcome to Powder Keg. This is one of the more recent maps on, I believe this came in with the last update, alongside Arms Against Tyranny. This is a 5VP map in the 1v1 game mode of Commanders, and you correctly identified that Navy is less. However, it is this map's jungle, but we'll get onto that. There are 5 VPs on this map. They are Budapest, Odeya, Belgrade, Sarajevo, and Dubrovnik on the coast. So you can see where navies might come in there. This map is a very, very infantry artillery map. However, there's quite a lot of plane tiles in the triangle between Belgrade, Odeya, and Budapest. So you see some very odd, snaky front lines, especially in the Hungarian plains, especially below the Carpathian Mountains. It becomes very, very mobile over here, whilst very static down below. You'll see probably a contest between navy down here for Dubrovnik. It is the same tile distance for both players to get down there, pretty much. No, it's slightly axis favored, so you might see the allies run over land for that. Either way, it's quite favored there. This is a 5VP map, and I'm very intrigued to see what the players pull out here, because I don't think we'll see tank factions. I think we're more likely, like you said, to see special forces factions, and those bands kind of make me believe it as well. With the army, with the North Finland group band coming in, and the mass assault communist Chinese. I do need to look into the stats. I need to have, one of the things I've noted down for my mod team to take a look at is, why is communist China so much better than nationalist China? Because they're both mass assault doctrines and they both have the same central line. What makes a difference? Because I look at the two of them, and the only thing I can actually think of, I actually think nationalist China with a lot of the builds right now could be better. Especially on a map like this, purely because it has damage reduction from CAS, and people keep struggling against CAS and the air builds, and it would make it less impactful. Again, both players already readied up way before the time. They want to get going, so I'm not going to hold them back. We're going to get the timer rolling, even though the 5 minutes is nowhere near up. Now, Fraser, I think it's dumb that they don't use the full 5 minutes. What about yourself?
I don't, and there's a very specific reason for it. I think it ultimately comes down to, if you're ready, you're ready. There's no point waiting around. I think the longer that you wait, you slow down, you calm down a little bit. Now, granted, a lot of my experience comes from first-person shooter titles, where that was very much a thing, and you wanna go when you're ready. All right, when you're hyper, you're ready to go, you're excited, you're locked in, right? For a game like this, I honestly think it's very similar. Like, if you've got a game plan, you know what you want to do, you already know how you're going to play it, the time doesn't matter as much. And I think, as well as that, let's say you're ready to go, then the last thing you want to do is sit there waiting for 5 minutes to then all of a sudden kick off, you know?
So, for example, here's my thinking of it. If you see that your enemy is ready and you're 1-0 up, and say you're Rizzler right now, and you see that Sojourn puts down, he's ready. Make him sweat. Make him
but
wait.
Here's the thing, and here's my honest, direct counter argument for that. It shouldn't matter what the other person's doing. At this point of the game, you should not give a fuck what the other person's doing. You should be thinking to yourself, okay, am I ready? What do I want to do? How do I want to play? The time for thinking so much about how can I make the other person sweat? Fuck that. You know, like, just focus on yourself and being yourself. And it is, unironically, the best thing you can do. Put yourself first. So I think in this case, it would be a case of, okay, well, you know what? We know what we're doing. We know how we're going to play. We're going to send some cavalry boyos up there. We're going to send the rest of our guys along that way. We've already got our focuses done. Why not? Let's go. Come on.
I think, we're already seeing Sojourn put in his faith in the cavalry continues to be strong. They're out there
naval
towards
invasion.
Bucharest. We've got a naval invasion coming in from the Axis. And
Dubrovnik, I like that.
Quickly look at the production line. We are actually seeing an investment in trucks, trains, AART, all of the stuff from the Axis. There's a pretty all-round build for the construction.
Are you fucking serious?
Are you good? Are you alive?
It's fire alarm. I'm going to go sort it.
Okay, so whilst my wonderful colleague doesn't burn down on stream, I hope. We have a Red Army selection coming in for the Allies. Now, I really, really like this, I think, for this map. I kind of rail against Third Shock Army as the one that we see a lot. However, I think it's the right pick for this map. You've got those mobile Stalin's organs. You got the VDV for landing on the VPs, capturing them early. You get a lot of them. It is a mass assault tactics tree. You need a lot of infantry. I think that really works. Have we got OKH? Okay, we're going to see mass assault versus mass assault because Luftwaffe is not banned right now. Luftwaffe is not banned right now. OKH. We might see... I don't know which one we're going to see. We might see a Luftwaffe ground forces, honestly. I would like to see it because it is one of the stronger factions. It would be really nice to see that pick. Let's see. We're just continuing down the arms industry. I wanted to look at the production. Very, very similar production lines here from the Allies with a heavy investment into frames, airframes already, trying to get those planes out. Have we got a similar thing? No air investment yet from the Axis. If they're going to go Luftwaffe, I can understand why. They get, do they get more? Yeah, they get heavy fighters, which they'll want to be putting into production later rather than early. And they also get air fighter production cost and CAS production cost here from the technician people. Mauser. Also really good for those infantry predictions. I hope we get a Luftwaffe. That would be really, really cool. I really hope that Fraser is also okay and that it is a false alarm and not an actual fire alarm. This could be wild. Wild if he has to go and I have to solo this casting. But don't worry, friends. You are in capable hands. And if you haven't already, remember, like the stream. It really helps out. It really helps Hearts of Iron know that you like this content. And I'm coming at this now. I don't work on Hearts of Iron anymore. I work on European Universals. But I do still work heavily with the Commanders mod. And if we want to see more Commanders mod action, you got to let them know that you like it. So if you're over on YouTube, please make sure you like and share the stream. And yeah, here we go. We are now a couple of months away from war. We didn't see a research plant built by either player. So we're not going to see flame tanks. Oh, no, we did. Sorry, we got a land warfare plant on the Axis. Ignore me. And it's a 9th Army Wehrmacht pick. We have the 9th Army Wehrmacht locked in. I will break down that tree in a moment. Let me just double check if we got third shock or anything like that. Yep, we do have a third shock lock as well. Okay, let me break down these factions, starting humbly with the 9th Army Wehrmacht. We're basically going to go toe-to-toe with very, very mirrored factions. You have the Ost Legion, which is 12 width and 10 width, 5 reservists and 6 penal divisions. It's flood the line. You have the Bellowing Cows, which are the motorized rocket artillery. There's 3 motorized rocket artilleries at 32 width. It's motorization. It's 6 rocket artilleries. Big pain. You have Lessons of Kursk, which is towed anti-tank production cost down. You have Opal, which is truck production cost reductions and motorized attack and defense included, plus a load of trucks added to your national stockpile. You then have plus 50 mastery Veterans of the Western Front, which is 50 mastery to all active land doctrines. Really good division experience gain and division attack.
Could you do me a favor and get Mo to replace me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, if you're still on fire, please stop being in the building. No problem. I will message Mohammed to come join me. If I can. Where's Mo? And yes, sorry, we have the Panzer Grenadier upgrade package, hard attack piercing for all infantry. Caps out with the Wolf, which is war support, experienced soldiers lost. You get a lot, basically, upgrades to Rangers as well in that. And then finally, case by case, which is that really nice coordination, max planning speed. We'll go through their joint lines a bit later. Let's flip over quickly to the lock-in of the Third Shock Army. Very similar mass assault doctrine. You get some Soviet artillery, which is production cost on towed artillery, again, plus 80% breakthrough on that artillery as well, and 2 infantry divisions, kind of meh infantry divisions, but you get the set piece Stalin's organs, 2 40 with motorized rocket artillery divisions. I believe they're actually mechanized instead if you have it researched, which is really, really, really potent. And I believe you get it research from your automotive plant. You also get red pilots, which is fighter production, long-range bombing, that's 150 CAS. You get paratroopers from the VDV. You get a load of local militias, there's 5 of them. You get the chainbreaker, that awesome artillery gun, and you have the end cap of no step back. Organization loss out of supply, consumer goods, division recovery rate, stability, and plus 10% division attack. All exciting stuff. We are now just a month away from war. The extra craziness of what's going on is insane, and I will see. I'm going to quickly as well, once the war is slowed, I'm going to quickly turn off Fraser's webcam just in case, because he's dealing with whatever is going on. And it's going to be a little crazy. Support weapons 2 coming in there for the Allies. I don't know how much that matters. Yeah, so we've got this naval invasion being planned by the Axis. We've got infantry ready on the front line. We've got cavalry from both. We've got a lot more cavalry, however, on the Allies. Are they bigger divisions this time around? No, they're still those tiny 10 widths. Be very interested to see. Let's take a look as well. We've got 39 divisions, 503 battalions on the Allies. We've got 34 divisions, but 618 battalions on the Axis. That is a big difference in battalions, about 100 battalions different, which means those infantry units are going to be bigger, they're going to hit harder, and they're going to be harder to dislodge if they get in place. And it's going to be coming down to a rush in just 15 days. Map 2 of this best of 5 grand final is about to begin. And I hope everybody's ready for it. I hope everybody is as excited as I am to see what happens. Powder Keg as well, a map that has not been picked in this grand final system at all, I don't believe. I think this is the first time we've seen it on a live stream. So I'm very excited to see the style of combat. I don't know really what to be looking out for. I know that the rivers become a bit of a challenge, and I know that the snaking lines up in the north can be a little bit confusing. But either way, it's going to be a very different experience. But either way, we're just 8 days away. Let me have a sip of my energy drink as I count down the days. 7, 6, 6. There we go. Much slower. VDV not going to be in time for war, so we're not going to see day 1 power drops. Veterans of the Western Front already getting locked in. That's a big advancement down into Opal and that side. Ost Legion getting picked up to... we're not going to have the Bellowing Cows day 1. That feels like an feels like a mistake, though we're not going to see the motorized rocket artillery either for our allied player. That's going to come in later, so both probably going to appear at roughly the same time. Or maybe just get them involved quite early on. That's 31. That's day 1. That is war declared. That is the battle come down. That is the battle commencing. We now see the Axis maneuvering mostly on land. That naval invasion going uncontested into Dubrovnik. We're seeing the Allies rush their way ahead. I think they're going to get Belgrade pretty cleanly. Sarajevo as well also might be fine. It's a weird line. It's a Y shape of VPs. And currently, Dubrovnik, they've landed ahead of it in KOTOR. That's a really good placement. Is that cavalry going to walk around it? It is not. It's just going to go ahead and keep on going. Their cavalry landing as well in the naval invasion. First combat's kicking off. Belgrade also got snaked. It got snaked because the cavalry moved too much. Sojourn, small misclick there, allowing the Axis to get involved. However, Belgrade has been surrounded, and that is going to fall back. Victim that way. That's 1 division down already. We're also seeing threats here on the southern line. It's all go. It's all intense. Ordea, we're actually seeing a pause here from the cavalry divisions. Their order just got deleted, as we can see. Sarajevo now under threat. Dubrovnik, and that's 3 VPs to the 1 VP because... Where's the 1 VP that isn't captured right now? Where's the 1 VP that isn't captured right now? Oh, Budapest has been left. This could be a 4-point bleed, but the Axis have kind of mismicroed. Either way, it is now ticking in favor of the Axis. The Allies are bleeding, and it's up to their Okay, we've got a cavalry snake just going for cavalry. Where are you going? You're just gonna... Oh my gosh, are they gonna cut the supply? Okay, no, they have been pinned. They have been stopped, and there is divisions moving in. That is going to be an encirclement. I'm going to quickly go to the perspective of Rizzler and his slideshow of viewership right now. See how he's doing. It's catching up. It's not doing too bad. He's doing some clicks. Okay, the front line is starting to stabilize. This is the positioning we're seeing. Over on the ally side, Sojourn desperately trying to probe and attack in certain places, trying to stop that VP bleed. He's really on the back foot with only 230 days before this game overs. That is going to ramp up really quickly now that the 4 VPs have been locked in. Either way, exciting stuff. Let me take a look at the air situation real quickly and look at that allied dominance. For now, though, those losses might be a bit different. Fighters lost 12-12. But the cast losses at 22. Heavy units lost to AA right now. But I think these trades, whilst even because the allies have more planes, it's going to even out in allied favor, I believe, just about. That is going to change, though, if we... Oh, no, we didn't get Luftwaffe, so it's not going to be the heavy fighters coming in. Okay. Both players ready. I kind of love this. I kind of love that these cavalry have been pulled back, using it to guard the jungle whilst infantry move up instead. And that is turning off the airbase as well. I believe that's going to be full air dominance now. No. Okay, the air is flying out of Transnubia here, the Transdanube airbase. Hey, Mohammed, are you here?
Yes, what's up?
Hey, buddy, welcome on in. Thank you for jumping in. If you want to throw casting, you can look at the screen that I'm sharing, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just point at things and start talking. But thank you for jumping back in. I will get you added to the caster screens in just a moment. I'm going to focus on the gameplay more than anything. But yeah, we're kind of at that stagnant middle point. The initial pushes have happened, and the allies are heavily on the back foot. That's Sojourn now being pressured very early on. And this is slightly problematic for them, I think. Although, I believe this cavalry division forced a capital switch of the Axis. Just turning off his industry enough. That's big. I think that's really big. And we've slowed the VP bleed by 1 infantry division just heading to Ordeer to check if there was anything there. There wasn't anything there. Let's take a look at the Axis. Yeah, this is a very thin front line. Budapest area is being held, but Ordeer was not being held. And that's, you know, I'm glad that Sojourn actually went up and checked, checking the blind thing. I used to play competitive Company of Heroes, and my teammates would always say, okay, let's check for ghost divisions. And what that means is basically we need to probe a front where we haven't seen the enemy for a while, because there might actually be nothing there, and we might actually just be not pushing an advantage that we have. And yeah. So Mo, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. From what I can see, the Axis line is thin all across, and the north is empty.
To update you so you know what's going on, we've got a 3rd Shock Army on the Allies versus 8th Wehrmacht. So it's mass assault versus mass assault. Both of them with the rocket artillery at some point. We've had the paratroopers come in for the Allies, but I believe they've just switched them to an infantry template and thrown them on the front line. We've got constant snakes of cavalry and all sorts of things that have been going on. But the VP bleed is really big on the Axis already, with 266 days left of this battle.
Yeah, it seems the Axis have 3 VPs.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's
the Allies have 2.
Did I flip that? I do apologize. We're seeing bad logistic fulfillment here from the Allies. Are they building trains? They're not building trains, and they've been losing them, I think. They need 25.
Is it because of logistic strikes from the Axis?
I don't think so. I don't believe they've got CAS, but I'll double check that. But I'm seeing a huge investment into small airframes. Look at this air from the Allies. like
20 on air.
20 on air in separate production lines, all with their own separate production efficiency. Meanwhile, if we switch over to the production of the Axis, we do have some cast, but it's only just been put on. The rest has been on fighters and AA since day one. To be fair, I prefer the production line of the Axis. It's in a much better position. We might be about to see Ordea flip.
A counter snake from the allies.
Yeah, so it's been so snaky. Everything's been so snaky. Are you back, Fraser? You alive?
I am back ever so briefly. I have firefighters going through my building right now, so I'm just sorting that out.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Am I good to hop out and you just bring Mo in?
Yeah, I will. Obviously, just go away. Just come back and just message me when you're ready. Like,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Go deal with real life because that's insane. Okay. Never before in a Hearts of Iron Commanders has the battle gotten so hot that one of the casters' buildings burnt down. But you heard it here first, folks. It is the hottest action on YouTube and Twitch right now, and the Steam store.
It's the final.
It's the final. It is the grand final. One of these players is going to walk away with a lot of money. To be fair, the runner-up also gets a decent amount of money. But either way, it is still the glory that they are fighting for the big, big title of world champion. And Rizla is right now, currently with this bleed, with this hold, even though his line's quite thin, his troops are doing a lot more damage. We'll take a look at the templates, actually. I think that's a good idea. It is just a basic 36 width by the looks of it.
36 width.
Yeah,
big
huge.
Division.
Big division, big heavy division with support companies facing off against the Allies division, which I think is going to be something similar.
32 width.
It's 32 width
and
with
no
no
artillery
support.
support.
No support. No wonder they're struggling. No wonder they're struggling to hold the line against these Axis divisions.
Yeah, it's just basic infantry.
Yeah, I wonder why he's not invested. So I mean, there's a big air investment going on right now. So that's going to be part of it. So they're not putting out the artillery. They've got artillery in storage though.
But they do have artillery and entire. Maybe he just forgot. We have to talk to him about
Sojourn,
this.
please, no. Don't be throwing like this, buddy. You're like Sojourn has been so strong all competition. Last match, he made some really, really small mistakes. I think he got very caught up in, like, it was Desperado. He should have won it. My God, he should have won that map. It's his map. I was so surprised that he wasn't on the faction of choice, perhaps, but the plays were insane. And then he just took loss after loss after loss after loss after loss, and it was game over. It was a very, very quick game.
It's tough. You could get tilted from the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And mental game is going to be a big factor, but small mistakes, but like not putting things in your division seems really, really weird. The Bellowing Cows are here to try and hold Budapest, but they're not holding. They're getting retreated out here. I'm going to quickly throw to Sojourn's perspective so we can see what's going on his thing.
He's focused on to Budapest, zoomed in. Okay, he zooms out looking at the rest of the front. And he uses the NATO symbols for the infantry.
So do I,
for the units.
normally. So I got bullied out of using the NATO symbols. I used to use the NATO symbols all the time, and people hated me for it. So I stopped. Oh gosh, Rizla's screen is so hard to see with... So one of the things that we did was we changed a lot of the way that we do the capture links and stuff to make it easier on the players after the discrepancies yesterday. But then when you combine that and the map mode mod that Rizla is using, that's painful to look at. I'm going to go back to my clean screen. And I'm going to quickly just make sure that in the Fraser cam, we have caster cam 2. Let's bring Fake Mohammed back.
You have me.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back. You're not PDX Fraser, but I'll rename that when I have more time. There's pressing issues going on. Sarajevo now in an interesting position. Okay, we have the Bellowing Cows, the Katusha divisions. There's a song for that. And they're almost being surrounded. The airbase.
There is a danger.
This is a big, dangerous play. There's a counter-encirclement coming in, possibly. Those Katusha divisions have overextended. They need to get out. There is some last stands going down there. Let's take a look at these battles. Pretty even stats-wise, honestly, which is odd considering how few support companies there are in that template.
Yeah, on the allied side, yeah.
So
Which shows you that most of the stats comes from the guns, especially for these big divisions.
yeah. Oh, and
But
there's the railway
still-
gun as well. That's going to be helping probably in the siege of Dubrovnik or Sarajevo area. Budapest, though, there's a small salient coming out now.
How many days? till
How
the
many
Axis
days?
plan?
Sorry, 193. So they've got time.
193.
The Axis, sorry, the Allies have time to play here. It's 193 is quite a lot of time to get things going. Let's take a look, another look again at the air war. It's currently fighter trades are.
That's like it's good for the allies.
It's good for the Allies. It was even earlier. It's starting to pull ahead, which is really nice. And if we check out the fighter production as well, it's still those massive amounts of lines into fight in those fighter twos. There for the
He's producing like 4 a day. Meanwhile, the Axis is producing
4 a day.
4.3. Yeah, a
At
little bit more.
4.3 a day. Yeah, because hang on, 1 for a week.
Probably
yeah,
efficiency, especially on
Yeah.
the top one.
Yeah. So they will start to outpace, I think, just about. Torp destroyers. What's coming
Probably
on
from
there?
day one. Probably from day one.
Yeah, but why are they still investing the steel in that? Surely they're not going to make a naval go of it. Surely. I'm liking to see this. The Katyusha divisions have been rerouted north, more towards the plain tiles. They're going to be doing a bit better there. Infantry divisions fighting in multiple. Okay, but the Axis can pierce. Oh, because of the AA. Ooh, yeah.
Which the allies do not have. So if the Axis will do that same thing, the allies just can't deal with it.
Yep. These Axis divisions are just so much stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the supply fulfillment is so... It keeps flickering. Armored trains just came in, though, and
He
fixed
just got
that
the focus.
situation. Just as soon as I'm about to point it out, I'm overruled and overturned. These battles here.
But I mean, you see the logistics of the allied player. 1,000 artillery pieces are just waiting in stockpile. They're not being used. Yeah, he has the IC.
Yeah, 1,000. It's
Well, it's
almost like you want to message him and say, "Look, my dude, you got 1,000 artillery pieces."
Yeah, he just needs to put it, and it's literally free. His units are much stronger.
Yeah, and it's not even down to manpower. He's got 160k manpower in reserve. I don't know if it's a case of he's designed. He has got a line infantry design, but he's flipped away from
Yeah,
it.
his main
that's
unit
the one from the spawn-in. Oh,
There's
we
a
got another
snake to
we got another
Vienna.
another snake to Vienna, trying to shut
Vienna's
off.
guarded.
Vienna is guarded. Do you know what I would quite like to see? If they can make it happen. Let me path this out for you. This airbase. Oh no, it is surrounded. I thought the airbase could be like gotten to, but there's the lake there. But if we can turn off this airbase, it turns off air. I think everything starts to feel a bit better for the Allies. I can see why they're going for it. We're seeing Katyusha versus Panzerwerfer. Both divisions are in place, and these mechanized. They're not He didn't do the
They're
tech.
motorized.
He went for the motorized. So one of the things you can do with these divisions, if you tech mechanized first, they become mechanized over motorized. For example,
Yep.
here, which is just so much stronger. They're going to have that armor. They're going to have that much more
And
breakthrough.
hardness.
Yeah, that hardness, which means if these face off against each other, the Allies are going to come out on top just about. However, if they're taking to combat from multiple sides and they don't get those divisions in, it's not going to be as good. But no, we're seeing it fine here. Okay, so 150 days. The Allies have 150 days to either take Budapest or, I believe, Sarajevo, or Dubrovnik.
Dubrovnik, yeah, is also.
Yeah, so it's Sarajevo, Dubrovnik, or Budapest.
And all of them are on the front.
Yeah, all of them are on the front
Not the
line.
back.
So it's very doable. This game is very switchable. And we're actually seeing some maneuvering towards Budapest. As those bellowing cows go in, the Panzerwerfer division's now out of supply by for some reason. The supply on the front line's gone. What's cut that off?
Probably that they took the plain tile north of that.
Yeah, I didn't think that would be holding too much supply unless all... Oh, because Vienna is the capital. The supply is taking a route to Budapest, and then that's horrible. I would want to I would want to build a railroad there, wouldn't you? Like to go the other way. Otherwise, you're just going to keep having your stuff turned off.
Budapest looks like it's gonna fall.
Yep, looking at that, I think you're right. There's going to get retreat memed out, and there we go. The VPs have flipped. It is now the Axis on the back foot as the Allies begin their assault in the north of Hungary. Now, again, these are plains tiles. Budapest is going to change hands a lot. It will.
Multiple times. Yeah.
But he's not stopping. The bellowing cows.
Yeah.
The Katushes.
He wants another VP. He wants another VP.
He does want another VP. Do you know what? If I might have to pull up the Katusha music from Hearts of Iron and just play it in all its glory on repeat. Hello, Fraser, are you there?
Hello? Hi?
Are you
Hello?
alive?
I am good. Sorry, let me open your stream again.
Did
yes,
you
hello.
put out the game?
No.
Okay, so
I'm still in game.
you still have we still have your perspective.
Yes, of course.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just so I know for casting.
Yes.
I have an idea, and
Yep.
I'm gonna let you take over the screen for now whilst I try to set up this dumb idea.
You know, I have also just realized how unfortunate it is that the background to my camera on the screen right now is the fire.
Well, that's
you know.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So what I think I'm gonna do? I've done it.
Nope. Let's not do that on stream right now because you know there's action going on the screen right now.
There is. Keep describing the action. I'm gonna.
I'm trying to catch up on what I've missed. So I see so far the Axis advance over towards Belgrade has been stopped. Yep. A nice little kind of offensive pocket going across from Novi Sad. I do see a chain breaker for the Allies as well. That's quite nice.
And the Allies took Budapest, so now the VPs have flipped.
Yep, so it's Allies are going to win in 240 days.
It's going to be less when Dubrovnik falls, and it looks like
Dubrovnik? You think so? Oh, yes. No, that definitely is. I'm looking at the infantry, and they are losing.
It looks like it's going to fall, and that's 4 VPs for the Allies if it falls.
Oh, hi, Mo. How you doing?
There we go. I fixed the caster camera.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, Mo, for stepping in. Very short notice. I really appreciate that.
Would you like to sit out the rest of the game with us, Mo, while you're here, just so you don't have to keep hopping in and out for now?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Just in case Fraser burns down again.
I don't mind.
You know what the worst part is now that the fire alarm's gone off once because I've got like a faulty alarm in the building that hears some background lore. The problem is it's probably going to go off like 3 or 4 times now for the rest of this evening, so I'm expecting it to go off in about an hour.
Oh, right. So let me go. let me do a little bit of a recap of where the front line is while we got this stationary thing. So Budapest just fell to the Allies. They've just taken it. The Allies have now moved their Katusha divisions down to the south to try and push towards Dubrovnik, which has fallen. So we've actually got a 4 VP bleed now. It's just Sarajevo that the Axis hold. Now, the center area is currently being hit by the chain breaker. That is in range of both Budapest and these tiles north of Sarajevo if the Allies want to make a 5 VP push. However, they don't need to. The production, however, for the Allies, really bad on guns, and he's just wasting IC on these anti-aircraft and artillery. It's just sitting there, not in divisions. They're not in any of the templates. Let's take a look at the Axis. They're actually okay on a lot of their designs. The thing that they're losing, however, is the air war. If we look back, oh no, it's contested now. It's contested
like
again.
It's even.
Yeah, it's gone even again. That has gone even again. Okay, so at this point, we have the luxury of having a previous world champion here with us right now, Fraser. Just because your house.
Really, you're a world champion?
No, not me, sadly. It is the wonderful Mohammed. Mohammed,
yeah,
you're in this situation. You're playing as the Axis right now. The Allies have just taken your VPs. What's your move? What do you need to do in order to come back? Obviously, there's going to be focuses and stuff, but take it through. Where would your mindset be?
Yeah, I would like to maybe look at my focus tree if there is a strong modifier. You know, in my focus tree, maybe get case by case or deploy newer divisions and try to get one of the VPs back. Because now the VP drain is so fast because it's in the late game and it's 4 VPs.
Oh, the cavalry division
We've
just
got
sent us
cavalry.
Vienna.
Yeah, we got another cavalry snake going in.
He's actually cutting the railways.
Yeah.
Have we been seeing this so far a couple of times?
Constantly
Oh, boy.
from Sojourn. He has just been sat there with every now and then with those cavalry divisions cutting off the railroads, just running along there with a torch in one hand, just burning down houses, turning off factories, just walking into. It's like. For example, you're casting a tournament and just someone in a fireman's outfit comes and just turns off the lights and leaves. That's exactly what it's like. He's just been doing that to the other player constantly.
You're not going to let that go, are you?
God, no. I'm so mentioning it to your boss on Monday.
Okay, well. Yeah, so looking at that, I guess as well, the other thing with these wee cavalry divisions, they can kind of afford to do this because they're in a winning position. They've got, presumably, quite a significant numerical superiority. We're looking at 39 divisions over 49 divisions.
Yep.
They're 48 now, I guess, since they're, dead. It's a really strong position right now for the Allies. Who is the allied player, if you can remind me?
It's Sojourn versus Rizzler. So Sojourn is on the Allies, and Rizzler is on the Axis. If you need to check, right-click a nation, and you'll see it at the top of their diplomacy.
Oh,
screen.
yes. Yes, I remember that now, thank you.
And how many days for the Allies to win? I don't think much, like maybe 120, 130?
118.
118, that's not...
118.
Like 3-4 months, 4 months.
Yeah, because it's a 4-to-1 VP bleed in the late game. That's 3 months for somebody to keep around, and Sojourn is keeping the pressure up. This is excellent to see. I was really worried for Sojourn, honestly, in that mid game. It looked really rough for him when he was in this exact position, 1 VP to 4, but he's fully flipped the script with calm collectedness and a lot of horses sent to the meal deal in the sky.
Yeah, and we see the rebels on both sides burning several cities. We have Zagreb on fire.
Yeah, Budapest is on fire. Various Croatian cities are also on fire.
Honestly, like, the Resistance will play at, like, maybe this game we will see it.
Well, because we've spoken in the past about the Resistance effect. Do you want to talk about that? What does that mean for us?
Yeah, so when it gets around 70%, you will start attritioning, and you can't use your railways. You can't railway your divisions. And it just gets worse and worse. When it gets to 70% or 65%, it just starts getting worse. It's like a problem. You can deal easily with it at the start, but once it becomes worse and worse, it's just hard to control.
So, just on the ally side, we can see they've got 3 agents, 2 of whom are building intel networks, and I guess for the Axis as well, doing a very similar thing. Street, I'm assuming Street are their equivalent of Space Marine. Yeah, not even just equivalent Space Marines, they are Space Marines.
Which chapter are they? Do we know? Blood Angels? Dark Angels?
I'm thinking Imperial Fists, just given how bulky.
Mountains?
Yeah,
fair.
Kural, yeah, I mean, they're mountaineers, rock, stone. I don't think they're really, like, quite iron warriors.
However, they do have a flamethrower tank, so I'm thinking salamanders. Just saying. Anyway, enough Games Workshop lore. There is a lot of combat happening all along the front line. I think the offensive has begun, possibly for the Axis, or at very least some probing attacks, and these are some favorable bubbles, I think, even though they look good on the allied side of things. There could be a chance of a retreat, collect, and there is a gap in the front line now that is about to be exposed. There we go. It's next to the Chainbreaker as well. Novi Sad could be a interesting point of flip here, especially if that railway gun gets captured.
Yeah, that's bad. If it gets captured, it flips, and the Axis has the advantage.
Novi Sad is also the airbase I think the Allies are currently using, so it would turn off the air for the moment. However, I think this salient is gonna get pushed back over, but I really like this area of attack rather than Budapest, rather than one of the VPs, which again, Dubrovnik did actually fall. I just looked.
One thing to highlight. Hold on, one thing to highlight, the tile right above Novi Sad, there is the Chainbreaker on its own. There's no other infantry on it. They could pop it over, they could sneakily grab it, then withdraw.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. Only if you can railway away, though. If it's not got a railway tile, it will just teleport, I believe, somewhere else. However, Dubrovnik fell. Dubrovnik fell, so the VP bleed has slowed. It's now only 120 days. They've added some more time to themselves to get another VP. Now, let's quickly look at the other players' perspectives, shall we? Let's take a look at, unfortunately, Rizzler's screen is chaos and it's hard to see.
And he has the mod. And he has the
does,
railway mod.
Yeah, has the railway mod. And oh god.
What is the railway mod? Oh my lord, what am I looking at? That's confetti.
Yeah, the railways are red. The railways are red.
Okay, let's give ourselves a break.
No, let's
look at this. Sojourn with those elite NATO tiles instead of the Hearts of Iron based stuff. He's looking to try and retake Dubrovnik. Probably lost it because of the APM clicks, I would say, up in the north. Now that the front line is being spread, I love this from Rizzler. He's activating him on two fronts, trying to force him to flick the entire map between it. Either way, this is turned into a real tight map.
Yep. And again, 115 days, give or take, for the Allies to win this. I'm looking over towards the Axis. What can they be doing here to try and stymie this bleeding? I'm guessing it's mostly going to be looking at the focus on the south, maintaining control over Dubrovnik. It looks like they are about to lose that tile again in a reset.
No, he got a reinforce in there right at the end. It's going to come down to a lot of these Mountaineers, if they can get them to hold Dubrovnik, probably. And then I think the focus is going to be on retaking Budapest. I think the Axis need to try and retake Budapest in order to just keep that bleed, to flip that bleed back. And I think most of the combat, it's going to be around Budapest. We're heading as well.
Put my screen on.
Yeah, go for it.
As well. This is very important. You can see the nice little train going across all the way to the front line, and that's again just representing some of the reinforcement and supply that's going in towards Dubrovnik. They need to try and hold that position as long as they can, and you know what? I think they're actually doing a pretty good job up in the north. Also, it appears there is a slight encirclement. Whether or not they'll actually hold, I don't think so.
It could be counter encirclement.
I think it's counter encirclement.
I think that is about to be a counter encirclement.
Yeah, it is right there.
The other thing I really want to point out that's slightly different and a slight different variation, I believe, for both players on this map. Both players have actually focused their main faction focus tree rather than the industrial sector. They're only now getting the final industry techs and also getting into the School of Warfare. They've actually gone for no upgrades to their generals really yet. We're seeing maybe one on each of them, and now we're actually seeing a reprioritize as they're reshifting. They're going, okay, this is going late game. This is, I think, the first time we've seen both players finish both their faction trees and now have to look to the late game to try and get that extra stuff. We might also see, for example, the Allies out of fieldable manpower right now, and their production is looking really, really rough. Again, there's 1,000. You have 1,000 pieces of artillery not doing anything, but your 5k guns in the hole. There's also negative 200 on CAS because of losses to the spawn-in faction. You look over at the Allies. The Axis, far more comfortable in the production. There's no real losses on guns. I know they've just gone up to infantry equipment 3, and that's going to be part of it. AA, however, is a little bit depleted. Medium flame tanks are fine.
Although, that's the thing, though. They do have infantry equipment 3, but as any aspiring Hearts of Iron 4 player would know, whenever you change up your production, the efficiency goes down, and you're not going to make as many of them as quickly as you are if you swap out right away. So what we're seeing here is, even though they have the research for infantry equipment 3, they're currently making 214 per day. They're going to stick with that for the time being, so they get the nice little surplus, and then eventually we'll probably start seeing them swapping over a couple of factories at a time for the infantry equipment 3. I think that's the right call. Just because you have equipment 3 doesn't mean you want to use it right away.
Yeah, it's the deficits that are slightly worrying to me, and it's this air game. This air game is just drawing so much in terms of the player energy and resource in IC. So right now, we're actually seeing, again, I'm going to flip to my screen quickly, the Allies have recently lost so many more fighters than the Axis. And they double their numbers almost in the sky. But it's just they're being out-traded so heavily. And it's going to come down to a lot of supply, and also it's green wings. It's green wings versus trained wings, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We're seeing trained wings from the Axis. No, we're not. Then why are they...
Green versus green.
It's green versus green, but the Allies are now spending time to train theirs. I think it might come down to the aces then, more than anything. But yeah, it's going to be a risky time on the air game. They're both having to heavily invest, like so heavily invest. That's why we're not seeing many tanks. That's why we're not seeing many other things.
Two main things. You look over at their officer core. You can see that for the Air Force Command. Get off the desk, Athena. For the Air Force Command, they've gone for operational integrity. Haven't really done too much in regards to the mastery. They're not going to have enough time for that, I don't think. But the air mission efficiency plus 10% is quite nice. I don't know about the allies, what they've done. Have they gone for a similar thing?
I haven't looked. I'm just trying to look through the production line of where people are going then.
Yeah, they both gone for the same thing. Okay, fair enough. But again, looks like Dubrovnik has been surrounded there. It's encircled.
Wow.
They blocked that off. They haven't been able to attack it yet, but they're probably going to try and take the mountain tile first and then force their way down.
However, this could turn quite quickly into a counter-encirclement as we see those pinning actions come in to the north. They're putting pressure on those attacking forces. They need to stop that attack. They'll waste, otherwise they might get counter-clicked out there. We've got some last stands coming in. But the last standing division from that middle tile accidentally was the one that retreated. There's a misclick on the flick there, and we might see this get flipped around to 2 divisions of the allies. No. He got the reinforce in just in time as that attack stopped. The mountain division is still holding. A really lovely players. Anything else happening across the line?
The Axis Montanese could turn it in the south. Look at the Axis Montanese.
Yeah, they did. They
Oh,
closed the gap.
there it is.
There it is. That is huge. And we're also seeing an assault come out on Dubrovnik. This is the difference right now. I believe the air is still... Can somebody check if the... sorry, Fraser, can you check if the air is still down for the allies? Because that might be what's causing this chaos.
Yellow air right now. So it's middling.
They've put it, and they've reopened the gap. Dubrovnik now is surrounded fully on the mountain tiles.
I think they're about to lose.
No. He tried to open it out.
Another encirclement.
Yeah, it's another encirclement. He tried to reopen it, and it accidentally...
The Axis Montanese are so good.
Days. And bear in mind, they do have cavalry left over set on a fallback line. Are they going to be safe for later on?
I think they're there to protect against snaking early game, and I don't know what they've been doing with it. Let's take a look at these Mountaineer templates, and yeah, these are so good. Look, Mohammed, break these down for me if you can.
Yeah, so this is what a Space Marine is. You have 1 battalion of tanks to get some breakthrough and armor, and you see like they are so big, and they have so many support companies to support them. So they're just really big divisions that deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, and in those mountain tiles, they probably actually get positive stats, whereas most infantry divisions would actually be losing out there. Dubrovnik has been saved. However, there's only 37 days for the Axis to do something. They need to try and take somewhere. They need to take Belgrade, or they need to push all the way to... Where do they need to go? Where do the Axis need to grab? They need to grab Budapest.
Belgrade?
Belgrade, or Budapest, or Odeya, and they are so far from Belgrade or Odeya. It's all going to come down to Budapest.
Yep. And this is where he sent his Montagnese to the north.
Yep.
North of Budapest.
Here they are, and here they're going in. Look at that damage. Almost 1,000 damage there for a moment, and that's not even with... They're not rangers, so, and that's into a forest
If they were
tile.
rangers, they would have way more.
Yeah, exactly. We might actually see the Axis be able to flip this, but they've only got 28 days to act. They need to keep the pressure up. They need to keep going. Honestly, is what I would like to see in these breakthroughs, in these salients. I'd like to just see one cavalry division just try to make its way, just to turn off the VP for a moment, just to give yourself that extra time to secure Budapest. But I don't think we're going to see it. I think we might be heading into a 1-1 scenario, and we'll be going to a map 3 and then definitely a map 4. This airbase is about to fall in the north here. We might be able to attack Belgrade from multiple directions. It's going to come down to this singular battle of Belgrade with 22 days left. Both players giving everything they've got. I'm just going to flick to the south. Dubrovnik is under pressure as well and might get pushed out by the allies, which would be a death knell in itself as well. No, okay, the allies have made good gains, and they've left. They're leaving it. I think they're leaving it to bait, possibly. Yeah. They're not retaking it. They're focusing on just holding Budapest. Taking a look at the air now as well. Ooh. Still those equal trades, despite there being 100 more fighters. That's coming down to mission efficiency, 100%.
There's a lot of pressure being applied onto Budapest. However, it's really important to recognize...
Budapest last standing.
Yeah. But I think this makes a lot of sense when you're looking at how long those divisions need to hold out for. Some of the Axis forces, they are going to have to be crossing that river as well. I just don't see this panning out with the time that they have left available. And again, a single unit being encircled there for the Axis.
I will say though, looking at the top of my screen, there is a snake to try and draw APM.
And they took the train.
But Budapest
they
is
took
fully
the
gone.
chain breaker.
Oh my gosh, he took the railway gun, but Budapest has been encircled.
9 days.
Now it's been reopened. It's going to come down to 9 days. These battles, these flicks, both players giving everything they got. Budapest fell. It stopped. The blade has stopped. It's now back up to 100 days of combat. It does mean, though, that the Axis player can essentially never lose a VP. They can never lose a VP with only 16 points remaining. Otherwise, this is going to get close. Budapest has just been retreat memed, I think. No. Yes, it did.
They took it!
He took it back with 7 days left. Can he flip it around in 7 days? 7 days now for the Allies to take victory. 6 days. Budapest, there's another encirclement from the south. This might be enough. It doesn't have the supply.
5 days.
But there's just not enough people to keep the siege on. There we go. There we go. Okay, the flick. Is it going to be
4
enough?
days.
4 days. 4 days. You keep it reading it out. I'm keeping these
3
scores
days.
on. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think he's managed to last stand it.
2 days.
That last stand flick.
One
it
more.
might be enough. 1 day. 1 day.
1 day.
He's hold. He's gonna hold. That's 100%.
It's gonna hold.
And that's
And
an
it
ally
held.
victory. Oh my gosh! What a end to that match. Holy hell! Both
That's
of you,
crazy.
take me through it.
That's
Take
crazy.
me through it.
I don't even know where to begin with that. That was just hell in a cat basket right there.
That was close because the front was collapsing. If Budapest falls, it would have been looked really bad for the Allies.
Well, it did fall. It did fall for very, very quickly. And
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, it's
Lord.
what a crazy end to the game. You can see why both of these players deserve to be in the grand final. That is now a 1-1 score on possibly one of the tightest games I've seen since... Actually, no, there was that really tight one in the semi-finals as well. But that was so intense towards the end there.
That was the closest game that I have seen so far in this tournament. And I could not have imagined either of these two players playing this any differently. I think it went down to the wire, but that's exactly what you expect when you come into the grand finals for something like the HOI Commanders World Championship.
Right, I'm just getting the lobby sorted. Please continue to break this down while I do that with between yourselves, Floating Mo and Fraser.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, you saw Dubrovnik also changing hands so many times.
Yep.
That's actually what won the Allies enough time to hold on to Budapest, and that mattered. You know, every point mattered. Him having 4 VPs actually led the Axis enough that when he did his Budapest offensive, he just ran out of points before taking it.
Yes. And now, granted, I did miss a part of that game. I do think that the ending was just so worthwhile. Seeing how much effort they were putting into each other, essentially trying to kind of like counter-sap the other players, trying to push across, see if they could try and do that, like kind of the snaking and the counter-snaking, to try and just eke out any possible advantage that they could get.
Yeah, that was a crazy game, and also you saw how like the air game, like the players know that operational integrity is the best path, and they know what to pick, right? So this has been tested. They know what to do in the air. They were training, and the air war was even, but what mattered was on the ground, and Belgrade held for the Allies.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
So, what did you make out of that game, Mo? Did you expect that the Allies would be able to I guess hold that line for as long as they did?
I mean, Soj did make some mistakes, not having artillery, not having anti-air. Like these were big mistakes, but he still, you know, he did not panic. He took the VPs and then, you know, played a good game.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I mean, again, it really, I think, goes to highlight just how difficult these matches are getting when we've got two players already have Midge. When we're looking at, you know, these two players, how much they have played against each other over the past, you know, probably what, like 6 months, 5-6 months at this point?
Yeah.
Yes. 5 months.
Yeah. So, do you think going into a third match, we're probably going to be seeing more of this kind of stalemate content, or do you reckon it's going to be a much more decisive engagement?
I mean, honestly, this was really good for Soch. If he lost this game, he'd be
Yeah.
0-2 down. Like, that would be really tough, right? Even mentally, right? But now it's 1-1. He could, there's more breathing room.
Yeah, I got you. So I mean, again, we brought it up a couple of times, the fact you are world champion. You've been playing these games for quite a long time, Mo. What do you think would be going through their minds right now, especially after that match? How would you be feeling if you were sitting there after just winning or losing that game?
I think after game 2, there isn't much. It's just like you're preparing for the next one, right? You're looking at the maps, what factions were banned, and it's gonna be a long night, right? So you think about the next game and the game after.
Yeah, I got you. So we've had a couple of maps so far. For me, they've been quite surprising. Obviously, kicking things off with, I believe, Desperado, then going on to was that Powder Keg, I believe?
Yes.
What would you expect out of the third map? Because we haven't had the map bans yet. We don't know what that one's going to be, but we've already seen quite a lot of Across the Rhine and Son and Bloom.
Yeah, we could also see at the gates, the biggest micro map. We could see that.
Okay.
Or just a classic Sun and Blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you want to see if you were in the driver's seat?
I'd like to see an at the gates, the micro ground.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
It's going to be Rizzler's pick, and I think though, looking at the way that Rizzler has been playing against Sojourn, I don't think he wants a map with a giant front line, because that APM click of all those extra horses, I think that's going to be painful. I reckon we're going to see an Across the Rhine right now. I think that is the best thing that Rizzler can do to secure himself that sort of fundamental micro where he can just rely on his standard build. And I think in that case, it is time for one. Fraser, you're going to go back for a little while.
Yes.
And to see, just make sure that your building doesn't catch fire. And I'm going to be taking over fully here with just Mo. Look, there he is. He's kicked Fraser out right now. So thank you so much, Fraser, for casting. Maybe see you again later. We'll see how things go. But for now, world champion Mohammed, hello and welcome back to the stream fully.
Hey guys, what's up?
We thought you were done with you. You good? Do you need to grab anything before you got drink? You got everything? Okay. I'm just gonna quickly make sure that your name is proudly displayed in the right section. And now
one other thing.
Oh yeah.
Bring me Sun and Bloom.
Bring you Sun and Bloom. Well, rain, sun and bloom. Let's talk to our players and get into map 3.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome. Rizzler, as you lost, it is your map pick. What would you like to see?
Good question. Let me think for a second.
Of course.
Let's play Across the Rhine.
Can I get a I guessed it from the audience? I guessed it? Okay.
You did.
Soj, what faction would you like?
Sojourn said that he's going AFK for a minute because he has to answer.
Oh, okay, yes. I can see that. I was not looking in the right direction. So, Rizzler, how do you feel about that last map? It came right down to the wire. Then you almost had it, right? Like you almost.
I mean,
got
it
Belgrade.
also.
You needed like an extra month, and I feel like that map would have turned.
Nah, like maybe 3 days, honestly. Like not even a month.
Not even.
And he got so lucky. Like I've taken Budapest, but he somehow retaken it. So.
Yeah, it came right down to the wire there.
Rizzler, I want to ask you, how do you feel so far?
I'm feeling great.
Alright, that's good.
So, I hear you.
Hey, what's up? Thank you. No, I was going to say, I don't know if you guys caught it, but like when I was trying to last stand Budapest at the end, I needed 11.7 command power to last stand, and I only had like 11 point something less than 7. Ooh. So I was just barely away.
We were watching both of you just panic and try to throw everything into the defense of Budapest or the attack of Budapest. So it's 1-1. Rizzler has picked. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Rizzler picked Across the Rhine.
So what faction would you like, Soj? Did I get that right in the terms of who won and who lost there?
Give me one. I'm trying to set up this.
Yeah,
stream.
yeah.
Yeah,
Rizla
no,
lost last game.
Yeah, okay. I just had a sudden panic of, oh my god, did I just get that wrong? No, it's okay. Yeah, take all the time. Take all the time you need, Soj. Also, my dungarees, the arm of my dungarees is all twisted. Let me sort that out. There we go. I was uncomfortable. I need to be comfortable. We're going into map 3. I need maximum comfort for all of this exciting Hearts of Iron action.
So just thinking about the faction pick.
Is the stream working? Because there's no preview for me. But...
Yeah, no problem. Let me check. No, it's not for me. Hold on, I can force a refresh. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything currently.
Yeah, I might have to reset something, but I'll lock in access on Ryan.
Okay, access.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so access on Ryan. I'll wait for Soj to make sure that you've got your connections. I'm not going to rush us into a map pick or anything. Rizla, how do you feel about him picking access?
I'm surprised. I think he should pick allies, though.
You think he should have picked allies? Are you just saying that, or is there something that I don't know?
I mean, the issue is that allies are always getting first to Amsterdam in perfect scenarios, so yeah.
Okay. Now let's talk through the bans so far. Both players, you've wiped out some Navy factions, but then also the very, very important North Finland group and communist forces have already been banned. From my own knowledge, I feel like we're going to probably see a Luftwaffe ground forces get banned, and
that's true.
And then either US 12th and completely remove the USA, or we'll see a Canadian 1st get removed. How are you feeling now that these bans are getting up here? Because we're definitely going to go to a map 4 because you can't win a best of 5 on only 2 wins. You need to get its first 3. So we're starting to run out of factions, aren't we? How do you feel like about some of these? How do you feel about some of the factions that you haven't touched in ages? Like, what's going on there? Like,
I mean, I have some builds on them. Like Maginot, for example, the army of Maginot. I have on this faction interesting build.
Okay. So there's just some builds that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
Don't reveal too much, though.
Yeah, obviously, don't reveal too much. How's it going, Soj? You okay?
Well, I'm fine, but I might have to restart my computer because it's just not working.
Sure, go ahead and just jump right into that and come back as soon as you can.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet then. I'm gonna be back soon.
Yeah, do you know what, guys? I'm going to quickly throw us to an ad break. We'll come back after the ads. So if you're watching, don't go everywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be going into the 3rd map after this ad break.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight. Because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?
So the bans were.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to. Oh, hang on. The screen did not change. Hello, everybody. There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Commanders. You join us in Map 3 as we begin the bans. So please, players, get the previous bans up. You need to ban USMC, Imperial Japanese Navy, North Finland Group, and the Communist Chinese Forces.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm gonna ban Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe ground forces being banned off for the Axis. Soj, who is being banned for the Allies?
Good ban.
US 12. Okay, gentlemen, ready up. Your time, your 5 minutes, begins right now. Okay, Mohammed. Hello, hello, hello. Please take me through this map while I get the overlay updated.
Yeah, for sure. So across the Rhine is one of the classic maps. It's actually the most played map out of all the maps. It has 3 VPs. Some of the maps have 5, but this has 3. Frankfurt, Köln, and Amsterdam. Yeah, so 3 VPs, and it also has the south. The south acts as a jungle. It's like a no man's land. We usually see flanks from the south, either from the Allies or the Axis. And that's the map. For faction picks, we see classic mans. US 12th Army is one of the strongest Allied factions, and it got banned. Same for the Axis. They banned the Luftwaffe faction, which is one of the strongest factions that has both air, as you see here, -5 fighter cost, and close air support. So you get cheaper air force, and also you get 15 infantry division attack. So it's really good infantry and really good air. Also, you get strategic bombers to bomb the enemy industry, and heavy fighters and parachutes. So overall, really strong path that got taken out, and we won't see it today. As you know, the bans carry over. So if a faction gets banned, we're just not gonna see it today. Same with Imperial Japanese Navy. So we're not gonna see that. So we're gonna see, yeah.
I was about to say, I'm really surprised that we've waited this long, but I think it comes down to the maps that we've seen to see Luftwaffe and 12 get banned. Normally, they're so much earlier in the ban rotation, but I'm guessing with that Desperado start, it's thrown things off completely. Now, let me just run you through this map a little bit. If you're just joining us, hello, welcome to HOI Commanders, the 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 mod for Hearts of Iron that brings the big game of Hearts of Iron, that sandbox, down to a competitive scenario. This is the map across the Rhine, that Western European map. This map has 3 victory points. Amsterdam, oh, that was a bad way of saying that. Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. Which means, what does that mean? Well, there's 2 ways to win in Commanders. Either annihilate your enemy, completely take their previous territory, or by ticking their life points down to 0. And to do that, you need to own the majority of the VPs. There's only 3 on this map, which means it's both faster in terms of when you the 2-to-1 split of you need to hold. There's a oh my gosh, my brain is just on. I have forgotten how this works. Well, no, I know, but my mouth has stopped moving, Mohammed. It is it's getting too excited by the fact that we know best about this. I mean, I do. I'm just too excited about the fact that there is now a map 3 of this grand final, and that we might go to a map 5 with how things are going. But yes, basically, our players need to try and hold or take these victory points and tick their opponent's life score down, and they have a number of focus trees, or what we like to call commander picks, to do so. Is there anything you're noticing here in the early game in terms of the setup that looks unusual, or is it a pretty standard setup?
Yeah, if we were to go and tag the Axis, something that Soj usually does, and is very interesting, very unique to him, that he doesn't start converting immediately. He actually builds 1 military factory and then starts converting. But you see Muj usually, all the other players just start converting immediately. So that's something unique to Soj. And I would like to see what's his thinking about this.
Well, it seems to work for him, if I'm totally honest. I don't see him lose very many games, and I don't know that the loss of the extra military capacity ruins things for him, considering the way he plays. I feel me and Leonard, and maybe you yourself, it's like, I'm not sure we're so into this new meta of convert everything. Civilian factories give you so much more flexibility. For example, to be able to build mills instead of convert, or to build, for example, more railways, build naval dockyards if you need to. It seems so bizarre that there is just this absolute focus on conversion. Why do you think that is these days?
Honestly, my take on it is that it's being overused. Like, everyone just converts. I think converting can work, but not always. Like, there is something to say about not converting and deleting your civilian factory line, because then you cannot build anything.
No, absolutely. And I'm guessing people have spreadsheeted it out. I'm guessing it's been like tested against 100% of the time. But like, from a caster perspective, I feel like limiting yourself, especially with these games going late quite often. I feel like when you get to a late game and you don't have the ability to build anymore, that's just dangerous. You're just playing with fire a little bit. I feel like having more civs might end up with more build flexibility, which I would guarantee when you get to the late game is more viable. We've seen it where people have had to change their production lines so often. But imagine if they were building mills all the entire time, if it got to these late games. I feel like the strategy has so far been set your industry up for an early game win and then hope for the best, rather than much late game planning.
Yeah, and it also depends on the the area that they're fighting in and the map. If it's across the Rhine, you don't need to build as much railways and airports. There is enough, but if you're in Sun and Bloom, then you need your civilian factories, right? And that's what we saw Soj do. He did not convert anything at Sun and Bloom. And that was a good play. Also, Player did that. He did not convert.
Yeah, Player was another big proponent of not converting like that. And I like to see it. And I think that's very interesting because Solj, to me, is kind of a new player. It's not someone I've seen in tournaments very often before. But Player, for example, is a bit more old guard. He's played against you in previous tournaments. I feel like it's like Soj is like living up to the old meta whilst being a new player. And that's lovely to see, but also kind of bizarre, I feel like.
Yeah, and reaching the top.
Yeah, it's absolutely working. Now, just quickly looking at the focus tree, with so many bans, what do you think you're going to... I think I know which Axis faction's going to get picked. I think it's going to be another 9th Army Wehrmacht game, if I'm totally honest. Although it is Soj, so something weird could come out. And then for Rizla, this is the wild card. I don't know, out of everything that's left, what they're comfortable on. Maybe third
Canada's
shock?
open. Canada's
Canada
still
is open.
Yeah, and it's very, people see it as an S tier faction. And also Third Shock is a great guess as well. People really like that faction.
Yeah. Third Shock is becoming a bit more of the default go-to because all the good factions are getting banned faction, is what I'm kind of sensing from the community.
Yeah, it's kind of an A tier after all the S tier things get banned. It kind of has everything. It has paratroopers, it has submarines, it has the motorized rocket artillery, good air, good infantry. It's like an overall balanced path that works in most maps as well.
Yeah, so are we seeing... Did I just see a flick to Commonwealth for the Allies? I think I did.
Yeah,
so
Commonwealth.
It's probably going to be
Italy.
Canadian, right? Italy? I would not have seen that coming, honestly. I mean, I kind of understand it. I think we're going to get another air showdown then. I'm guessing. We're probably going to see Italian first versus Canada. But Canada's not very air. So is it going to be tanks versus... Is it going to be tanks
Could
versus
be Commonwealth
planes?
8th. Could be Commonwealth 8th.
Do you think when Canada's open like that?
I don't know.
Either way.
Commonwealth is not a bad faction as well. People see it as really good.
Oh yeah, no, I love the Commonwealth faction. I also, one of the understated elements of that faction pick, I think, if we're looking at the Allies, is the amount of spy network stuff you get from it. Because you've got to remember, is not only is that an operative slot and that's an agent that's the upgrade from both Bletchley Park and Cairo branch, but that's IC you're saving, not upgrading. That's the other thing. It's like it removes a lot of the IC investment into your intelligence network if you go down that route. So there's kind of a production angle to it as well.
And Rule Britannia is actually a nice buff for late game.
Yeah.
A lot of eco, a lot of stability even you're gonna lack. Production efficiency growth 25%, that's really good. Maximum command power is really good for late as well for these last stands. Like a lot of small things that just add up. People don't realize like how much is in the Brits and focus tree.
Yeah, it's one of those little. I mean, it was very meta in previous years, in previous things. I think it's just fallen out of the rotation, considering how the doctrines were redesigned with the most recent HOI update, and also the slight rework on air. So I feel like it fell off because of that, but it's still a really solid tree, and we are getting a lock-in for the Canadian First Army.
For Canada.
So we're getting Canadian tanks, Polish tanks, and the Commonwealth is being showcased in its glory. Now we've got a lock-in. We have got Italian First as well for the Axis. So it is going to be Italian air and foot versus Canadian tanks. And I kind of don't know how those two match up against each other, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, Canadians get 2 spawn-in tanks, which are really good. They have high armor, like 40 to 50 armor, and the Axis are gonna struggle in piercing them.
Do you think we're going to see them left as their key pieces, like as those spawn-ins, or we're going to see them broken down and turned into Space Marines?
It depends, but honestly, keeping them together as one division and having actual tanks is an underrated choice, because then you have 2 divisions that break the front line.
Yep. To expose those encirclements. And I think I've just got my answer by looking at the templates. Looking at the templates, there's the .git template, which has already got a medium tank in it. We're also seeing a production line of medium tanks. No, we're not yet from the Allies, but we are seeing a small investment into fighters being planned, not built into just yet. Let's look at look at the production very quickly over at the Axis as well. Again, it's an almost identical line, except there's a small investment into torpedo destroyers. Again, from Soch. He loves these torpedo destroyers.
He always does them.
Any insight into why he keeps doing them? Is it something because he needs them for the breakout fleet for like full screening or something, or what's going on there?
I mean, they're just cheap to produce. They have a really good torpedo attack, so they're good to kill convoys and also be in the battle dealing damage to the capital ships. They're just cheap, and instead of just building convoys or like nothing, having these really cheap destroyers is a really good investment.
Nice. Well, fair enough.
I like it, honestly. He could raid. He could maybe even threaten naval invasion. Because if you were to look at the Allies, he's just building convoys.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Allies as well. They've just finished their rapid production upgrade, so we're going to see a shift in their production lines. And there we go. We do have a shift to both CAS and fighters now fully in production. Slight go down on the guns, I think, from that. 15 guns in the hole, though. That will be not sorted by the time we hit war. That feels risky to me. I feel like having no guns on day one is going to be a little bit crazy, and but we're especially with the Axis going to have full guns on day one. We're getting very close to the war. Also, I just saw text there for the Axis. We do have a flame tank. I think we're going to get flame tank ranger squads appearing at some point for the Axis, because the Italians do get special forces cap. That is something to keep in mind. Are the Axis going to have their key piece day one of the light tank divisions? They might if they lock it in right now. Or the tankettes. They've got the fighters. They've got the ace generation chance. I think early game, the air war is going to be so important here.
Yeah, and you see the Allies already 8 mils on fighters. Meanwhile, the Axis has actually put in 9 mils on fighters, so they're kind of similar.
Yep. We're going to be very similar, but the Axis have those 150 spawn in from Aces of the Sand, so they are going to be ahead day one.
Actually, something that Soj did. Yeah. This is very interesting from Soj. Rizla did not do this. This could be the difference. If you tag into the Axis and you see the industrial tree, so he picked the rapid production upgrades, which gives you 15% base for only 15 days. And when he picked that, this is where he put the mills on the fighters to gain efficiency. So you see he has 43 efficiency, while the Allies has only 40 or 47 for the cast put earlier. So you see he has a slight advantage on the fighter production. That's because he chose this.
Yeah, we are seeing the Canadian 1st Armored Division actually going to get spawned in just in time for war. I forgot to put the speed down. That's my bad. Thank you, whoever just paused that. Keep it there. But anyway, we are seeing those final clicks go in. We are seeing a naval invasion for Amsterdam being lined up for the Allies. Interesting that they think they're going to have naval superiority day one. Do they know what they're up against? Can you tell from the intel ledgers right now if either player knows what they're facing?
Yes, the Allies, if he would go to the intel ledger, he would see Latorio and yeah, like Italian names.
So
he
the
should
Duca
know.
de Abruzzi. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's Italian.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, my Italian's not good at all. I think I know like 3 words, but I think I could tell by looking at that was Italian.
Yeah, and Italy is gonna get his breakout fleet in 18 days. It's not gonna be in time for war.
Okay, so
War
it's
is
not going to be
actually
day
15
one.
days.
So yeah, we are going to see most likely
Allied.
the uncontested landing there at the very least, unless he wants to put out his just basic fleet. I don't know how I'd feel about that personally. I feel like putting out the basic fleet isn't going to be the best course of action maybe for our Axis player, and not until he gets that breakout fleet. So it is going to just be a basic cav rush for the VPs, and we're going to see land trades at the very least. I'm excited. We're now 7 days away from Map 3's war. This is a best of 5 grand final. Sojourn versus Rizla. And here we're about to go. It's about to kick off. One of these players at the end of tonight will walk away with 2,500 euros whilst playing competitive Hearts of Iron. We're going to see, will it be Rizla, the kid who has been dying to get into these competitions for years and years, tried to sneak in, like many soldiers of World War II, tried to sneak in underage, but no, now is his time. Now he can compete. Now he's made it to a grand final. And against Sojourn, a relatively fresh face, but with decent strats, decent APM, and here we go. It's January 1st. Let's see what happens. Is that naval invasion going to click
Naval
off?
invasion is going.
Naval invasion is going, and the breakout fleet did just spawn. I wonder if Sojourn is going to click it. I think he's going to be too focused on his cavalry. Cavalry might just beat the naval invasion there. Cologne is already
So
fallen to
close.
the Allies. This is going to be days.
Amsterdam for the Allies.
Amsterdam
Nice.
is for the Allies with a last stand going in on the cavalry, even though it's not there. Frankfurt going to the Axis. So we're going to start the bleed on the Axis side of things. And we
Naval
do
battle,
have a
naval battle, the breakout fleet.
The breakout fleet is hitting the British fleet here. Got to be wary of losing that battleship. It is a Pride of the Fleet that will hit the war support if that goes under, and it's getting real. Sun's getting real low, big guy. Oh, and it's gone under. The Pride of the Fleet. Pride of the British fleet is already at the bottom of the channel. That is a big win. Just take me through unless there's anything really that you need to look at on the front line, how impactful that is on the Allies, losing that Pride of the Fleet.
Well, Amsterdam just fell, and Kun likes to fall. Looks like it's gonna fall as well. There's
Oh my
3
gosh.
VPs for the Axis.
Okay, ignore the Pride of the Fleet. It's more in-depth
And
combat
one
going
division
in.
encircled.
Whoa, wow.
no.
The Axis are just
And a
pounding.
snake in the south.
There's a snake in the
Holy
south.
sod.
Oh, Sojourn, the APM has activated. He has come out guns blazing. He didn't need some dirty trick of landing a naval invasion. He just goes, no, defeat in detail shall be my tool. I'm going to take Amsterdam, although a load of his troops on Amsterdam are maneuvering to a new frontline position. I don't know if that's a good click or not right now. They've been pushed back across the Rhine, and the snake has been cut off. Still, really lovely early game maneuvering here from both players.
Also, Soj crosses the Rhine at around Frankfurt. That's big.
That is big, and that's uncontested. I want to quickly see if I can go to Sojourn's point of view, see if we can see what he's microing. He's flicking between all things. He sees that pressure. He knows he can keep it up. He knows if he's not... I mean, he's going to push his advantage. I love this. There could be an encirclement charge near Saarbrücken and Hagenau. Oh, no, it's been counter-encircled. We do see an infantry division for the Allies, for the Axis, being encircled here.
Counter-encircle.
There possible counter-encirclement coming in, though. It's
And
been
death.
freed and opened. Oh.
Okay, so the Allies lost 1 infantry division, and the Axis lost the cavalry snaking division.
I think that's a win, honestly, for the
Yes.
Axis there. And it could be going again. There's 3 units maneuvering into Saarbrücken.
That could be encircled.
That's
Nice
a big
by
encirclement
Sarge.
early. That's a really big encirclement this early. That's really. Oh, man.
And a railway into last stand.
And-
Zoid was playing really good.
Yeah, and a railway into last stand, forcing a forced attack on the encircled divisions. I don't know if that was a misclick. Surely you want to last stand those, not force attack them, because they're going to be taking more damage in that pocket. That feels really bad. And then again,
Strasbourg also fell.
Strasbourg is Nancy's under threat. The airbase down here is under threat. Koblenz is trying to push out, but there's too many divisions. Trier is holding. Those 4 divisions in that pocket might just be dead. Can you give me a quick readout of what how many divisions each player has right now?
So the Allies have 26 only, while the Axis has 34. And 4 of these 26 are encircled.
That's huge.
They're looking. Saarbrücken is looking kind of weak.
No,
He could
Saarbrücken
free
retreated.
them.
It's freed. It's freed. No, he's closed off the gap though
Oh,
behind.
it's deeper now. It's
oh
deeper.
no! This could be close. He needs to stop the assault. He needs to stop.
You know, Midgeman, this could finish early.
You think this map could be one and done?
Could be. I mean, if these divisions die, it's looking tough.
Yeah.
The line is not very.
Sojourn needs to keep this pressure up 100%. He's pressing this advantage beautifully, especially if he starts a 3 VP bleed. I think the allies are. Oh, there's another.
Saarbrücken! Oh no!
Saarbrücken's already dead. Oh gosh, this is chaos. I don't know what's fallen apart. What's the difference in the build? Is it air? Is it air that's carrying this? I think it's got to be. It's uncontested air right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of cast, but it's honestly just maneuvering and micro. Sod just played really good. And now Rizla only has 18 divisions, by the way.
Oh my gosh, that's really weak. I mean, it is holdable on a map like this. You can really shrink your front line, but to lose so many so soon and possible encirclement of the entire north going on, I'm not sure what's happened with Rizla.
Kulm's gonna fall.
He's just deactivated. I'm going to quickly go to his POV, see what he can see. I'm instantly feeling sick by looking at it. I'm going to go away. it's not a good show. It's not a good
No
time.
NATO symbols.
And there goes
Red.
Cologne. It's a 3 VP bleed. 163 days that this will end. However, I feel like a surrender might come in even sooner.
Yeah, and a legit one. I mean, it's tough to hold with only 18 divisions. 17 now, and 1 more in the south getting encircled. If this one dies, he only has 16. And look at how weak the center is. It's tough to hold. We might see a collapse in like a month or 2. He can't hold this for much longer. He's out of command power as well, so no last hands.
Yeah, no last
Anything
hands.
gets encircled just dies.
Yeah, and we've got encircled there now. They're down near Mulhouse. Everything's coming up Millhouse, and yeah, this is looking
just
real rough.
keeps playing clean. He's gonna get this one easy.
So the thing I noticed there, to just go back to one of those original encirclements, there was a flick of forced attack rather than last stand. And if I remember correctly, forced attack and last stand in this mod are so expensive compared to base game, for one thing. But forced attack, why would you put an encirclement there? Do you think that's a misclick? Because surely they're just taking more and more damage in there.
I mean, you would prefer to be last stand, but he was like, just anything.
Yeah.
Right? So he just like felt like, okay, let me just do force attack. Because they're not so different, right? But you would like the extra defense from last stand.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have a full routing of the front line as we see infantry just swarm their way towards Paris. It feels very 1941 up in here. It's quite accurate. The Axis have poured across the Rhine, across the Low Countries, and now it is a desperate defense from the Allied forces.
It's okay. The Royal Canadian Engineers do a counter encirclement.
Yeah, counter encirclement. I mean, that's a good get. That's one. And now there's a lot of Allied forces. There's a lot of Commonwealth forces currently stuck in Dunkirk. I'm feeling like history is repeating itself a little bit.
This could be counted.
This could be a really good counter encirclement. Some of these these Canadian divisions are punching back, especially these motorized being used quite nicely here. I think this is triggering a bit more APM here now from Sojourn. It's not as easy as a walkthrough. This spawn in coming in really handy. However, this double attack here, Dunkirk is now empty. Oh gosh, it is tight. This is getting real rough here.
Yeah, Reims is looking like it's gonna fall. Sword just needs to slowly push in, and he's just gonna collapse. If he doesn't make big mistakes, this game is his.
I'm inclined to believe so as well. And again, this was the thing is this was Rizzler's map pick. Across the Rhine was his choice.
Yeah.
So he's going to get another map pick going into this. So what as we sit here, as we watch the death knell of possibly the Allied forces, what map do you reckon he's going for? Do you reckon he's using this time right now to try and think about that? Because he's just had his.
Yeah, he should. Because one more, if he loses one more time, the series is over. It's
Yep.
gonna be 2-1 after this, and then,
Yeah.
he's gonna. There was a close encirclement. He almost encircled 3 divisions. But I think this game is lost. He should, think about as Rams gets encircled. He should think about his map pick for the next one.
Yeah, what would you pick? You've seen Sojourn play quite a lot now. You've seen where he's kind of good. What map do you think throws him off that Rizzler could try and use? And there we have the surrender coming in there. That, I mean, fair enough. GG on that. But yeah, answer my question.
Yeah. Could be honestly Nordwind. Try something new, right?
Yeah.
He's not practiced a lot. That's how you can throw him off and win game 4 and go into game 5.
True, but Sojourn gives me the impression he's got a Nordwind strat. Like,
Yeah, it could be. He's the kind of guy.
He does feel like that kind of guy. He's kind of, I would say he plays similar to how Nafe plays, where half of the strategy is more the map pick than the faction pick. Where he learns his enemy, where he's probably, I don't know if he's quite as Nafe, where he's got like a full spreadsheet of what his enemies like to play. But I feel like he's got an Nordwind strat. I don't think at the gates is the right answer, because again, Sojourn is like cavalry king. He's the king of snakes. So I don't know. Are we going to see a Baltic Blitz? Are we going to see maybe a Festung maybe finally? Maybe. Or maybe we're going to see a Sonnenblume. Maybe we're going to tighten it up.
Let's see.
Let me get the game hosted.
There is still Festung we did not see. There's many maps that still to be discovered.
Yeah, that's absolutely. The game is hosted. I'm not going to hold on too longer. Let's at least get the players up and talk about things. Hello. GGs. The map is hosted. The lobby is hosted. I'm stumbling over my words tonight. I do apologize, everybody. But the lobby is hosted, so feel free to jump on in. Rizzler, how do you feel after that? Like, that was what
I don't know, bro.
What happened, bro?
Micro went wrong.
Micro went wrong. What was the biggest failure, do you think, for you there?
I mean, losing the 4 divs on the south, I think.
Yep. Yeah.
If I haven't lost that. And also, like, I got pushed from Amsterdam somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know. So, you got any insight into that? Because we actually sort of missed the Amsterdam kick.
Yeah, I guess I'm free to say this now, but I think that Italy on that map is just like incredibly strong if you know how to do it. I don't think that. I mean, yeah, he messed up the micro, but I was pretty confident as soon as he banned Luftwaffe, because I think Italy on that map is just insane.
Yeah, fair enough. And clearly your practice have paid off there. However, it is going to be Rizzler's map pick again.
Really?
What map? Before you answer, Rizzler, Soj, what don't you want to see?
You could play mental games here.
You could play mental games
say
here,
something.
like, just pretend. But yeah, what for you would be the map that you don't want to see? I just want to know. Not sure that it's going to happen, but you know.
I don't. I've had bad luck on China recently, I guess, so probably not that. But
Yeah,
honestly, with the rest of the maps, I'm fine on, because I have faction picks, so it's
you have
like,
faction picks.
so
Okay,
it's fine.
so let's play at the gates.
At the gates.
At the gates.
Okay. And Sojourn,
Isla.
what faction would you like?
I'm gonna need a minute to think about this one.
Sure. I think this is
So
going to be
it's-
very interesting because there's been a lot of bans as well. We're now into the new 4th ban option coming up. This is another map here. at the gates for map 4.
As Soj is thinking about the faction,
Go for it. Tell me about at the gates.
it's a bold choice from Rizla. It could be the last game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'll take Axis.
Okay.
Axis, okay.
Axis? Okay. Sure thing. If everybody ready's up, we will get in game and we'll start with the faction map bans.
Okay, so I'll say the bans if you guys forgot it. Already banned factions.
It was IGN, Luftwaffe, and Finland Group, right?
Yeah, please
Yes.
lock in the previous bans.
Okay, so
Yeah. For the Axis, IGN, Luftwaffe, and Finland. And for the Allies, Communist China, US Marine Corps, and US 12.
Oh, look, hang on. I need to pull out my whiteboard of things for Leonard to fix. And then, because there is a bug fix in the ban.
yeah, I saw. I mean, I see.
Okay, so Rizla, you go for the first man.
And army or first army? Yeah. I'm gonna go first army then.
First army, and
Okay.
now Soj,
Okay.
third shock army.
Third shock
All right.
army. Okay,
Guys, you have 5 minutes. Good luck.
absolutely. Good luck, everybody. Your time starts now. Oh god, Mohammed,
Okay, Midran.
you take him.
Well,
You take him through.
I mean-
you take him through while I've got to do some map setup. You show us what we've got. What to be worried. What's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before that Rizla needs a small map, right? We saw Soj, how good his micro is, and then Rizla on the 4th game, fixed at the gates. I mean, if he makes this work, that would be great. But it's a bold choice, honestly, like, respect.
It is a
Respect
very
for-
bold choice. Now, I will say, this being our biggest map, it is the most IC covered map. Like, it is the map with the biggest IC, so you do have a lot more to play with in that regard. That could be an element here. Like, that could be an aspect of the that we're not seeing. It could be the fact that there's going to be some slightly higher IC, get more stronger troops out, that the cavalry snaking might not be as big of a problem. However, cavalry snaking is a big problem on this map, I do believe. And if I remember correctly, who's on Allies, who's on Axis?
Soj's Axis.
Soj's Axis. Yeah, I think Rizla's in a little bit of a bad. I don't feel too good about this, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, and Soj knows what he's doing when he picks Axis. He took his time, you know? He
Yep.
understands that if you look at the South, it's so big for the Allies. And also the Axis, like, if there is a snake happens, it's so hard to stop. Because there's so many tiles.
So, yeah, and so with third shock banned as well, that's the mass assaults pretty much all gone from the Allies. Oh my god, I'm feeling like this could be the game that ends the series, if I'm totally honest. Not to be an absolute downer, I do feel like if anyone's got it, it might be Rizla, but at the same time, this is looking pretty favorable to Sojourn right now. If you're Rizla,
Yeah.
what faction are you picking here? What's your go-to, I think, for this map?
I mean, honestly, like, kind of, or all the good factions for this map's already been banned. You have communist forces that are banned, third shock army, but I don't know. He has to bring something new, honestly. Like, traditional picks won't work. He needs to have something up his sleeve here. And for Soj, honestly, it could not have been better. Like, it's like he picked map and faction.
Yeah,
you know?
I kind of, it does kind of feel like that a little bit. Now, I feel it has to be said, Canada is still open for the Allies. I feel like that could be a really good avenue, perhaps. Outside of that, I'm not really sure that there is a faction that might suit this map, other than maybe the Other China. Other China could be a really good shout here as well.
Yeah. I play that faction a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you want to quickly break down that faction then?
Yeah. So this is a mass assault faction that gives you cheaper guns at the hump. It's 10% cheaper guns and gives you a lot of equipment. Also, the Jin Lang arsenal gives you minus 40% on support equipment. So you could do engineer infantry for very cheap. That's really good. Also, guerrilla warfare gives you plus 20 damage reduction against CAS. So you're good against CAS as well, even if you lose air. And usually do a no air build with this. Also, this gives you a lot of mobilization speed and recruitable pop, and it's overall just a really good infantry faction.
Yeah, and I feel like it's still mass mob, isn't it? Or is it or did we
Mass
change
mob.
it? Yeah, so
Mass mob.
it's mass assault. So it's it's a big infantry faction. It can feel the front line. I feel like that might be the right call here, and I think it's going to have to come down to that, and maybe try to replicate something that you do with China right, but with China left. Also, the reduction on cast, we've seen how strong Soldier's air game has been. To reduce the cast damage might, throw some of those battles in your favor. The other factions I'm thinking that could be worth it, possibly Combined Operations Headquarters for the stronger Special Forces build again. Again, I've said,
but it's a big front.
It is a big front. I've said Canadian first with those tanks, and maybe keep them as their tanks for once. Army of the Maginot could also be a shout.
That's a sneaky one. That's a
GBP doctrine, but you do get quite a lot of entrenchment troops. You get some cast, you get some fighters, you do get a heavy tank battalion, you get 2 railway guns, and you get a lot of division org and stuff. It could be a sneaky extra pick here. But yeah, I really don't know what we're going to see from the Allies.
I'm interested in Rizla. The safe pick is China, but he might do something, unique.
Yeah, I agree here. Looking at the map, though, hello everybody. I don't know if you've all seen At the Gates. Welcome to At the Gates. It is another one of our 1v1 maps here on the Commanders mob. It is a 5 VP map with 2 really big features. So the 5 VPs are Tambov, Voronezh, Borisovgloblast, Mikhailovka, and Stalingrad. Or no, sorry, it's not Borisovgloblast. It's Mikhailovka, Milorovo, and Stalingrad. It's those. I'm going to start again. Tambov, Voronezh, Mikhailovka, Milorovo, Stalingrad. There you go. However, there are 2 big features to this map that you need to be aware of. The Tambov region. Up here, where we see between Tambov and Voronezh, those 2 VPs, the top of the map. There's a lot of plains here. You see a lot of encirclements and people being crushed against the top of the map where you can't progress. The other thing here is the Astrakhan plains. This whole region down here is a big bit of open ground where people will snake their cavalry. You'll see a lot of encirclements of people diving into each other's bases with cav just to disrupt everything. It's a bit of a chaotic map. And we're going to see a lot of troops on the ground. As we said, there's more population and more IC. So we're going to have more boots on the ground, more things to maneuver. It's a big micro-heavy map.
Okay, Midgeman.
Yep.
Winter is coming for the
Winter is
Axis.
coming? Army of the
It's
Isthmus?
Army of the Isthmus.
Okay. Take me through that faction. Why are we getting an Army of the Isthmus lock-in?
Okay, that's a unique pick. First of all, Army of the Isthmus is the GDP. So it's kind of a quality infantry rather than spam infantry. It has really good anti-tank and very cheap as well. It has amazing reduction against cast. So you can do a no-air build here. And it also has something very sneaky and most people don't know about. It has 15% equipment capture ratio.
Yes.
So as you're fighting, you're capturing the enemy guns. And it's a really good infantry. You have also plus 10 attack and defense here, and you have the Sisu buff at the end.
Yeah, the Sisu buff as well is super strong.
Super strong.
Also, you have the joint tree for Finland, which is pretty nice. Deeper cooperation, ski infantry. I mean, we might not see ski infantry come in, really. I don't think this area gets too heavy snow, but we are in Russia, so who knows. And then we have Hakan Pale, which is really nice with the breakthrough there. Have you heard that voice line in game with the Finnish troops?
Yes.
When you click that, it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite voice lines in the entirety of Hearts of Iron. Do we have a lock-in yet for the?
Yes, Commonwealth. Strangely, it's very unique fix. It's Commonwealth. Could be Canada again for the Allies.
I think it's going to be Canada. I think. Rizzler is going to try and rely on the tried and true, putting his tanks in his infantry, try and do something there. I would like to see him try and keep the tanks together. It's definitely not going to be a Commonwealth 8th Army. I don't think that's the right pick for this map. The Navy is pointless. The sea zones are landlocked. So we're definitely seeing Canada here.
Canada, yeah.
And it's being locked in as we speak. So Canada is going to be the pick. Okay, break it down.
An Army of the Isthmus. Army of the Isthmus.
Who knew? Who knew?
Yeah, Canada.
Yeah, so Canada versus Army of the Isthmus. How do those two match up, do you think?
well, Canada has really strong tanks, and Army of Thesmus has really strong anti-tank. So that
it does.
Army of Thesmus is a really good counter.
Yeah.
And even if he doesn't produce the anti-tank, Army of the Isthmus has a really strong buff for the infantry with the Molotovs.
Yeah,
If you look at the Molotovs.
It's the Molotovs, and it's also the countering Soviet armor with that toe-down tank and the additional piercing and everything. Oh
Yep.
no, I feel like it's like Sojourn's just gonna be sat there with, ha, you've activated my trap card. Like that's how this feels,
And you see Soj is already preparing the cavalry for the south. He's grinning, as he's spamming cavalry in the south. Already doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think it's going to be a rough one, Mo, and I think it's going to come down to micro. And I hope Rizzler has got something in his energy, something in the background that he's ready for, because Sojourn just looks so on top of his game right now. I mean, he lost that first map, but now he's on a 2-map sweep streak. Rizzler's
And
really
he could
got to dig
run
down.
away with this game as well.
Yeah, if he
turns a 0-1 to a 3-1.
Yeah, exactly. 1-0 to 3-1 is a wild comeback story. It's very ominous, not ominous, very reminiscent of a certain other caster's campaign. Isn't that like historically how your games went? You lost the first few and then just came back from the underdog spot?
And that was against the final against Naif. I
Yeah.
lost the first one and then won 3-1.
Yep.
So Soj could be the new Mohammed.
The Soj is the new Mohammed.
I guess.
Yeah, you could invite him out and see.
Yeah, but again, what I'm concerned about is that if you go to the axis, you see his width being 24.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not as big as the allies, and you go to the allies, he's just doing regular 36 widths.
Okay.
He might not have enough to fill the front line with these 36 widths.
Yeah, I don't know if that going so big on your troops this early is going to be good. I do at least like that the allied player has put some cavalry to guard the Astrakhan pocket. That makes me happy to see that they're not like neglecting that area.
That's good.
Yeah, and where we've seen a lot of players get snaked here, at least they've got someone holding the line. The other thing that we do need to note, because neither player is going for one of the motorized or the Army of the Po or anything like that, we're not going to see a quick flip and quick maneuvering of like Katusha units to a lower part of the map in order to exploit a snake and breakthrough. It is going to be big infantry versus big infantry. Together for Victory is being locked in for the Canadians. They've landed those Sherman upgrades. They've gained that Polish tank division. They're now getting the Canadian first armor. I would love to see Rizzler keep those units as a tank division. They're not. I think they've already destroyed them. I think they've already they've already gotten rid of that Polish armor division, which is sad because it's a really decent 28th width.
Yep. As we are only 1 month now into the war, I mean before the war, so 1 month to the war, not into.
Yeah, 1 month now from the war. Players getting their final picks. The other thing I would also like to note about Finland, they have some of the best generals in the mod. I mean, we have nerfed them a little because they were a little too strong. But I don't know. I think they shape up slightly better than Canada because Canada is a very tank-focused faction. So outright already, the field marshals, the generals that are within the Finnish army here are stronger. You do get commandos. You do get urban assault specialist, you get an adaptable leader, you get a lot of cold conditions, you get commandos, guerrilla fighters, compared to, okay, you've got one infantry leader on Canada, and then tanks and hills, tanks, no bonuses, tanks, skilled staffer, Bertie Hofmeister not doing a great job here. I don't know, Mohammed. I think, am I being too negative, or does this look really scary for Rizzler?
Honestly, you're not. It does look scary, but Rizzler could pull this through, and if he does, honestly, that would be amazing. But respect for him choosing this map.
Yeah, respect for him choosing this map and this faction. If he does turn this around and this goes to 2-2 and we get a map 5, the momentum's going to have shifted. Everything is going to be back in Rizzler's favor. Where do we go after this? What map are we going to see after this?
Maybe Sun and Bloom finally.
my
Or
God.
Festung, can we please get?
Can we get a Festung? I feel like someone else is going to be in their own Festung very, very shortly. But who will it be? We're about to find out. We are now just 9 days away from combat. 9 days away from war on map 4 of this best of 5 grand final. If Sojourn takes this map, he goes home with 2,500 euros and the title of world champion. It's up to Rizla, who's playing on the Allies, to stop him, to win another map and take this to map 5 if he wants to walk home as the champion. After all these years of trying, after all these years watching commanders, taking on the mantle, even helping other world champions train, it's now their time. Will they reach the pinnacle of the game, or will they fall short right in the grand final? In one day, we're about to see. In one day, we're about to find out. It begins now. Oh, I was 2 days off. Okay.
Oh, come on, Midgeman.
Sorry, I got my timing wrong. There we go. The war has been declared. The war is won. And we're seeing some rushing here. We're seeing a lot of movement from the Axis forces. The Allies making it to Tambov. It's going to be up to Stalingrad. Stalingrad is actually at risk from both the... Okay, no, the Allies are going to get there, I think.
Yeah, the Allies... Yes,
Yes,
the Allies
but it was so close. There was days within that.
It's going to get pushed out.
It's going to get pushed out. There is a forced attack going in on Stalingrad from both players, so that's going to be really close. Mikhailovka falling into the Allies very cleanly, same with Tambov, but there's a lot of buttons at the top. We're already seeing some retreats and some back. We might actually get an encirclement really early here in the north. You keep an eye on Stalingrad if you can. I'm going to keep an eye on the north because there's a lot of bubbles up here and a lot of lack of supply and a lot of forced attacks going in.
Stalingrad area, so we see Soj going into the deep south with actual infantry, not only cav, as he looks to, make the front as long as possible.
Tambov just
really
fell.
Fits
Tambov just fell to
Tambov
Soj.
just fell, oh my god.
So we already have a VP bleed swap now. The Axis have put the bleed on the Allies. This is an early victory here for the Axis. There is a lot of retreating going on in the north. Soj is just looking like a monster right now. He is pressuring. He is pressuring on all fronts.
Astrakhan is gonna fall as well, and that's supply in the south.
That's the supply hub in the south. We are seeing him not stopping. There are gaps in the line, sure, but he's just triggering APM everywhere.
Stalingrad fell.
Stalingrad fell. That's a 5 VP. I think for the first time ever in an opening phase at the gates, we've seen a 5 VP flip. Now, we do see an Allied VP retaken there. Stalingrad going back to the Allies, but it's now a 4-1. The north.
The north.
Oh
no!
Encirclement. Oh, there we go. Allied front line completely collapsed. It's now been reopened. How many divisions can he save? Some of these are the really souped up divisions as well. 2 are still stuck. 2 are still stuck. That is 1. That is 2. That is 2 gone. That is now a huge gap in the line. And Soj is not stopping. He is keeping going. There was another overrun just then. Boris Oblast just saw an overrun, and now we're seeing a full-on assault. It is coming. It is continuing in the south as well.
He's battle planning everything.
No way is he battle planning. No way is he's battle planning. We also got another encirclement in the north where someone has been crushed against the top of the map. It is battle planning. He's stopped though. He's pausing the assault. He's taking the line. He's holding
One
for a
division
moment.
encircled in the north.
Oh my gosh.
And as the Axis has 23 division advantage right now.
A 23 division advantage. You heard it here. 23 division difference on a front line that spans the entire south of the Soviet Union at this time period. A huge amount of land to exploit. This is like pre-Stalingrad in World War II. However, Stalingrad is way behind the front lines now, and the Allies are on the back foot. The Canada pick was a risky one. It would have been great in the late game, but it's showing its weakness here in this.
We are in the early game.
We're in the early game.
Still in the early game.
You got to get there for a late game build to work, my bud. And now it is showing. And the encirclements are just better. The encirclements are going. The micro is just off. If Saratov falls, this is going to be a huge supply loss on the front line. Kubashev has got defenses on it. There's already a forced attack on the defense of the capital.
Saratov fell. Oh,
Saratov
no.
did
That's
fall.
all the
And
supply.
look at the supply shut off. Everyone's going to be forced to retreat. This might be over. We might be seeing a grand champion being crowned in such style, in such glorious fashion here as we see this front line just crush against... Is he still battle planning? He's still battle planning.
Yes.
Oh no!
I wouldn't stop now. I wouldn't
God,
stop.
no.
5
Absolutely,
divisions
5
circle.
divisions gone. I think that was more than 5. I think there was more than 5. I think this is a half a battle plan, half not. Rizzler is just being overwhelmed. Oh no, that's the entire
Oh no, the
front
center, that's
line.
the...
The entire
Oh my
front
God.
line now caught in the Axis pincer hold. How many? And that's it. That's it.
And
We're
that's the
gone.
center.
And that is the competition, everybody. GG.
Soj wins 3-1.
As Soj wins 3-1 in this grand final of Hearts of Iron Commanders World Championship. Congratulations, Soj.
Yeah.
Commiserations, Rizzler, on that completion of the grand final. I'm going to start with Rizzler. What went wrong? What happened?
I think the army of Isthmus gets 30 attack on the snow, so I think that it is the reason why I got so
Yes.
pushed so deadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Soj, you've got to. How do you feel? You have just won the Commanders Championship. Like, what went right for you? What happened?
Oh my god, I feel amazing. I think what went right is I spent a lot of time preparing builds. Like I was working on this Isthmus build this morning, last night. Like I think it's a really good counter to like heavy air. Like if someone wants to invest heavy air, they're gonna be low on guns, and there's like a timing you can hit with lower widths, and I think it's perfect for this map, and it worked, and I feel great.
Well, congratulations. But of course, Rizzler, you are not walking away empty-handed. You are taking the second place prize. I know it's not the title of Grand Champion, but I have to congratulate you. You have been a part of the Commanders community for years. You have tried to sneak into competitions before underage. The amount of competitions I have to thrown you out of in the past. And it's so nice to see you spread your wings finally and make it to a grand final. Don't be disheartened. There is a grand champion waiting to bloom in there, and I feel like you can come back, but thank you. I'm going to spend some time now talking to Soj before we end this competition. Please don't keep your head up, Rizzler. Keep your head up high, and I hope to see you in future competitions. Do you have any words for the stream before you go, Rizzler?
No.
You good? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
GG.
yeah.
Well played, Rizla.
Well played. GG. Soj, you are now the grand champion. Is there anyone that you would like to thank in this your victory, or are you just gonna boss it out and say that this is all you, bud?
No, absolutely. There's two groups of people that I want to thank. The first is the Nystrom server. That's pretty much the only place I've played HOI on for like the past 2 years. I've improved so much as a player since I started playing there. Just like talking with the guys, competing with them. It's really great. There's too many people to name individually, but they're all great. So to every regular there, thank you so much. And the second group of people is Espanol, Rizzler, Rage, and Segal. Like the past few months, we've really been the people grinding this mod more than anybody. We've played so many practice games, just like so many hours just hanging out, the 4 or the 5 of us. And they're all great players. I've learned so much from all of them. So yeah, I mean, beyond that, I don't even know what to say. I'm just keep thinking about that powder keg game, because I think if that went a little bit differently, the series could have gone differently. Who knows? That was really close.
Yeah, that powder keg game was probably the turning point of this entire series. It was so close for both of you. I know it came down to absolute days and just absolute flicks and moments, and it just turned the tide there. What do you think out of your entire preparation, everything you've been doing? I see that you put a lot of focus onto the builds. How much do you put focus on the builds versus the map picks versus the faction pick? Like, where's your mindset go?
Yeah, it's mostly builds. So I have a few factions that I can kind of tweak towards the map. But I spend a lot of time not just doing games, but just test builds. So for this build, like I said, I ran it through it today, but The build on Italy on Rhine, like I knew exactly how many divs I wanted. I knew exactly like when my mills would be switched. Like I think it just like because especially in competitions like this where there's so many things are going to go wrong, it really just helps you like stay even and keep you level. So I think just doing test builds is a huge part of it.
You know, Sarge, I would like to tell you, man, you played amazing. You came back. Game 2 was really close. You pulled it through, and then you just won 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
So we'll play to you, man.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, game 1 was pretty shaky too, because like I knew I was going to win Navy, and then he just pushed me, which was very, very surprising. So I was.
Yeah, you came out with a really wild build. Like, so that was your map pick, right? Desperado.
Yeah.
I have named you this competition as like the king of Desperado because it just feels like it's your map. I don't know if there's like a hometown advantage there for you, if that's like something that why you picked that map. Either way,
No.
But it's one of those things of. That was the first time I've seen you on Allies, and me and Fraser were casting, and we looked at it, and I went, I hope. What used to happen a lot on Desperado were people forgot to attack the VP that the other person owned, like directly. It's a two-front thing. Like, and I was hoping to see someone target the Yucatan. And I saw you line up those cavalry ready to attack Mexico. And I was like, someone's finally doing it. Oh my God, this is going to be amazing. And then he just pushed you so much. Like, how did it feel losing your map pick, like right at the beginning? Like a map that you were so strong on?
Yeah, so I mean that was definitely concerning, but it is kind of like it's kind of like a more strategic map. So like when I lost that map, I wasn't too rattled because like I know like I can still fall back on my micro on like a more standard map like Powder Keg. But yeah, that Mexico invasion, that's another thing I was looking at because when I was prepping for the Daily Deister match in the quarterfinals, I was trying to think of like a kind of an off-brand map that most people don't play that he wouldn't be prepared for. So I looked at Desperado, and one of the things I saw is that if I played Allies, I could do that Mexico invasion. And it actually works out that the Axis VPs are so concentrated in this map that if I had gotten one more VP of Rizzler, he would have actually just capitulated and the game would have ended. Wow. So he had like one port garrison that saved him there. I think it's like it's such like a tiny investment of just like a few cavalry divisions. But yeah, no, I really love that map because there's so many ways to win. Like you can win by winning like Navy or just but like if you invest in Navy like I did, the key is to you still have to have an army that's strong enough not to get run over. But I think I probably just overinvested too much in trying to take Dallas. I probably lost a lot of guns clicking that, which was a little unnecessary. But yeah, no, it was a good game. But after that, I wasn't too worried. If I lost game 2, I would have been in panic mode. But I was all right after game 1.
Yeah, after game 1, we saw like I think personally we saw a new level of micro from you that I hadn't seen in previous matches. It's like something switched on. And you just started coming out guns blazing. Going back to that final map of At the Gates, were you happy to hear At the Gates get picked, or were you expecting something completely different?
I was happy if I got to play Isthmus.
You were very happy.
Yeah, if I got to play Isthmus, I'd be very happy. So if he did ban Isthmus, I probably would have played Italy again, which I love the faction. This is not their best map, but I feel like they're good enough on air. The problem is that Rizzler is like probably the best at like with the air meta. Like in so many of our practice games, no matter who he's playing against, he tends to win air. Like I don't know how we won air on Powder Keg. We were talking after the game. Like neither of us knew how we ended up winning. I guess I forgot some things, but so yeah, if I had to rely on air, that's kind of his territory. So I would have been a bit more nervous.
So yeah, going back to the Powder Keg game, the air a lot of it was to airbase placement for one thing for a lot of time. And then it was you were green versus green, but he had slightly better aces. Was what it kind of came down to. It was so minor in terms of what was going on. We did miss quite a lot of the Powder Keg game because I don't know if you know what happened. I wasn't originally casting with Mohammed. I don't know if you know what happened there, but I was with Paradox Fraser, and a fire alarm went off in his building and he had to jump out of the casting. So we've had a wild time on our end. So not only were the cities burning on Powder Keg, but literally one of our casters was on fire. Like it's been a wild day, but finally, congratulations again. I'm so happy to be able to crown you grand champion, the world champion here. You join an elite club of world champions like Mohammed here. And I hope to see many more Hearts of Iron games from you in the future. But now that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much. And I will now head off to end this broadcast. So thank you everybody now so much for watching here on the Hearts of Iron channel, the Hearts of Iron World Championship. Soj is walking home as world champion, but this doesn't have to be the end of the story, because one of you could be the next world champion watching. All you have to do is download the Commanders mod and, of course, own Hearts of Iron 4. You can pick up Hearts of Iron 4 on Steam, and I highly recommend you pick up the subscription service alongside, which gives you instant access to every single DLC paid monthly. You could use that to test which DLC you want and then pick out something else. And I'm going to close out with some messages from our sponsors. Again, thank you so much to Paradox Interactive and Hearts of Iron for sponsoring this broadcast and this competition. We couldn't put out on excellent tournaments like this without them. So thank you so much, everybody. And from us here at Commanders, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.
For the people. For freedom. For honor. We fight. Because we must.
Destiny demands action. Bind together a fractured government. Unchain an engine of war. A dragon long sleeping awakes in the east. Put an end to division as a united front. Or let the powerful seize liberty on their own terms. Forge an unstoppable doctrine. Bring identity to alliances old and new. The Pearl of the Orient prepares to weather an oncoming storm. Will you yield to its power or stand resolute? Death looms on every front, yet the future remains unwritten. How will you end the story?